Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
So I just have to do this real quick. I know I just did that at the end of the intro, but so I was live for like, I don't know, a long time, maybe close to an hour. And I was like, why is there nobody here? And I also noticed that ping cord didn't do the pingy thing, which I just thought maybe it was just malfunctioning. So I actually put something in this where I was like, hey, we're live. I'm like, why is there nobody here? And then I was like, this is weird. And then I realized somehow before I went live, something got switched. And I don't know if it was on StreamYard or on YouTube, but it got switched to private. So I was live streaming to myself for like an hour. And so then I went to I'm like, well, can't I just like edit it, like make it public? But you can't do that when you're already streaming. So I had to end the stream and then create a new stream. You guys, happy to see you guys though. Isn't that so funny? I'm happy to see you, Candace and Spencer. So yeah, we'll never know. I had some great thoughts, maybe, potentially. I was giving commentary. I'm like, where is there nobody here? And why is anyway. And what's funny is because pink, the reason we love the Discord, right, is because the pink word always comes through. Like, to my knowledge, it's never missed a notification. So I should have actually probably realized it sooner when it didn't do the ping cord, but it still took me another like 30 minutes or I don't know, some long amount of time after that I realized why it didn't do the ping cord. The ping cord was not broken. I was broken. It was tragic. It was very tragic. Do you guys remember that song, Cry Me a River? From what is that, NSYNC maybe? Cry Me a River? Or is that Justin Timberlake when he went solo? Yeah. But I'm going to cry myself a Squirrel River. That's what I'm going to do. So especially because A, I have a new thing, and B, it's relevant because of the fact that I was live by myself for so long. I'm going to play this new thing that I made. Where is it? Here it is. Go. Calling all squirrels. Go. There's a world because, squirrels are the world, right? So hopefully you guys like it. So I have that new one with the squirrel call. And yeah, so this is Deja Vu, which is really funny because, of course, one of the defense attorneys' name is Deja. But we're going to get into the DNA. And you guys, I have to just say, our first witness of the day, we have a morning housekeeping, and then our first witness of the day is like my favorite person on the planet. This is the most diligent, fastidious evidence custodian of all time. And you guys, it is my favorite thing. It's literally my favorite thing. I just love it. And then we're going to have the DNA analyst come in, and we're finally going to get maybe some answers about this whole mystery of Alex with the car. Did he get out of the car? Did he not get out of the car? Because as we know, where we're at right now is we know that there was testing done for, presumptive blood, right? Testing done inside the car, outside the car. And we already saw the results of things that were negative for presumptive blood, things that were positive. And we know there's presumptive blood only in the back of the car, not in the front, but in the back seat of the car and in the back of the car. And there was also some presumptive blood on the outside of the car, on the door, right? There was that drip. And then also there were some spots in the mud and stuff, right? But we don't know yet whose blood it is. So that's what we're going to learn. And then we're also, if you guys remember from Karen Reed, there was that dude, or was it not a dude? It was a lady actually, who had the job of putting together all the glass pieces / plastic pieces and trying to match them up, right? Like a puzzle. We have a similar dude who's going to be our last witness of the day, whose job was to do that with Ezra's clothing, right? Because she had the different layers of clothing and everything was all slashed up. But it's going to be a really good one. And so let's get into that. for the second time today. You guys. Oh, man. That was classic squirreling, wasn't it? Man. All right. We're going to get it. We're going to. There you go, right? I don't even know that I've ever had a mimosa, but that does sound very refreshing. I know what it is. I just don't know if I've ever had one.
This is
DP, our friend from Germany, was actually like, I think he pulled up their like full menu. I'm pretty sure it was DP, if I recall. Yeah, it was, because he pulled up their full menu, because we learned in the last live stream that they also have like a restaurant or whatever. And he was like talking about like the crepes that they make, and he was like, he pointed out one that looks like it was really good. I was like, love it, right? Like that's classic squirreling as well, right? Like the full menu.
State of Wisconsin versus Ezra McCandless, Dunn County case number 2018 CF.
Spencer, what do you need to catch up on? We can fill you in if you because we're glad you're here. So if you have any questions, let me know.
125 appearances, please.
The state appears by District Attorney Andrea Nodolf and Assistant Attorneys General Richard Dufour and Peter Hahn.
Ezra McCandless appears in person and with her attorneys Aaron Nelson and Deja Vishni.
All right.
Like you said, deja vu, it's Deja Vishnu. Or sorry, Vishni. It's Vishni. I always think it's Vishnu. It's Vishni. So yeah, never mind. It's not that.
Is our counsel ready to argue the issue related to DNA issue among many related to Kevin Scott? My understanding is that there really only were two issues related to the testimony, the DNA evidence that counsel wanted to decide ahead of time. Court has decided one already, and that is excluded at the defense request DNA evidence, finding it irrelevant. And that there's already a record on that, so I'm not going to discuss what it was. But what is that issue is what we talked about.
Oh, and remember, guys, there's also the results of the SANE kit, right, from the SANE nurse who did the SANE testing. And the number of times we heard the word SANE almost drove me insane. But anyway, that's the other thing that's an issue, right, besides the evidence at the crime scene.
Yesterday afternoon, and that being this finding with respect to some genetic material from a mons pubis swab.
Speaking of the
from Ms. McCandless, as I understand it, from the sexual assault examiner kit, and that would be on a DOJ reference would be DOJ 001876. And this in the court record, this is page 14 of 21 from document 151 filed in this matter on February 13th.
So what he's about to talk about is, of the SANE kit, right? They do all the different swabbings. We heard about that. There's this one specific swab, this mons pubis swab, and that's what they're going to be talking about here. And we heard there was much ado made about that previously. With the SANE nurse, and I think maybe even a subsequent witness. And I know who it was. It was with Dr. Tillotson as well on cross-exam. Like the female defense attorney Deja Vishni has brought this up a lot, so that kind of gives us a heads up that this is something that they think is going to help them potentially, the defense. I mean,
in 2000,
which is interesting, right? Like that there's a DNA result done from this sexual assault kit in this particular area that the defense thinks is going to support their, theory of what happened.
2019, and it relates to the STR DNA results and conclusions related to the mons pubis swabs. Now, Mr. Nelson, I want to let you go first, as I believe it's the defense motion to, it's the state's motion to exclude that evidence. Okay, so Mr. Dufour, you go first.
Yes, Your Honor. The
state made the motion to exclude this, right? So that's fascinating. The state made the motion to exclude this evidence of the results of this particular swab in the test. Isn't that wild? So Spence says, oh, he only saw stream 3. Okay, gotcha. I have to say, I was thinking about this, Spencer. I have to say thank you again. I was thinking about that particular question that you had were in regards to hearsay, and how if it were not for your question, I completely would have missed when the prosecutor, Miss Nodolf, was weaseling. I mean, because now that I've paid attention to that, where she says say versus ask, and that whole part that we looked at during that live stream that you were here for, now it's like seems so obvious, but it's like, man, I would have completely missed that. And that was such an interesting exchange that went on with that witness. It was one of Ezra's friends. And I would never have even gone, I don't think I would have ever noticed that were it not for your question. So thank you for that. Yeah, we are going to get to this, the DNA with the cigarettes today. I believe they do bring that up. And then did they put forth an argument? So any argument technically has to be saved for closing arguments. So unless it's arguing in a motion like they are now, like right now they're arguing in front of the judge but not in front of the jury, right? But in terms of argument in front of the jury, technically that should only happen in closing. And that's when some of these, like for example, if no one can specifically say what happened with the shoes, well, I don't know. Okay, let me put it this way. I don't know that there is a witness that could actually say what the deal was with the shoes, except for Ezra, if she testifies, which we have every indication that she's going to. But then, we all know about like how much credibility is there, right? So that would be something that could potentially be argued in closing. However, DNA on the shoes could give us some more information. And there's some other things that we will see in this episode too that will give us some information. I mean, on the last live stream, I had some thoughts about what happened to Alex in terms of the car because of the cell phone. Like, we know that the car was stopped in that really weird, awkward place where it was like blocking traffic right in front of the muddy road. And all I can think of now is like, I just keep thinking there's so many similarities to Murdoch, but that's a really wild one. Like, you think about Murdoch being stopped right there on the railroad tracks, right? Leaving Alameda. And then he's like, that's when he like does stuff to Maggie's phone. Like he calls her or texts her or whatever. And he's paused there. And it's like, what is he fucking doing? And we talked about that at length, and it's a similar thing here because Ezra's car was stopped blocking traffic in front of that dirt road, but not on the dirt road. Right. And that witness that saw her was like, she was oblivious. She didn't even bat an eye when there was a car that was like, hey, I'm trying to get by. Like, she just didn't even notice like what was going on. And like, I have to wonder like what was going on. And then we know that the phone and the knife were found in that ditch line, as they call it, just up the road, like between the dirt road and the farmer house. So, so we don't have, we're working on the timeline, right? Again, that's something that could be presented maybe in closing. That's a typical thing for trials, is that in order to tie up their theory of the case, either side or both sides might present a timeline in like a PowerPoint or something like that. We got a lot of information last episode with the surveillance footage, right? We saw Ezra's path of travel that day, and we know where she was going and when. But in terms of the actual murder and how that went down, today we're going to get more information about that, because they have to lay the foundation, right? We have to get this DNA in. Like, they can't present witnesses who would offer more information about the events of the murder until they have these DNA results in, right? So, everything has to go in order, right? Laying the foundation, chain of custody, right? So yeah, both sides have a narrative, right? And remember, Ezra, besides we have every indication she's going to take the stand, she was interviewed, right, in custody. And and she talked a lot, and those interviews they're going to be played in court. We're not there yet, but I think on the next episode we will be getting to those. And so that will give us a lot more information. I think it's clear that Ezra was the driver. The defense wants to suggest that maybe Ezra was the driver and then they switched driving, but the witness, the way the defense was trying to present a different narrative was by just impeaching that witness's credibility. The witness who saw them and then said he saw Ezra in the driver's seat, at the time when he was questioned, he said he didn't know who was driving. So they tried to impeach him with that. And then on redirect, he came back and said, well, I was in a really big hurry. I was just getting off of work, blah, blah, blah. So I was just trying to get out of there, but I know it was her that was driving, right? So, again, the jury can decide how credible is that witness. Are they going to say, yeah, he seems like he really didn't know. Or are they going to trust that he knew who was driving? So shout out to Black Witter, shout out to Iowa. Happy to see all these squirrel friends. So that's a fact. That's a matter for the jury there. And that's what the defense attorneys are going to do, right? They're going to look at the evidence and they're going to look at where are their holes? Where is there problems with somebody's statement? Where have they contradicted themselves? And we're going to see the same thing with this DNA evidence. We're about to hear them talk about this. And they're going to use those things, right, to support their narrative. So remember, the thing is that there's evidence and there's also lack of evidence. Lack of evidence can also support a narrative on either side, right? So, yeah, no, you're all right. Keep asking your questions, man. I'm sure you're not the only one who is not quite sure about certain things, and we're all learning together. So please feel free to ask as many questions as you have. So, but I'm so happy to see you guys here. For anyone who's just now joining us, I was live for like an hour, and I was like, why is there nobody here? And why did ping cord not ping in the Discord? And then I realized that somehow before the stream, I don't know if it got toggled on YouTube or on StreamYard, but somehow it got toggled to private. So I was streaming literally to myself for like an hour. And then I realized that, and then you can't change it. You have to actually end the stream and start a new one and make it public and not private. So that was good. We are professionals, right? For sure. Purdue. I'm going to do this one again just for anyone who's just now joining us. Go. Calling all squirrels. Go. Hey, here come the squirrels. Yay, squirrel crew. So, what? Under the influence of vodka? What are you talking about? So, okay. So yeah, we're going to, again, anyone, including Spencer or anyone else who has questions, feel free to ask them. And yes, the court proceedings are a whole thing. So yeah.
Belief is that it's essentially irrelevant, non-evidence. It doesn't tell us anything. It just tells us that we can't exclude Alexander Woodworth and Jason Mengel. Or actually, it doesn't even tell us that. It says it's inconclusive due to the limited amount of genetic information available.
Okay, so just to reiterate where we're at now, there's this morning housekeeping, obviously says that, but they're arguing about this. The prosecution, okay, has made a motion to exclude evidence from the SANE kit, which was the sexual assault kit that was done. Remember, Ezra had this whole story, right? So there was a swab taken, this one particular swab, and the state has made a motion to exclude the results of that swab because, again, we're going to hear from all the DNA people today. And the reason being, as he's stating, Mr. DeFore is stating, is because the results were inconclusive, okay?
It doesn't exclude them. It doesn't include them. It just doesn't say anything. It's inconclusive. And, Your Honor, and I understand that the court has ruled as it relates to the other matter, but I think that was our understanding of that ruling, and our belief on that is that it essentially meant that there was nothing on this that was relevant. And I think it would be disingenuous, and I think it would be misleading to the jury to tell the jury that the possible contribution of Woodworth and Mengel is inconclusive without telling the jury that it's a mixture of a number of individuals. Because you know, if you tell them it's inconclusive as to two people, they may wonder, well, what does that mean? And certainly the fact that it's a mixture makes that even, number one, it makes it more difficult to determine. And number two, and more importantly, it means that it could be both, could be neither, could be, you know, other individuals. And so you know, that's why we believe the fact that it's a mixture becomes relevant if this becomes admissible and if this comes in. But if it all stays out, then that makes the most sense because it really doesn't mean anything. It doesn't say that Alexander Woodworth is even possibly the contributor to this with any degree of scientific certainty. It's not like it says, for example, with the right upper thigh swab, which is the next item on there, that profile is consistent with the profile of Alexander Woodworth, and then gives a statistical reference of 1 in 1,773 individuals, which is obviously not a very great match, but it's, you know, about the best you can do with YSTR. But this doesn't even say that. It doesn't even say it's 1 in 2. It doesn't even say it's 1 in, it just says we don't know. And to say we don't know is somehow relevant in this case because it doesn't exclude Alexander Woodworth or Jason Mengel is stretching the possibility of relevance.
Okay, what do you guys think? We haven't heard the defense argue yet, but initial thoughts, what do you think? Because you've got a couple minutes here as we listen to the defense, as you can think about your answer to this question. Do you guys think that this motion is going to be granted or not? In other words, do you think this DNA evidence is going to come in? Like, what do you think the judge is going to do?
Mr. Nelson.
Your Honor, don't need to quote 90402, the definition of relevant and probative value. It just needs to have the smallest, slightest possibility. And just so we're clear, I'm referring to DOJ 1832. I know Your Honor made reference to a article. I don't have that filing in front of me, but I think we're talking about the same thing. As the page you're referring to is page 8 of 11, marked DOJ 1832, Your Honor.
Well, it's page 8 of 11, report number 13.
Okay.
But my the DOJ number is 001876 on the page that I have. And
I think there's duplications, but it is page, I'm referring to report number 13, page 8 of 11, about 3/4 of the way down, the bold type, mounds, pubis, swabs.
It's the same. They're just two different copies of the same record in the discovery.
So, Your Honor, as I was asking Your Honor, we're talking about the mounds, pubis, swabs, item W10A. Is that correct, Judge?
yes,
All right. What my intended cross is to deal with the term exclusionary purposes. As Your Honor knows, both the definition of relevancy under 90402 as well as the burden of proof under 140. It's the defense position that the state needs to exclude reasonable hypotheses. And so my cross-examination of Mr. Scott could go something along the lines of this. You had a swab from Ms. McCandless's mounds pubis. You tested that swab. You developed profiles from that swab. As a part of that testing, you then, the profile was suitable for exclusionary purposes only. And as a part of that, you were not able to exclude Alexander Woodworth from that profile. That's the extent of the cross-examination. I don't intend to get into consistent with, because that's not what his opinion is. I don't intend to get into possible contributions, because that's not his opinion. His opinion is the profile is, quote, suitable for exclusionary purposes only. So he tried to exclude Alexander Woodward, and he was not able to exclude Alexander Woodward. I think that's relevant.
Well, okay, so what do you think it is relevant of? And would you please put your microphone on during arguments?
Apologize,
Judge. It is relevant to the defense theory that I think we're going to tie up once it's the defense case, but as we've, I understand it's not evidence, but as I...
Hi, Kat Randall. Happy to see you. You were here. I'm trying to remember which live stream we met you on. Was it Karen Reed? But yes, if this is a new case, I'm happy to see you, and I'm glad that you joined the Discord. If this is a new case to you, this is a new case to most people. This is the first time this has ever been live streamed Gavel-To-Gavel on YouTube with any type of commentary or analysis. In fact, I don't think it's been available on YouTube at all, except for a handful of witnesses. And it's an excellent case, and we're really enjoying covering this. So glad you're here. Ask any questions that you have. And then, of course, if you want to go back on Replay Crew and catch up on the previous episodes, I have really detailed timestamps. So that way, if you want to skip some, I usually try to mark, at least if we go on like the funny tangents and stuff like that, for people that are like, I just want to get to testimony. Understandable. So yes. So, but yeah, glad you're here. Also glad you're here, CC, again. Happy. And I know it bothered. I don't like it either. The mons pubis. I'm not a fan of that, that word or whatever. Words, plural. What was I going to say? Hold on. Let me listen to what I had a thought. Hold on.
laid out in our opening that
Oh yes, this is really interesting. So remember, when they make these opening statements, guys, like I was just saying before with one of Spencer's questions, the only time the attorneys can argue per se in terms of in front of the jury is closing arguments, right? And whenever they're in opening statements, the reason it's called opening statements and then closing arguments is because in opening statements, the point is they are supposed to be stating what they expect the evidence will show. Now, you might be wondering, well, so what happens if they do not that? What happens if they argue, or what happens if they say something, can you object? Well, yes. So you are allowed to object during closing arguments or opening statements, but it's pretty rare. And already that's kind of come up in this case, in this trial, where the defense's opening statements were pushing it in a lot of ways, okay? First of all, it gives every indication that the defendant will testify. Because again, the point being in your opening statements, the evidence will show, right, is the whole idea. And a lot of what the defense was stating, right, quote unquote stating, was things that could only come in through Ezra's testimony. There's no other way to get these things in because it was like from her perspective, right? So again, that gives the first thing that gives the indication she will testify. Second of all, there were things that were objectionable, and I actually commented on that, and I was like, God, why isn't the prosecution objecting? And then it might have been in the last episode we actually heard the prosecution. That's right. It was at the end of the last episode. They had that spicy housekeeping, and the prosecution was like, we could have objected and we didn't, blah blah, and they kind of went at it a little bit, and yeah, they could have objected and it probably would have been sustained. But anyway, what's interesting is that they made a lot of claims, right? And so now we're going to hear him, now that they're getting to the heart of the matter in terms of what really went on with, the quote unquote sexual assault, if there was any, because each side has their own theory. So let's see what they say, the defense.
Alexander Woodworth did things to Ezra McCandless, his hands, his body.
You guys, can you even believe that? Did things to her, his hands, his body, as opposed to what, his mind? Like he didn't try to like use mind power, mind games, psychic stuff. I mean, he didn't do voodoo. Like what he did, like, it reminds me of in depth. You heard the objection unintelligible, and it's like, what did he do to her? It reminds me kind of that.
His use of the knife were in certain places on Ms. McCandless. And the fact that we are proposing that, and the state has taken swabs of Ms. McCandless in those areas where we say he was near or on or there.
Pardon? Near or on or there? It's a bit vague, right? It's unusual. It's unusually vague for this defense attorney, which, I think is kind of significant.
They can't exclude through scientific evidence that what Ms. McCandless will be testifying to is in fact true. It's relevant to that portion of it. Their job is to rule out reasonable hypotheses. We are going to present a reasonable hypothesis. They cannot exclude that based upon this DNA evidence. That's why it's relevant.
Okay, well,
I mean,
again,
I do think the DNA evidence, I do think this should come in. I do think it should come in. I mean, I just,
I'm going to,
All right, so my question though to you guys is, what do you think he's gonna say, right? Because right now he says, his hand is up before he rules. What do you guys think? Is he gonna let it in or not? Any thoughts on this particular DNA evidence? Again, this is the swab from the gross name, Mons pubis, stupid name, from the same kit, right? And again, the results were inconclusive. They couldn't exclude Alex Woodworth or Jason Mangle for that matter, but they were inconclusive. So what do you guys think? Is he going to let it in or not before I hit play? Any thoughts on what you guys are thinking the judge might do? I wonder if Blackwater is still sending her email. You think he's gonna let it in? Okay, we got a yes. We got a yes. Excellent. Anyone else? I have to say I agree. I think he's gonna let it in. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see.
look at this in the light most favorable to your client, and that is the story that in the, I guess the,
Story.
maybe that's a poor choice of words, but what you presented during your opening statement and what an offer proof has been in motions and so forth, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that at no time were her pants removed, that anything in that area related to cutting with a knife through the clothing, and that I haven't heard any proffer or any statement during your opening statement that there was any contact on this date by Mr. Woodworth with your client's Mons pubis.
This is really, so what he's saying, this is important. It's an important distinction. So far, what he's saying that so far, no one from the defense has claimed that Alex actually touched that area of Ezra, which is interesting, right? Because she's claimed, this whole sexual assault defense story thing. I say story, he called it a story, and then he kind of corrected himself. But interesting, right? I mean, of course, you can have it in different ways, but Ezra has not testified yet. Nope. We're way a ways from that because that won't be until the defense's case in chief. So, but we will hear, I believe on the next episode, we will get to hear Ezra's interviews with law enforcement. I say interviews, you could call it interrogation, right? They're all videotaped, and boy, oh boy, are we in for a treat on that. And there's a couple of them. I believe we're going to get to that on the next episode. We're also going to get to Ezra's dad on the next episode. Right. He's not right. So because the defense is leaving it vague on purpose, right? Isn't that interesting? They're being vague. Like I was just pointing that out with even the way this defense attorney was describing it. It's very vague because they're claiming sexual assault, but they're not saying specifically what anything that happened, right? And the other thing I wanted to mention is the part where he mentions the clothing, right? He says that he's saying that not only has the defense so far not claimed that Alex touched her in that region, he's also not heard the defense say that any of her clothes were even removed. Now, why does that matter? Because my thought is that we're going to hear from Ezra herself when she does her interviews / interrogations. My guess is she actually says her clothes were not removed. And So then what's this? How do they work around that? Well, remember, Ezra's clothes were all slashed up. And we're actually going to hear, not only are we going to hear from the DNA analyst, we're going to hear from the expert who matched up her clothing layers with the slashes. And my guess is that the state is suggesting that she slashed up her clothes, right? Because she's trying to make it look like there was a knife fight and a sexual assault. And that the defense is going to say, well, the reason none of her clothes were removed, yet she was sexually assaulted, is because he didn't have to remove her clothes because he slashed them with the knife. So my guess is that they're going to try to use the slashy evidence with the clothing in a way that would suggest that that's how the sexual assault took place without her clothes coming off. And it does make you wonder, like, I guess it was too cold. Like, I don't know. She could have, tried to show up with less clothing on at the farmer's, but I guess instead she just slashed through it all, Anywho. No, what you've heard so far is really as much as it goes to that. Actually, the testimony that was really more about that, you already missed. So if you didn't want to hear it, then yeah, that was when the sane nurse testified. What you've heard right now is really the end of it for this entire episode as far as the nether regions. So, yeah.
I haven't heard a thing about that. Now, I add to that we don't know what type of genetic material it was, and it also indicates a mixture, and the finding is that it is suitable for exclusionary purposes only, and I read that to mean that it's not suitable to include anybody. So there's one person excluded, but the finding is that there's not, or due to the limited amount of genetic information available, that it is simply inconclusive as it relates to the other two individuals listed. Now, when I look at this, I just, when you talk about relevance, in the court's opinion, it doesn't make the proffered testimony. And again, Ms. McCandless has not testified. She does not have to testify. She has an absolute constitutional right to not testify, and we haven't reached that point yet.
However,
but assuming,
I guess this is, however, the defense did make a lot of claims in their opening statements that could only come in through her testimony. So,
that she did, and it was consistent with what counsel has said in opening statement.
Ding ding.
In the court's opinion, this would not make that version of events or her testimony or that, however you want to characterize it, wouldn't make it any more likely or any less likely. We know that Mr. Woodworth was found in her vehicle. I mean, that evidence is.
I actually love hearing this. He's explaining his logic flawlessly here. He's explaining why he's going to let this DNA evidence in, because what he's saying is it doesn't actually prove or disprove either theory. So it's like it's neutral, right? It's like either it's not, like either side can use it how they want, because really it's really kind of neutral, right? Like he's going to say, we know he was in her vehicle, so his DNA should be found, right?
Then we know that they were spending the day together. It wouldn't be a great surprise to find his DNA all over the car. I'm sure with the blood and so on and so forth, you're going to find his DNA. And so that this particular finding, in the court's opinion, if there's any relevance to it at all, the probative value is so small that it is far outweighed by the danger of misleading the jury, confusing the issues, and being misused. So the court is going to exclude, again, the...
Okay, so I'm confused because he's excluding it. Now, I will say, okay, so the defense asks a question about this to the DNA analyst. So I'm wondering, well, let's see what else happens. Either somebody must open the door, which would have to be the state, or let's just see, because they do end up talking about this. They don't go into any more detail than what you've already heard, by the way, for anyone who's wondering. But But if it was excluded, it means they shouldn't even be able to mention it, right?
Report of analysis related to
Yeah,
item
me too.
W10A as previously identified here on the
I
record.
thought he was going to let it in because, again, A, it seems like he would, like it would have been let in, and B, because I heard that question when I was editing the video from the
It
defense.
absolutely has no relevance. But again, your objection is preserved, and I'll, for the record, again, I know that the defense objects to that, but that's, again, preserved for the record.
Interesting.
And I'm not trying to re-argue it, I just want to make clear, so both the portion, two things above that, cervical swabs, that's
Yeah.
excluded, mons pubis is now excluded, so there'll be no reference at all to any testing, anything at all regarding item W3A and item W10A. So there should be no questions whatsoever about those two items, is how I understand Your Honor's ruling to be.
That's consistent with my recollection as it relates to item W3A as well. And this is staying on the same page with
I
that.
guess my only thing is that,
That's a good point. Right. Yeah, of course. Right. And the one thing I love about it too is they make very thorough records. And as for anyone who hasn't seen this live stream with this trial before, one thing that's really unique that you'll get to see is that for every single day of the trial, whenever they do they go outside the presence of the jury, they talk about every sidebar that they have. And it's that's just so unique, right? We get to hear everything they talk about. They go into pretty good detail, right, about what they talk about at sidebar, which is awesome. But I agree. Yeah, the appeal, that's another good thought there.
Alexander Woodworth is excluded from that one, but again, I guess I'm not gonna, I think that's relevant, but to the extent that, we want to just leave it out, that's, I guess, fine.
Well, here's, I guess, from
Your
the
Honor's
court's
already made a
position
ruling about that.
is that if there was testimony, I mean, there's no proffer of evidence at all that that intercourse took place, or that given the events.
The great state of Wisconsin. I don't know why I said it like that. That's not how they say it. They say Wisconsin. Wait, that's not good either. They say like Wisconsin. Like they don't say Wisconsin. They say like Wisconsin, like that kind of. Anyway,
As described.
for anyone who's from there, I'm sorry, I'm butchering your state.
Again, I don't want to call it. I just want to be careful what I call it. I mean,
And I have to say, the other thing that's great too, the lawyering is great on both sides. These defense attorneys are fighting like hell for her, and they're public defenders. The lawyering is great on all sides, and I love this judge. I really do. And there's a lot about this trial that I just love. I love even just in terms of the proceedings itself, right? And the case, but the proceedings are really good. And they really, there's no speaking objections either. I mean, very few. I think maybe we've heard like one, maybe. They do legal objections, and they're very, it's really good for, especially if you're not really all that familiar with trials. This is a really good one to get used to how it should be done, because there's a lot of trials where they're breaking rules left and right. Like Murdoch, my favorite trial, as most of you know, they break all the rules. There's no witness exclusionary rule, right? Like there's a billion things that it could go on. They just don't. They have, but that every state has their own way, and then every court and jurisdiction, every jurisdiction and then court, as in judge, also has their own way of doing things. So there's always gonna be a variety, but this is a really good example of, like, I guess, by the book, if you will. Like they really follow. It's just a good example of what a trial, so that way you can, understand what the rules should be, and then you can recognize when the rules are being broken in other trials. Essentially, I would say.
I don't want to characterize it in a way other than neutral, but if the proffer by the defense, and I'll just say essentially the opening statement was a proffer of evidence, there was no intercourse, there was no penetration, I hadn't heard anything along those lines. As I understand it, what was the defense expects the evidence would show is that there was this event that took place in the back seat of the car, but that no pants were undone, that there was some cutting with a knife through the clothes in the exterior from outside with clothing on, and then Ms. McCandless.
Isn't that wild though? So that's what the defense is saying, that in terms of this sexual assault, allegedly, right? Events took place on the exterior of her clothing with her clothing on. And I mean,
Had the knife, and there was no sexual activity or sexual contact that is proffered to have taken place.
What a great point, right? Because how is it sexual assault if there's no sexual activity?
Essentially, the defense proffer was that it was an attempted sexual assault, but that there was never any contact, any sexual contact or sexual intercourse. And so I think that the evidence related to W3A would only be relevant for the state if there was that claim that intercourse took place. So given the version, again, that you stated on the opening, Mr. Nelson, there would be no expectation to find Mr. Woodworth's DNA in Ms. McCandless's cervix.
I know, right? No contact. You're right. The contact is with the knife. Why? Because Ezra has to have a way to explain the knife wounds, if you want to even call them that, in my opinion, right? Yeah. So does Ezra? We'll find out when we get there, right? Again, this whole trial's not been ever done before on YouTube. So we're going to be learning together, and I'm not getting ahead of anything apart from, the video I'm editing, which is like the next day, right? So like, I'm like just a day, whatever episode we're watching, I'm like editing the video for the next day simultaneously. So I'm not skipping ahead. So I don't know if she does or not. I don't know. We'll find out. Again, I do know, like, her dad does testify, but he's called by the prosecution. Now, the defense could also call him, right? The defense could call her dad as well, in their case in chief. But we will hear from him. He'll be the first witness on the next episode. So yeah, so they're alleging, the defense's theory is like, or what they're suggesting, I guess, is that the sexual the sexual assault, if you will, if you want to call it that, was him using a knife on her or something. And so then I know you're probably thinking, well, how is that sexual assault? Well, their explanation for that has to do with, it just gets into this other theory of, whatever, BDSM and stuff, which, it's gonna, that all this is gonna have to come out through Ezra. There's no other way, right? And it's a stretch, really, in my opinion.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to clarify, Judge. I apologize if I wasn't clear about that. I just wanted to make sure that I knew what the rules were going into this, what the rulings have been. And so if that's Your Honor's ruling, item W3A, we don't talk about. Item W10A, we don't talk about. The defense now would move that item W9A, which is in between those two, for those same reasons, both scientifically, based upon their opinion that it's not suitable for comparisons, as well as just the relevancy arguments. I would ask that W9A be excluded for the same reasons Your Honor's already articulated.
I forgot about the cannibalism. That part's really, thank you for reminding me, because talk about a stretch, right? I mean, really? Like, yeah, thank you. Yeah, the cannibalism, fucking hell, man, that's insane.
Does the state have any objection to that? W9A?
No, 9A is just basic. The only thing that concerns me, Judge,
I'm wondering if maybe the question that I was thinking about, that I was referencing, where they do bring up something from this same kit, maybe that's the thing that is whatever, swab 9A or whatever. Maybe that's the one that is let in that I was thinking about, that we hear later.
It's not a huge concern, but it does concern me a little bit, as the jury did hear that
Nice
that there was,
What do you mean, like in the trial or what?
these swabs taken by the SANE nurse as part of her exam. And I think what would probably be appropriate, there may very well be, and defense may bring in the swab, the next one, which was the upper thigh swab, which is consistent with the odds that I just gave.
Okay, so that might be the one I'm thinking of, the upper thigh swab. Okay, that might be the one. Yeah,
but I think it would be.
Maybe when I was saying how he excludes it, maybe it is actually just completely kept out, and there is no door that's opened, and maybe that was the swab that I heard when I was editing the video.
Appropriate to ask ask just one simple question: were any of the swabs, did they give you anything of any evidentiary value? And the answer would be no. just so that the jury understands it was tested and we didn't get anything.
I think I would object to that question. I don't know when Mr. Scott is going to be testifying, but I would entertain the entering of a stipulation regarding item W3A, W9A, and W10A. I don't have the wording of it right now, but I would certainly entertain something so that we could
Stipulation.
alleviate that concern. I just don't think it should be in a question-answer format.
Fine with a stipulation that there's nothing of evidentiary value in them, that's fine too.
I'm not agreeing to the term "nothing of evidentiary value." That is a term of art that I don't think is accurate, and we can find some other term perhaps, but
Nothing that's relevant.
again,
We're getting
not in a
closer. All right, well, we'll talk about that. When is Mr. Scott going to testify?
He'll be the third witness we're going to have, Your Honor, today.
So that gives you a chance to think about it. But again, as I understand the events, as you know, the evidence is unfolded, that this SANE exam was done and these samples were taken because Ms. McCandless was not able to say what had happened. That's she didn't say. The fact is, she didn't say what happened. So
He's being very careful.
they did the exam
With how he's using words here.
in the event that, again, later she may be able to say what's happened, and so. But the fact of the matter is, when she did say what happened, it didn't include sexual contact or intercourse actually occurring. And that's, I haven't heard anything other than that or anything inconsistent with that. So I think that should be fairly easy to come up with a stipulation in that regard. So.
So my understanding, so the way I interpret that is what he's saying is, if he's saying that so far, as we've heard him say, the defense has not made claims that there was sexual contact in the normal way, right? We've heard the knife thing, right? Whatever. So, so because of that, that's why, actually this makes perfect sense. That's why he's excluding it for relevance. Now it makes sense. He's excluding the results of that SANE kit for relevancy, because those results, from what he's saying, would only be relevant if the defense was actually claiming specifically, or if Ezra had actually claimed specifically that she was, sexually assaulted, I guess you could say, in a normal way, because she's still trying to say she was, but that there was no contact. So anyway, but that would mean then is that, let's say that Ezra takes a stand as an example, right? And she does make that claim, then that DNA evidence would become relevant. She was in custody during the trial. Yep. So I'm on the side of, I can reach a not guilty, on the side of, I'm not sure I understand your comment. If you can clarify on that one. And then, right, that's right, yes. Which, I mean, if you don't have a good plan, if you murder, like if you're going to murder somebody and you don't have a good plan for how you're going to explain what happened, I guess that's like an obvious approach to take, right? Like, I don't know what happened, right? Because you're less likely to get yourself into trouble if you don't, the more details, as we know, right? The more details you give, then you can run into trouble there, right? So yeah.
We'll then probably take a break and finalize that before Mr. Scott testifies. Okay.
That's fine.
And with that, are you ready for your...
One other thing, Judge, we'd just be asking the court to take judicial notice that the conversion from kilograms to pounds is to multiply kilograms by 2.
So here, this is in reference to the testimony that we heard from Dr. Tillotson on the last episode about Ezra's weight. Now, why does this matter? I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say, I think potentially that Ezra weighed more than Alex at the time. And I think you guys can probably figure out why that matters, right? Because of the claims of what happened and whatever. I would imagine that that's the case, potentially.
2.2 and you get pounds.
Any objection to that? That's my understanding. Just take your,
I don't know how that's relevant.
well, but the court can take judicial notice of things that are on dispute.
It's
I'm familiar with
relevant.
that. I've done the calculation hundreds of times myself. You take 2.2 times the kilograms and you get pounds.
And it's relevant because we introduced the weight of the defendant at the hospital in kilograms. And so we want to be able to convert that to pounds so the jury understands what that meant.
All right.
That's the relevance.
Does the defense dispute that is, I mean, I think that's beyond,
Don't dispute the equation, no.
okay, all right.
Maybe it's not relevant. I believe it's in the medical records, the weight, and then
In kilograms.
No, I think the medical records shows the weight in another form. I know Ms. Vishny wants to talk about that. There's also another thing she wanted to correct on the record regarding some comments she made yesterday about the DNA that I want to give her that chance. I need to go to the bathroom. And I don't know if we're going to get a break before the jury comes in. If we're not, I could choose this time to run out and take care of business. Or
All right, why don't you take care of business? Anybody else?
Yeah, let me just, Mr. Nelson doesn't need to have to be here, but the kilograms to crowns and taking judicial notice, I would argue that's not relevant because basically what Dr. Tillotson said is he doesn't know where her weight came from, and there's no testimony that she was actually weighed by anybody at the hospital. So as far as we know, that's an estimate. So there's no real reason to draw any attention to that because there's no testimony that shows that that was actually her weight at the
Yeah, everybody apparently needs to go to the bathroom at this juncture because we're going to hear them say something about that again.
time, even though in the chart, that was said. So that's the reason why I'm opposing having that court take judicial notice of it. Does that make sense, Judge?
Well, it makes,
I'm not sure if I'm making myself
it
clear.
makes some sense, but,
He's like, no, but
Okay,
no.
I just want to make sure that my position is clear.
For the
okay,
record.
well, if, understood. But
Okay.
the court is going to take judicial notice that
He's like, it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense. Like, I understand what you're saying, but
the formula, if you will, is, there's,
here's what it is.
kilogram is 2.2 pounds.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that fact.
And so, frankly, I understand you don't believe it's relevant. I don't know if this weight's going to come up in some other way, but I'm going to make judicial notice that is the
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I understand the court's ruling.
I know. And what's so funny about it though is how she's like trying to act like there is any sense to be made out. She's like, yeah, I just want to make sure I'm making myself clear. It's like, come on now, you're not. You know that what you're saying is complete BS.
I just wanted to briefly state that yesterday I said something about whether or not YSTR could be sent for probabilistic genotyping, and I have investigated that, and in fact, it cannot. So it's really got nothing to do with what's happening in front of the jury, but I just want to correct myself.
Okay,
Thanks.
very good. All right, then.
I do appreciate that. So what she's saying is she had, and I remember when she made that, she actually said, I don't really know for sure, but I think blah, blah. She went and did some research. She found out she was wrong, what she said about this testing. And so I do appreciate that she's able to admit that she was wrong, and it wasn't even a point of issue. It didn't even have to be done, but I do appreciate that she did that. That's, it's always a good thing.
Ms. Mc-
It's a specific type of DNA testing with the P, whatever letters it was, PCR or P, whatever it is, YTR. Anyway, she had mentioned the testing that involves like star mix, which I've heard it about in other trials and stuff. And she had said something about that testing. And when whenever she was talking about it, she was like, I don't know for sure, but I think it can be done. And then she found out it couldn't be done. So she was just correcting herself. So
McCandless, does she need to use the restroom at all?
here we go.
Yeah, she says she does.
Okay, so if we could, we'll take care.
He is always very conscientious of that. Like, I love that, right? Presumption of innocence. He always asks, does Ezra need to go use the bathroom? Like, whenever there's, in order for him to decide, we're going to take a break.
That we'll take a 5-minute recess. And,
Okay. Guys, this is my favorite witness of all time. I just have to say, you guys were in for such a treat. I love this. I love this.
Can you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Get ready.
Rich Day, D-A-Y.
What is your occupation?
I'm a sergeant with the Dunn County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 15 years.
During that time, have you received any specialized training with respect to death investigations or the handling of evidence?
Yes.
Could you briefly describe that training for the jury?
During my time with the Investigations Division of the Sheriff's Office, I've received between 2 to 2.5 weeks of death investigation training. I've attended, I've attended a 40-hour basic evidence technician custodian training.
On March 23rd of 2018, did you learn that there was a deceased male located?
This dude is my favorite dude. And y'all, okay, I'm gonna say, well, you'll see why. Here.
Near a field drive off of 430th Avenue.
I did.
What did you do after you received that information?
I responded to the scene after verifying location, responded to the scene, assisted in securing the scene, initiated a crime scene entry exit log to verify accountability on those entering the scene.
And do you recall calling the Department of Justice
He's also got a very fancy, like, look at all the shit on his uniform.
or other entities to assist with this investigation?
I did.
And why did you call the Department of Justice?
The Department of Justice has a crime lab scene response team that specializes in scene processing, evidence collection. It's their specialty.
And do you recall meeting with those Department of Justice crime investigators on March 23rd, 2018?
Yes.
And do you recall them?
Oh, no, not at all. Yeah, but that's fine. Go for it. I will say that the part about what he's here for, I think, is less about testimony and more about handling the evidence, as you will see very shortly. And that's the part that, when I say he's my favorite witness, it's when we get to that part. He doesn't, I feel like he does less talking, but you'll see what I mean. Is that
Examining some footprints on the muddy field drive?
Yes.
Do you also recall them placing flags in those footprints?
Yes.
And are those the flags in the footprints as you recall seeing them?
Yes.
And then turning to Exhibit 565. And are those
he is
the
all
footprints
blinged
from a
out.
different view?
Yes.
Oh, and just wait, the blinged out, you guys, I'm not going to spoil it. We're going to see it very soon. It's amazing.
And what position would you be standing in this photograph?
This would be from the top of that hill facing back to the north.
And is the north the roadway?
North is
Yeah, those
430th
little-
Avenue,
Those
yes.
little flags are where
Thank
the
you.
council footprint.
And can you explain for the jury what you do with evidence when you receive it?
In a normal case, the handling deputy that takes the case completes the property inventory form, submits it to be changed from temporary storage to permanent storage. That comes through the evidence custodians. I am one of the evidence custodians for our department. Items that they bring in get placed into a temporary locker. I remove them from a temporary locker into a more permanent storage.
And why are these property inventory records drafted?
To establish what evidence is taken in by our department as well as maintain chain of custody.
And were you generally in charge of the evidence in this case?
Yes.
And do these accurately reflect the property inventory records?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 203 into evidence.
It's 203.
Yes.
Okay, any objection to Exhibit 203?
Evidence
Yes.
custodian, yes, indeed.
Irrelevant, 403, happy to approach on the side or take it up later.
Tell you what, we'll take that up. I'll just withhold ruling on that at this point. Okay.
And as part of your duties in this case, do you recall receiving and placing into evidence the defendant's clothes?
Yes.
Here we go, guys.
Sergeant, if you could start with,
Y'all, I'm gonna get this. rid of this banner so we don't miss any of this glory. Do you guys see this shit? He's wearing safety goggles. You guys, I cannot. He's got his safety. Oh my God. This is my favorite person. Oh my God.
Exhibit number 221, a pair of gray leggings.
Okay. Now we're going to see him glove up, as they say a bunch of times. And it's amazing every time. And look at all this shit he's got on his belty thing.
Are those the same leggings you recall from this case?
Oh my God.
Yes.
And if you could
I know.
publish them for the jury, if you could lift them up.
He takes this super serious. This is my favorite thing. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love this.
And then if you could also flip it around.
Got
Perfect.
safety goggles, guys.
Thank you.
This is the guy who, if I had to guess, was probably the hall monitor in school and wrote everybody a ticket when they went to go use the bathroom. This is that dude. It's just my personal opinion. Now watch this part. This is one of my favorite parts. Oh, look.
All right. And then
I don't know why it's so funny.
after you get your new gloves on, we'll
I mean, by the way, I cut a ton. Like this one, you guys, for each piece of evidence, the dead silence while he just unpacks and repacks I cut a ton of it. I just left some. Just know that each one is like 20 minutes or something.
move to exhibit 222. I believe it was
Got change gloves.
on your property inventory record, item 31, a paper bag containing a blue button-up long sleeve shirt with white spots.
An hour later.
And is that the same blue button-up with white spots you remember from this case?
Yes.
So next will be exhibit 223, a blue and white plaid button-up shirt, your evidence item number 32.
So careful with the scissors. I just want so safe with the scissors. I just watch. Folding that over. Fold it over. So much. You guys, I love this. I don't know why. I love it. You know what? I have to say, Kat Randall has a good question. I don't know. Let's rewind it so we can watch it again and learn which exhibit this is. I'm just I'm glad you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. You're going to rewind
3,
this.
a blue and white.
Hold on, I didn't go back far enough. We need to hear what exhibit it is.
3, a blue and white.
Very good. Excellent.
All right. And then after you get your new gloves on, we'll move to exhibit 222.
222 is the blue
I
and white
believe it was
spot.
on your property inventory record, item 31, a paper bag containing a blue button-up long sleeve shirt
I went
with
back a
white
little bit too far.
spots.
That's okay. I love that you're keeping track of these evidence exhibit numbers.
And is that the same blue button-up with white spots you remember from this
Watch
case?
it again.
Yes.
Okay.
Next will be Exhibit 223, a blue and white
There you go.
plaid button-up shirt, your evidence item number 32.
Oh God. Oh, I love it. The way he folds this shit is my favorite thing. So slowly and carefully. And then he slides the thing. I could not do this. I will just say, I could not do this like this. I would have to just carry it over. I mean, I know you can't. That's why I don't have to show. I mean, it's incredible. It's really something to me. I love it. Excellent.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I would butcher the evidence, definitely.
And the next item will be Exhibit
No doubt about that.
224, paper bag containing a yellow tiger shirt, your exhibit number 33.
Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. I forgot about this part. This is a good one. We have a little treat on this one.
Sergeant, can I see that? Is it? It's inside out. Can you put it right side?
Oh no, he has to
Inside out?
flip it the other way. This takes like an hour, by the way. We're gonna see a bit of it. Oh God, I can't. You guys. Ta-da! Wow.
Thank you. And the next exhibit will be number 225, paper bag containing jeans, your inventory property number 35.
On point with that one right there. Yes, he does. He carefully folds all the shit. Yes, well said. Guys. And nothing said. Yeah, I love this so much. I love it.
Sergeant, why do you have so many pieces of paper wrapped in these?
When items are
Okay.
viewed,
We have to watch this again. This is one of my favorite parts. Because she's asking the question that, again, y'all have to realize how much of this I cut because it really, I love watching it, but it really is a lot of time. And in order to get to the DNA witness and shit, otherwise this would have been the entire episode. But that the jury, she's asking this question because she can tell that the jury's got to be sitting there this is taking forever, but he's doing it correctly, right? You don't want to speed this process up. You don't want to rush it, but it's just so funny because she's asking this question because it's everyone's wondering, right? So let's just see again. Hold on. Let me go to the right spot because it's really the timing of it is what's really great here.
Sergeant, why do you have so many pieces of paper wrapped in these?
when items are viewed by prosecution, by defense, removed from evidence to photograph, when they're taken out, they're laid out on a clean piece of white paper. When it's repackaged, we keep those pieces of paper in case trace evidence, dirt, hairs, fibers, anything like that should fall off, and then it's all retained.
Okay, thanks.
So what I meant by the timing is because again, you guys don't know, like, I guess I say that because I know how long of a time it was. It's like by the time they got to these pants, the amount of time for each item, and then the pants especially, like again, I cut so much of it. It was almost like excruciatingly slow, but I think it's hilarious. But like in other words, it's like you're it's like watching paint dry, right? Like that you could feel that this question needed to be asked. But again, I know that that's hard to tell because I cut some of it. But it was like, it's how else do I explain it? Hopefully that makes sense. Like she asked it because it was like getting to the point where it's like someone's going to have to explain why, because the paper is what's making it take so long. Well, just the paper, within the bag, and all that, right? And the other reason it's funny is because you're going to see, because this is going to, as we go along here, I think the attorneys actually kind of find it funny in a way. You'll see more of this as it goes along with him, but he is so super serious. And that's part of why it's so funny to me, is because he has no sense of humor at all about it. And he's just very super serious and so like diligent with his job. Again, hall monitor type. And so, but like everybody else is, at least the attorneys seem to think it's kind of funny in a way. So.
Thank you. Okay, and then the last item will be Exhibit 226, paper bag containing a gold sweater, property inventory number 36.
He really does need to get a job at the gas, though. That was spot on. Oh no, I think everybody's got a sense of humor about this, except for this evidence custodian. He doesn't. He's just doing his job super serious. I think everybody else has got it. I would imagine is like they're like laughing on the inside. I know, right?
All right, Mr. Nelson, are you going to do cross-examination?
It gets even better.
Can we approach it, just have a
Look
question
at how he
about
stands there.
how I want to deal with the evidence? I want to run it by Your Honor before I do so.
All right.
Dude, I love it.
Before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, just note that
You see, so they just went and had a little chat, and the judge is putting things on the record in front of the jury about the stipulation. You will notice he has not left the evidence's side. No one even points that out. I just now noticed it. He stands I'm thinking, why is he not going back to the witness stand? He won't leave the evidence. It's like his life's work. I mean, this is, you see it. He stands there with the goggles on, with the gloves, hands folded and crossed, like right in front of him. He's not going to leave the side. Like the evidence is like, he's not leaving its side. It's amazing.
the court is
He's standing
going
right
to or
there.
has received Exhibit 203 in evidence, a property inventory sheet. And just note that for the record. Okay, Mr. Nelson, you ready?
Thank you. Mr. Day, I want to ask you some questions about the evidence that you just went through and have you pull out some items. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So first I want to start with the T-shirt, which I believe is Exhibit 224. And you're going to have Mr. Moen here help you with that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So he's got an assistant, and guess what? He made the assistant put on safety goggles.
The plan is for you to,
Better. Now we have
you and
two.
Mr. Moan, to pull those out of evidence, and then I'm gonna ask you to point out, what, if any, defects you see on the items of evidence, okay?
I love this so much.
Mr. Day, you can see on the screen the photo, exhibit 639, you see that?
Yes.
And that appears to be a photo of the item of evidence that you have there in front of you, exhibit 224, is that correct?
Correct.
Could you have perhaps Mr. Moen pick it up and you and I go to the other side? Is there, on the screen there, you're able to see a red circle that points out a defect, is that right?
That's correct.
Is there such a defect on that shirt?
There is.
Can you point that out in a way that all the jurors could see? I know there's one juror here.
Five. We have two of them
Perhaps
now.
put your hand underneath to just show the,
I know. This is the strand.
Small tear,
My-
approximately
This is
3/4
my
of an inch.
favorite thing.
Okay.
I love this.
and there on my red dot is approximately where it's at?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to eventually ask you some questions about what that defect is in relation to some of the other pieces of clothing, so to just keep that in mind. We might need to open it back up, but I wanted to just remind you that now. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Next, I wanted to ask you then about Exhibit 222, the blue button-up shirt. Mr. Day, on the screen behind you or the screen in front of you, you see Exhibit 640 that appears to be a picture of the blue button-up?
Yes.
And that's the same button-up that you previously opened up, that's Exhibit 222, is that right?
Yes.
Because we're opening up right now. You could have Mr. Moen pick that up so that the front is visible.
I love that. I love that Mr. Nelson knows better than to go like anywhere near this fucking evidence with these two around. It's like touch it and you die. Like you pay with your life if you go near this evidence. If you don't have the, if you are not authorized, if you're not so authorized with gloves, double gloves. Sorry, because I failed to point this out. They're double gloved, by the way, and safety goggles. Like touch it and die.
To the juror. Mr. Moen, is there any chance you could, I know you're, there you go. Could you just show the right side to begin with? I know you have the whole, so I just want to see this, if there's a way that you could hold it so we can see the right side completely. Here we go. So there's obviously some defects on this shirt, is that right, Mr. Day?
Yes.
Is there, obviously there's one big visible defect, is that right?
Yes.
I'm gonna leave that for last. I want to talk about some of the smaller defects. I know we see one on the photo in that area. Is that on the shirt as well?
Yes.
Can you?
Now, here's why. Here again, just why do the defects, right? Just to point out, like in terms of why they matter, in terms of the evidence and what's going to happen. Because next we're going to have the DNA analysts who are going to talk about the DNA that's found, where these defects are, and then again, the last witness that we have of the day is going to actually take these different layers of clothing and like overlay them with he has a certain process for that to match up the defects. So yeah.
Show that to the jury.
Yeah. Oh, this takes forever on this one.
That's in this area here, where the red dot is. There's a defect on the bottom of the shirt.
Yes.
And then just to your right, to the center of the shirt, there's a second defect. Is that correct?
Again,
Yes.
And then up here on the
spot, and you know what's so funny thinking about him working at the Gap, being able to spot defects in the clothing would also make him a great candidate to work at the Gap. But also, he's going to be asked questions too by this defense attorney about the type of fabric and how much stretch it has and shit like that. Again, makes him a great candidate for Gap.
the top, is this an additional defect in this area?
Yes.
And then we have a fourth defect, this large hole in the shirt, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that the t-shirt, you saw there was a defect in the t-shirt as well, correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be in about the same place if somebody was wearing it as the defect in the middle of the shirt that my red dot's on right now, just below and to the outside of the large hole in the shirt?
Can you flip back to that last photo?
Sure. now, Exhibit 639 is on the screen.
Same area. The defect here appears to be horizontal, where that one appears to be vertical.
Okay, so obviously it would depend on the manner in which the person was wearing it. And whether there's any dynamic movement by that person at the time that the defect is done, correct? So it's consistent with being probably any of these 4 holes. Would that be fair to say?
It's in that area.
Okay. Now on the large hole in there appears to
I
be
love
some.
that the assistant does not say a word, except what's funny is the defense attorney just asked him a question at some point, but I don't know that he answers it. We'll see.
Reddish brown stains in the area around the hole, is that correct?
Yes.
This here where I'm showing on the dot, does that appear to be a reddish brown stain?
Yes.
And does there appear to be any on the button side of it at all?
There's a small amount down here by my
Okay.
thumb.
And I'm gonna put the picture back up so we can, I'm not sure if everybody can see because you're multitasking in a fantastic way, but I just want to make sure you were pointing out down in this area. Okay, which on the screen here corresponds to this area generally. You can want the pointer, you're welcome to have the pointer, sir. Right there? Okay. Can you pull the flap out from under that and pull that or turn that around so that it's, so to speak, right side out? Now first, can you just turn to the side and find some way, on the outside of that flap, if it was back and attached, are there some red and brown stains on that, outside of that?
Yes.
And is that in this area right here?
Right here, yes.
Which, if I'm on the screen, is this area right here?
Correct.
Okay, and that's on the inner right side near the, as we're looking at it, orientated to us, on the right side of that cut as you're looking at it, towards the top near the middle of the shirt. Is that fair?
Yes,
And that's a red and brown stain, correct?
it is.
And does that extend around to the back side of that? If you flip that over, can you see that same red and brown stain on the inside of that shirt?
Yes,
And so it's both on the outside and the inside of that shirt, correct?
correct.
And fair to say you're not able to determine whether that red and brown stain
That's the point.
soaked through or whether they're,
In case you're wondering what's his point, because I'm sure I was. That's what he was getting to, is the fact of the matter that you can't tell if the blood came from how the blood, like, it was, well, let me just play it because he's asking the question.
it came around on the outside. You're not able to determine that, agreed?
I am not.
You just know that there's a red and brown stain on both sides of that. I don't know, what do we want to call this piece that's hanging there, this hanging cut? What's a better term for it? You probably have a technical term for that?
I don't.
Okay,
That's
so that hanging piece of cloth, there's a red and brown stain on both.
I'm sorry. You probably have a technical term for that. He says I don't. Let me hear that again. Oh my god. I just love it. I love it so much. Let's see, where was it?
Cut as you're looking at it, towards the top near the middle of the shirt. Is that fair?
Yes,
And that's a red and brown stain, correct?
it is.
And does that extend around to the back side of that? If you flip that over, can you see that same red and brown stain on the inside of that shirt?
Yes,
And so it's both on the outside and the inside of that shirt, correct?
correct.
And fair to say you're not able to determine whether that red and brown stain soaked through or whether it came around on the outside. You're not able to determine that, agreed?
I am not.
You just know that there's a red and brown stain on both sides of that. I don't know, what do we want to call this piece that's hanging there, this hanging cut? What's a better term for it? You probably have a technical term for that?
I don't.
Okay, so that hanging piece of cloth, there's a red and brown stain on both the inside and the outside of that, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Kat Randall, for your super sticker. Thank you so much. Static versus, so my pausey thing is blocking. Okay, static versus dynamic movement is class kinetics. Right, I know, yeah. Thank you so much.
And then I want to ask you some more questions about this red and brown, that stain in particular. And thank you, Mr. Moen. Appreciate your involvement in this. On the out, I want to get to this right here. Is there a red and brown stain in this area here?
Yes.
And that's, again, on the inside of that piece of cloth as it flopped over, there's a red and brown stain, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you pull that up, the piece of cloth up, is there a corresponding red and brown stain on the outside of that piece of cloth?
No.
There is not. Okay.
Faintly visible.
Faintly visible, as if it's coming through the shirt from the inside to the out.
Possibility.
Okay. And if you can drop that down again then. Then if you can just open the shirt so it, in this manner. Is there any red and brown stains on the inside of this shirt?
Yes.
Right here where I'm pointing?
Correct.
And does that have a corresponding red and brown stain on the outside of the shirt in the same area?
Yes.
Okay. And again, whether that seeped through or whether that just came, there's two different stains, you don't know. Agreed? All right. Thank you. You doing all right? If I want to see the other side of the shirt here.
You guys, that part where he asked the dude, he's like, I watched that so many times when I was editing this video. I was like, oh my God, I've watched it again. I think what he's getting at is he's like making sure the dude's arms aren't getting tired because he's just been standing there for so long holding his shirt. Hold on, let me play that again.
Is there any red and brown stains on the inside of this shirt?
Yes.
Right here where I'm pointing?
Correct.
And does that have a corresponding red and brown stain on the outside of the shirt in the same area?
Yes.
Okay. And again, whether that seeped through or whether that just came, there's two different stains, you don't know. Agreed? All right. Thank you. You doing all right?
Because the shirt is so heavy. This whole thing is just, I just love
If
it.
I want to see the other side of the shirt here.
Like, no, my arms are gonna
Now
fall
we're going to be
off.
looking at these red and brown stains here on the left side of the shirt as the person is wearing it along the middle place where you put the buttons in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are those same red and brown stains visible on the shirt that?
I mean, all I have to say is, did they warn him ahead of time? This helper, Mr. Assistant guy, did they warn him ahead of time that he should stretch, limber up, before coming into work today? I don't know, because I mean, this is quite the task.
You look at here,
Yes.
Exhibit 222, correct? Can you point those out?
Gentlemen, are you all able to see?
Yeah, she moves.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
I mean, talk about courtroom theater. Literally, this is a show. And I think that's part of why he's doing this as well. This honestly, I mean, because I'm enjoying watching. I mean, this is as much of a show as you could expect, as you could ever ask for in a trial, really. Look, because he even brought in an assistant. I mean, just to add to it, right? We've got props, we've got costumes, we've got, secondary characters, if you will, assistants. I mean, I love it.
Yes, and the large one up on top,
Okay.
corresponding to the large one on top there. And the smaller one, a little more towards the outside on the bottom.
And that corresponds to the one we see in this photo here,
Correct.
about the third button down that we can see. Is that about right?
Yes.
Directly across from the hole in the shirt, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then I want to ask you just a little bit about the left sleeve, okay? There's a there's a defect in the left sleeve. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can you just point that out to the jury and show them so they can see the size of that? Again, I'm going to ask you some questions about that in comparison to some of the other items. I understand you don't have a ruler with you, and this is a guesstimate, but what would be your approximate?
Part two.
Again, I think there's more specific measurements
that's how
later,
long
but
it
right
is.
there, how big does that defect appear to be?
Approximately 1.5 inches.
Okay. Thank you. Those are only
So as soon as he said, just use your best estimate. I'm sure you don't have a measuring tape or something like that on you. And I guarantee you he does. I guarantee you he does. I guarantee you he does have that on him somewhere.
Questions I have about Exhibit 222. Next, I want to ask you about Exhibit 226, which is the gold sweater.
So Kat Randall saying, I feel like I could get anyone off that didn't say I did it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the good thing, right? Because, presumption of innocence, and I guess it shows that you have an eye perhaps for the details that, that would matter for someone's presumption of innocence. Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of sweater, I need to pull my ticker back up so I can count my sweaters. Down to edit it.
While they're doing that, I'm going to display
While they're
Exhibit
doing that.
619,
While they're
which
doing
was previously admitted the photo of the gold sweater.
Well, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me pull this down. We have to appreciate the way they just teamworked the shit out of this. Hold on. The way they slide this evidence together, it's like they've practiced this. It's like they've rehearsed this.
Exhibit 619, which was previously admitted the photo of the gold sweater.
Amazing. Amazing. Look. I am thoroughly impressed. More gloves. The way he does the gloves with the little snap and then cracks his knuckles. We'll have to watch that one again. This is just pure gold to me. I just love this so much.
Exhibit 619, which was previously admitted the photo of the gold sweater. Hold that up and display the front of it for the jurors, please. Mr. Day, on the front of that, along the area where it's cut, you see on the screen here the photo of the same sweater?
Yes.
Along the outside of that defect as well as along the inside of that defect, when you look at the shirt itself, fair to say not the picture, but once you look at the shirt, there are no red or brown stains visible along those lines. Agreed?
Agreed.
And same with the other side of it, that there are no red and brown stains that are visible along those lines. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you're familiar with the investigation in this case?
Yes.
You aware whether this sweater was at any time tested from a DNA standpoint?
I would have to look at the evidence transmittal forms to see if this was an item that went to the crime lab.
Okay. And some items go to the crime lab and don't get tested, right? So just because it went there doesn't mean it was tested. Agreed? All right. And then I want to ask you about, so it might seem obvious, but I need to ask, the large defect that splits this sweater in half, is that in the same area? If somebody were wearing that over the top of the blue button-up Exhibit 222, which is now displayed on the screen, is that in the same area that would expose those defects that we pointed out on the blue button-up?
It would be consistent with the right hemisphere of the body, right side of the button line.
Okay, all right. And then I want to ask about the left arm there. There's a defect in the left arm, is that right?
Yes.
If you could put your hand in there to show the size of that defect. First off, you would agree that this defect appears to be larger than the defect in the left arm on the blue button. Agreed?
Yes.
Again, I understand it's a guesstimate and you don't have a ruler with you,
what would you estimate the size of that defect to be?
I bet that's
4.5 to 5 inches, depending on how the sweater is stretched.
Okay. All right, those are the only questions I have about that. I am going to ask you questions next about the blue flannel, and I'm going to maybe ask you about the size of the sweater in comparison to the blue flannel. So if you want to hold that up to get a picture, I understand that there's a size tag on there, but
Size of the shirt itself?
know the size as your eye perceives it. The size on the shirt itself says XS, is that correct?
Correct.
Which, based upon your training and experience, would lead you to believe it's extra small.
Correct.
While they're doing that, Judge, I'm going to display Exhibit 632, which is the previously admitted photo of the same piece of evidence.
And I wonder if are you saying the excess? I'm wondering if the if he asked that, because again, the whole weight thing, if that comes up with her weighing potentially weighing more than he did at the time, if that's why he brought up the excess. Glove exchange. So I don't know what was wrong with the glove exchange. I don't think I know enough about it to let me back it up and see. I don't know. I don't even know what to look for. Let's see here.
The size on the shirt itself says XS, is that correct?
Correct.
Which, based upon your training and experience, would lead you to believe it's extra small.
Correct.
While they're doing that, Judge, I'm going to display Exhibit 632, which is the previously admitted photo of the same piece of evidence.
I would look. Can you elaborate? Because I don't think I have enough knowledge on how evidence. Like, you seems like you must have some experience with this. Okay, I'll go back a little bit more and see.
To be larger than the defect in the left arm on the blue button. Agreed?
Yes.
Again, I understand it's a guesstimate and you don't have a ruler with you. What would you estimate the size of that defect to be?
4.5 to 5 inches, depending on how the sweater is stretched.
Okay. All right, those are the only questions I have about that. I am going to ask you questions next about the blue flannel, and I'm going to maybe ask you about the size of the sweater in comparison to the blue flannel. So if you want to hold that up to get a picture, I understand that there's a size tag on there, but
Size of the shirt itself?
know the size as your eye perceives it. The size on the shirt itself says XS, is that correct?
Correct.
Which, based upon your training and experience, would lead you to believe it's extra small.
Correct.
While they're doing that, Judge, I'm going to display Exhibit 632, which is the previously admitted photo of the same piece of evidence.
Well, I know.
Now opening up Exhibit 223, is that right?
Yes.
And that's labeled the plaid shirt that's also displayed up on the screen, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if you could hold that up and display the,
So yeah, so if you're saying edit, because there's I show whenever because there's, like I've said it, I've pointed it out a bunch of times, they take forever. So there's a ton of edits. I mean, by just cutting the dead silence, right? You know, I left a lot of it in, but I mean, they take like 20 minutes on each piece of evidence. But I do the little swipey thing so that it, you know, you can see that there's an edit, and sometimes Court TV actually has an edit and does the same type of swipey thing. Like when there's a sidebar, for example. But anyway, yeah, the edits are on purpose though. These videos are not, this is not just like streamed from, so these are not, just as a reminder, this isn't on YouTube. Like, so I actually get these videos. I got these videos from the Court TV archive. I have to actually like save them onto my computer. And then I actually, as you can see, the videos are edited because I have text at the top, right? It's actually way more work than to just play it as is. But the reason being that it saves everybody time from, you know, again, like sitting there when there's nothing happening. And, you know, again, I add text and whatever. So yeah.
Front of that. Fair to say, based upon your investigation and your observation of this shirt before as well as now, there are not defects to the front of the shirt in any manner. Agreed?
So like right
Small
there,
cut down here.
Okay.
like literally that was just him taking more time to look for another cut for the cut. So you could see this, you could actually see the swipe pretty clearly there, but it was like 30 seconds, right? Of him just nothing happening. So
And you said you used the word cut. There's a defect, agreed?
Defect.
How that was caused, may have been a cut, may have been something else, you're not sure. Okay.
yeah, so again, it's just, you know, trying to save you guys time, right, with that.
Okay. And now on
That's
the
why,
shirt,
as you can see, so like that took forever. He was just looking to make sure there weren't any more, and there weren't. So, but that was like, that's the reason they were, you know, I show those edits, like, because it just show that time is elapsing. That's part of the point.
it's on the picture, there's what appears to be a red and brown stain that I'm pointing at. Do you see that on the screen?
Yes,
Is there a corresponding mark on the front of the flannel shirt?
there is.
And then there appears to be, yes, you're pointing to that out right now. Along the bottom hem of the shirt, there also appears to be mud, perhaps, or dirt of some sort, or it's at least dirty and brown and caked.
Correct.
And there may or may not be red and brown stains along the hem of that. Can you tell?
No.
Okay. How about on the other side? Anything obvious? And I think the crime lab people are gonna come here later, but just.
Okay. It's possible that this could be a reddish brown stain. Hard to tell between that and dirt.
And so, as I'm looking up at the shirt on the screen, the shirt is not open on the screen, but if it'd be on the inside of approximately where my button is that fair to say? Where the red button is?
Pretty close, yes.
And if you could just turn and maybe display that, am I in the general vicinity there?
Yep. Yes.
All right, and then up above that is the inside of the previous red and brown stain that you pointed out is visible from the front of the shirt, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, and then if we can go to the left side of the shirt, again, I know, we're gonna get to the arm, I know there's defects to the arm, but on the left side of the front of the shirt, are there any visible defects?
No.
And there appears to be left side, similar to the right, that there's some brown dirt caked on there. So we don't know the substance, but it appears at least right now as dried mud or dirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any, other than the mud and the dirt, do you see any red or brown stains that might be something else?
Some red and brown stains right in this area here.
And that's on the bottom portion of that left side of the front of the shirt. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm
But-
feel free to share. I'm curious what your thoughts are. It seems like you have some experience with maybe stuff related to this, which is awesome. We've got a lot of different people that are in the Squirrel crew that have different backgrounds, different professions and experience. And I love it because, you know, it's always awesome to have that type of knowledge and input from different people. So feel free to share.
3 to 4 inches from the top, from the bottom of the shirt. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is it, again, if you open it up and you see any corresponding marks on the inside of that that are of note?
More dirt in that same area as the front. Doesn't appear any reddish brown slates.
Okay, so now I want to ask you questions about the left arm. There's a defect to the left arm, is that right?
Yes.
Can you display that to the jury perhaps with your, come on over. Can I stand on this side, Judge?
Yes.
There appear to be one large hole where your hand is sticking out, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's larger than the hole, would you agree, on the gold sweater?
Yes, it appears to be.
How big would you estimate that hole to be?
Around 6 inches.
Okay, and then there's a second defect further up the sleeve, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would appear to be how large?
Approximately 2 inches.
Okay, and if you recall from the gold sweater I'm going to display on the screen, there was a second defect on the gold sweater in approximately the same place on the gold sweater as the second defect is on the flannel shirt, is that right?
Yes.
And the defect on the gold sweater was smaller than the second defect on the flannel shirt, would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Those are the only questions I have about that shirt. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't. Would you agree that this shirt, this blue shirt exhibit?
Just let the lawyer walk behind him. Yeah, let me back that up a second. So let's see.
A second defect further up the sleeve, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would appear to be how large?
Approximately 2 inches.
Okay, and if you recall from the gold sweater I'm going to display on the screen.
You just walked behind him right there. Is that what you were referring to here with your question?
There was a second defect on the gold sweater in approximately the same place on the gold sweater as the second defect is on the flannel shirt, is that right?
Yes.
And the defect on the gold sweater was smaller than the...
A little further, okay. Are they not supposed to walk behind, or I'm not quite sure like what the implication?
Reddish brown slates.
Okay, so now I want to ask you questions about the left arm. There's a defect to the left arm, is that right?
Yes.
Can you display that to the jury perhaps with your... Come on over.
Are you calling him the new?
Can I stand on this side, Judge?
Yes.
There appear to be one large...
Huh. Okay. Yeah. Can I see it on? So. I don't know why he asked to stand on this side, because I feel like he's been standing over there, right? First of all. Second of all, is that problematic to anyone? Is there something I'm missing? Is that like a safety issue with the guns or what? Like, I'm not quite sure. But I'm also not sure why he asked to stand there. I feel like he's been standing there a bunch, so.
Hole where your hand is sticking out, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's larger than the hole, would you agree, on the gold sweater?
Yes, it appears to be.
How big would you estimate that hole to be?
Around 6 inches.
Okay, and then there's a second defect further up the sleeve, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would appear to be how large?
Approximately 2 inches.
Okay, and if you recall from the gold sweater I'm going to display on the screen, there was a second defect on the gold sweater in approximately the same place on the gold sweater as the second defect is on the flannel shirt, is that right?
Yes.
And the defect on the gold sweater was small.
So yeah, so I was just thinking about the jury. You just read my mind. I was just thinking about the jurors. So from what I can gather, where the jurors are situated is from what we're viewing, it's to the left. So the jurors would be like facing them, but where they're sitting is, if from the way we're viewing it right here, the jury is to the left. And you can see the head there on the bottom of the screen. That's one of the prosecutors. So I think that's part of why there's so much kind of moving around, because they are, I mean, and they even ask sometimes, like, can everyone see? Like, we hear them actually say that a couple times, like, can everybody see? And there's another screen, because he's actually indicated there's more than one screen. So there's a screen that they're facing. There's also a screen that is, I guess, in front of the jury, so that for the exhibits. So does that kind of make sense? But I'm curious about what the deal is with this behind thing.
Than the second defect on the flannel shirt. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Those are the only questions I have about that shirt. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't. Would you agree that this shirt, this blue shirt exhibit
Okay,
2, 3 appears to be...
that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if it had to do with the gun when you asked that question. Okay. So is there a rule about that? Like, I have no law enforcement experience, obviously, but I mean, I would imagine that they're not too concerned about the attorneys grabbing a firearm. I mean, the only thing I know in terms of what I've learned is I know that there's rules for when you're in doing an interrogation, with somebody, well, lawyers are officers of the court, right? And so they, not to mention this was being televised on court TV, and you're in a courthouse. I don't know. I just feel like, but I know, like, when it comes to somebody who's a suspect, right, you're not supposed to turn a certain way where the gun will, but I've actually seen interrogations where they do that and they make that mistake. And the suspect could have grabbed the gun, but they didn't. Actually, in Sarah Boone's, that happens. So yeah, I don't know any reason why the attorney would grab a gun, though.
Larger in size than the gold sweater. Agreed?
Yes, it appears to be.
It appears to be the largest of all of the items of clothing that we've discussed so far. The t-shirt, the blue button-up, the sweater, and then the blue flannel. Agreed?
Yes.
The blue flannel appears to be the biggest of all of those.
Yes.
All right. Those are the only questions I have about those 4 items. Then if we could move on to the...
I mean, I don't know, Kat Randall, have you ever seen the Murdoch trial? Because Dick Harpootlian picks up a freaking shotgun, the actual, or one of the ones that's in evidence, right? It's an actual shot. He picks up a shotgun and points at the prosecution and says, tempting, and laughs. I don't know if you've seen that, but it kind of became a meme at the time, in a bad way, obviously, right? I mean, so, I mean, I guess when it comes to firearms and attorney, like, that's nothing compared. I mean,
bottom half, the leggings and the jeans.
Be discussing that with
the While they're doing that, Judge, I'm going to display Exhibit 569, which is a photo of the leggings that I'm going to ask them to now pull out. These the leggings are Exhibit 221, is that right?
I actually haven't seen the Rehearse trial. I've seen a lot of trials. That's one of the trials I haven't seen. I would be shocked if that happened in another trial besides Murdoch, because I feel like that's so rare that I know there was a lot of, like, shit that went down with, I feel like it was between people bickering, but I don't know that if anyone picked up a gun and pointed it at somebody. I'm trying to think. Or was it that somebody made, like, a hand gesture like a gun? Is that maybe what happened in Rittenhouse? I don't know. If anyone knows, you can let me know in the chat.
Mr. Mullen, if you could hold those up and display the front of those to the jury, please. On the screen behind you, Mr. Day, is a photo of those same leggings. Do you agree?
Yes.
On the photo, there appears to be 4, perhaps 5 visible defects to the leggings. Is that right?
Yes.
So I just want to go through each one of those. So let's start at the top, perhaps. There's the corresponding one that is, if someone were wearing it, orientated to that, it would be on the right side of what I believe is called the pubis mound.
Yes.
And then there is a larger defect just barely to the right and extends down the lower right-hand leg in that same area. Is that right?
Yes.
Are there reddish-brown stains on either of those, along the edges of those?
Wow.
And can you
Yeah, well then there you go. So like, yeah, I mean, lawyers, I mean, yeah.
point them out to the jury?
Visible right here.
And that's you're pointing to the area that closest to the center line on the leggings, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And then there was on the screen, you can see just a tiny, another defect.
Not that this is attorneys with guns, but if you anyone that saw the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial, they had the defense had that their quote unquote gun expert dude came in, the one that gave his whole life story when they asked about his whatever, and then his name had like a million names, but that dude, he actually like had the gun and like pointed it at the judge. You guys remember that part? That was wild.
Below those two,
I know.
that correspond
Accurate.
on
That's what it's
the actual
like.
item?
So
Yes.
funny.
Okay. So then if we go down the left leg, as you see on the screen, there's a defect on what we would, if someone were wearing it, would be on the inner left thigh. Do you agree?
Yes.
And is that visible on the actual item?
It is.
And you're showing that right now to the jurors?
Yes.
All right. And then lastly, on the screen, there's a defect on if the person was wearing it, would be the outer right thigh. Is that right?
Yes.
You show that to the jurors? Fair to say that that has a red and brown stain all around it. Is that correct?
Now, I don't want to give us. I don't think this is too much of a spoiler, but this is actually pretty important. Let me just say the questions he's asking about these leggings and any defects and stuff that are this is important, and we'll see why when it gets to like maybe the next witness or the one after, one of the DNA witnesses. You'll see why that's important.
Nearly all around. There's a small spot here that
May or may not. Okay. Fair to say that looks, I don't know, what would be redder, browner, more distinct than the previous stains that we observed?
appears to be more of that substance, whatever it
Okay.
is.
All right, and then eventually I'm going to ask you how these defects correspond with the genes, which I'm going to ask you about next. So if you can just hold that in your mind when we get to the next one. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, I want to, if you could please, pull out Exhibit 225, which is the genes. While they're doing that, Judge, I'm going to display for the jury Exhibit 570, which is a previously admitted photo of those same genes.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on this one. Yeah.
Mr. Moen, if you'd be so kind as to hold those up again in front of it to the jurors. Behind you, Mr. Day, you see the photo of the genes displayed?
Yes.
I want to talk about this defect here on the left leg and then just move across the jeans first. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Is there a defect in the left leg there?
there is.
Does that correspond with the defect that we previously observed on the leggings?
Yes,
Same general area, correct?
correct.
And depending upon, again, how the clothing fit or the movement of the person, that would be consistent with, those two holes are consistent with each other.
Similar area, yes.
All right. Do you observe any red or brown stains around that area? Nothing at least visible to your naked eye today?
Correct.
Okay. And then as we move across, there is a large hole in the jeans, is that right?
Yes,
And that goes from up near the bottom of the zipper, about an inch from the bottom of the zipper, is that fair?
yes,
About 12 inches down the inner portion of the right thigh as somebody would be wearing these, correct?
yes.
Do you see any light or reddish brown stains along the defect area of that? I understand there might be some in the middle, but just right now along the defect area of that.
Just in this area.
Okay. And when this area, you're saying on the defect, as the person's wearing it, it's on the right side of that defect, closer to the outside of the right thigh than the inside, is that right? I'm just trying to make sure I describe it properly. Is that what you're pointing out?
Yes, that would be accurate.
Is it along the area that appears to be frayed? Or is it on the inside of that? I just want to make sure. I see a defect in this area. Do you see where I'm pointing? Are you referring to a different red and, I'm not a defect. I see a red and brown stain in this area where my pointer is, correct?
Just above where your pointer is, appears another stain in that area.
Okay. And then there's the second one that's about an inch or two off of the defect in the leg, in the pant. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Then lastly, we have the defect, excuse me, on the outside of the right leg. Is that right?
Yes,
And again, that corresponds, well, let me back up, I apologize. This large hole here corresponds with the same area that we saw in the leggings where there was the 3 defects. Is that right?
yes, similar area.
And then on the right leg, there's a defect on the outside of the right leg, agreed?
Yes,
And again, approximate size today, 5-6 inches, bigger than that, smaller than that?
6 to 7 inches.
6 to 7 inches. And that again corresponds to the defect that we saw in the leggings previously, agreed?
Same area, yes.
And on here, there's more reddish brown stains along the frayed area where the defect is. On the
Yes.
outside right, is that agreed?
Yes,
Okay. And then other than that, the pants are covered in mud. Would you agree?
I agree.
And even as you just picked it up now, there's all kinds of mud in the white paper there that keeps falling off every time you pull these out, correct? This isn't the first time you've pulled these jeans out of a bag, right?
No.
And every time you do it, more mud keeps coming off.
I think Gary's trying to maybe suggest.
Those are the only questions.
So much of a struggle outside of the vehicle, right? Because again, it's still kind of up for debate whether or not Alex actually ever got out of the car. So, his arms are getting tired. You're right. His arms, dude, you're so right. He's holding it less, how shall we say? He's holding it kind of limply, isn't he? That's funny.
I have about those jeans, thank you. And then I just want to ask you about 2 other items that haven't been pulled out of evidence yet, but I'm done with the clothes. Thank you, Mr. Mullin.
Sorry, cracking me up. They're gonna have to call in another reinforcement to replace the assistant because his arms are tired. Dude, Also, hey, where I have it paused, this is wild. Look at, so the dude on the right whose arms are about to fall off, look at his tan line. Look at his tan line. Look at his tan line. You can tell he wears gloves all the time. Look at that shit. He's got a major tan line right there where I guess it's from gloves. That's wild, isn't it? Holy crap. Yeah, glove up, wrap it up. Yeah, glove up.
You can have a seat, sir.
I love that part.
Thank you.
Yeah, glove line, right? That's wild.
I want to ask you some questions about Exhibit 203.
I want you guys look at him. I will have to watch this part again because I love the part where he points and gestures to his assistant, who's the one who's on a death's door with his arms, and then the way he gets back on the stand with his goggles on.
Those jeans, thank you. And then I just want to ask you about two other items that haven't been pulled out of evidence yet, but I'm done with the close. Thank you, Mr. Mullen.
This part. Here.
You can have a seat, sir.
He already stands there.
Thank
Oh
you.
my god. And then watch his face.
I want to ask you some questions about Exhibit 203.
I love it. I don't even know why. Just so serious. I just.
The property
Amazing.
inventory
Yeah,
record, okay?
Yes.
You have listed here in Exhibit 203 items of evidence that have been inventoried by the Dunn County Sheriff's Department, is that right?
Yes.
If you go to item 113 on DOJ page 5663,
You know he's a hall monitor.
you see that item?
I do.
That is labeled discs of 229 squad cam video, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know, is Deputy Matthew Feeney ID'd as Officer 229?
Yes.
So that item 113, you have in evidence a squad cam video recording of Mr. Feeney's interaction on March 22nd, 2018, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then if we turn the page,
Cat Randall's noting all the different numbers for us. Do you really like numbers, Cat Randall? Such a cute cat. Like it's interesting. I think it's great. Like this is clearly what like the numbers seem to stand out to you, which I find that really fascinating. It's something that it's making me realize I probably don't pay as much attention as maybe I should to like the numbers, but that's interesting. It's helping me think in that way though now.
to item 131. That's 4 discs of Eau Claire Police Department Officer Reeves squad camera. Is that right?
Yes.
So again, you have video and audio recordings of
No, I think you have very blue eyes, or is that just me?
Eau Claire Police Department Officer Reeves interactions regarding this case on March 22nd, 2018. Is that right?
I guess I don't know the date on that one.
Okay. And then if we turn 2 more pages to item 145, that is Squad 217 Deputy Shields initial contact with Ezra McCandless. Is that right?
Yes.
And that is again a squad cam video and audio recording of that interaction, correct?
Yes.
And Dunn County Sheriff's Department has that evidence in their possession. Agreed?
Yes.
And then if you turn 2 more pages to item 168, that is a DVD recording of Wisconsin State Patrol Trooper Timothy Knutson's squad camera from that same day, March 22nd, 2018 as well. Agreed?
Yes.
And again, that recording, both audio and video, is in the possession of the Dunn County Sheriff's Department. Agreed?
Agreed.
Lastly, I want to talk to you about items 72 and 77, which are on page 5659 of Exhibit 203. Are you there?
Yes.
Item 72, is that here to the, you have item 72 there in front of you?
I do.
And what is item 72?
Well, are they green?
Hairs and/or fibers collected from the back of item number 71.
And that's at crime lab marker 4A?
Correct.
So have you ever opened that before?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that the hair that was collected at crime lab marker 4A is not in there?
No.
And then I have item 77 from that same property list. What is item 77?
Described as a wad of dark brown hairs collected from the rear driver's side floor. Crime lab marker number 7.
And showing you what's now been marked as Exhibit 572. Does that appear to be the corresponding item?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that inside Exhibit 572 is anything other than the wad of dark brown hair from the floor of the rear driver's side that's listed on there?
No.
On Exhibit 203, you also have listed under item 104 on page 5662. What is item 104?
Item 104 is head hair samples taken from McCandless.
And is it your understanding that the two exhibits we just went through, 571 and 572, as well as item 104 from this list, were all sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I believe they were.
Those are the only questions I have.
Does the state have any regret?
Sergeant Day, you were asked about, maybe if I go over it, this blue button-up shirt and a small defect that you observed. You were asked whether there was a, I think I'm right here, is that one of the defects you were asked about? If it was, I think you said it was horizontal
Yeah,
in nature?
odd. Right.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Yep.
And then you were asked with the corresponding shirt, Exhibit 639.
Yeah, I won. Yep.
If it was consistent with the same defect in that shirt?
Correct.
And do you agree that they're in different directions? One's vertical and one's horizontal?
Yes.
I apologize, I need you to glove up just one more time. Exhibit 222. Exhibit 222 is the blue shirt with white spots, and I know you were asked a number of questions, but could you show for the jury if you observe any mud on this shirt, and if so, where? Do you need Greg to hold it up?
That might help. If you'd like me to point out.
So you got consistent again? Oh no. It is show and tell. Oh my god, I had to bring back these. You guys, he's still alive. He's still alive. On his last leg.
I do see what appears to be mud on the front of the shirt towards the center line, the buttoning area. Throughout most of the front of the shirt from top to bottom. At least on the right side, on the left side, majority appears to be in this
Look at this
center.
stuff. I have the feeling if he has to hold up one more item, that's going to be it though. Because look, he's really, it's really the quality there.
Okay, thank you. And then Sergeant, you were asked a number of questions regarding different defects in the clothing. Would you agree that the type of fabric has an impact on how a defect is present in the clothing?
Absolutely.
And
Now we're
the
back.
sizing, you know, something's bigger or smaller?
Now we're back to him being an expert. expert on the clothing items. I love it.
Color may have an impact on the type of defect.
Yes.
And you were also asked about this, I think you were specifically asked, was this sweater, if, you know, the cut across the sweater. Do you know if the sweater was actually cut or if it was torn?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know if that sweater was cut? Do you know if the sweater was torn?
I don't.
Do you know if the sweater was ripped?
I don't.
So do you have any idea how any of the defects in the clothes appeared? How they came, you know, to appear in the clothes?
No.
And you also were asked about some different items of evidence in Exhibit 203. Did you actually, have you watched any of these squad cameras?
No.
So
Are you saying this witness, Mr. Rich Day? I mean, he's no nonsense, right? Like he's literally, I mean, yeah, you can tell, right? You can tell he loves authority. He does exactly what he's told. And yeah, again, the no sense of humor really says it all too, right?
do you know if any of these discs have anything of evidentiary value?
I don't.
You just place them in evidence.
Yes.
And are you familiar with how the squad cameras work with the Dunn County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Do you guys have body cameras?
No.
So a squad camera, does it only depict what's in front of the squad as it's positioned?
Yes.
So if you're parked outside the building, facing the building, it's only going to show you the building. Is that right?
Correct.
I have nothing else.
Yeah, it's refreshing.
Can you recross?
Briefly, Judge.
It's refreshing when you get law enforcement where there's no narrative. They literally answer the question, yes, no, and it's just, you know.
The recordings, there's audio recordings on the Dunn County squad cams, correct?
There is.
And
Fair.
so,
That's fair.
the device that records the audio is on the officer's person, agreed?
It should be, yes.
And so if a officer gets out of their squad and is out of view of the video recording, there still may be audio that's recorded, agreed?
I suppose what it comes back down to is you have to keep an eye on all of them, right? I feel like, especially think about Karen Reed, the Karen Reed trial, right? But like even apart from that, when you've got law enforcement that comes in and they have a narrative, right? Like, yeah, that's problematic. But yeah, I can see what you mean though. Even so, the ones that are just the yes or no straight answer type. So yeah, I think what it comes down to is so you have to keep an eye on it. Everybody does.
There may be. It kind of depends on the distance. If you go out of range, then it would cut out audio. As long as you're in range, you would have audio.
And do you know what the range is?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay, but there's often, you've looked at your own squad recordings in other cases, right?
Yes.
It's not unusual, again, because you, in your experience, to get out of the car, to walk 20, 30 feet away and the audio to still pick up, agreed?
Yes.
All right. Just briefly about, and we don't need to go to the evidence, I want to ask you about that shirt, okay? And if I recall, you pointed out some mud on the shirt, and is it in this area here in the front left portion of the shirt as a person who's wearing it?
Yes.
Near the midline?
Yes.
And then there's some also on the front right as the person's wearing it near the large defect?
Yes.
That's the area where the mud is that right?
There is some further down as well.
It's
the red button.
The red button, yeah.
There is some down in this area as well. So
Okay.
Here, a little bit here. It's not as prominent as up here.
And as you pointed that out, just so we can all see with our eyes, but I want to make sure it's clear, you were taking the red pointer and going down the midline
We can all see
near
with
the
our eyes.
button-up portion of it, correct?
Yes.
And then you extended it over as we got farther down to about the second to the last button to the right side as the person wears it. There's some more what appears to be perhaps mud. Agreed?
Yes.
Now, if somebody were wearing that shirt underneath a sweater that had just been cut open, would you agree that the areas where the mud is visible on the shirt, if the sweater got cut open, would be exposed to the elements?
It's possible, it just depends on the positioning of that sweater.
It depends on how tight the sweater may have.
Remember, they're wanting to suggest that the reason Ezra's clothes weren't taken off of her was because they were slashed in a manner that would have left her exposed enough to do whatever they're alleging happened, but we don't really know yet.
Been on the person, correct?
Yes.
Because if the sweater was really tight and then it got cut, it might open wide open, correct?
I could not
Because the
agree
tension
more.
would then pull it apart. Agreed?
It's possible.
Oh my God. I have
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant A.
Ms. Wobler, can you state and spell both your first and last names for the court reporter, please?
There we go.
Corissa Wobler, CORISSA
Mr. Nelson quotes.
Where do you work?
I work at the State Crime Lab in Wausau,
How long have you worked there?
9.5 years.
What's your current role?
I'm a fingerprint and footwear examiner,
How long have you worked in that role?
9.5 years.
So the entire time you've been with the crime lab?
Yes.
Briefly, if you could just talk about the training, or let's start with education that you have that qualifies you for your position at the crime lab.
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and as well as a bachelor's degree in forensic science with a minor in chemistry, both obtained from the University of Findlay in Ohio.
So as it relates to the case that you're here for today, you did some fingerprint potential analysis, correct?
Yes.
So let's focus on that part of your
Alrighty,
employment
cool.
and your training. What specific trainings do you have that qualify you for that type of work?
None.
I have approximately 2 years of on-the-job training with the state of Wisconsin at the crime lab. And then also I attend I attend conferences and other trainings provided by other experts within the field.
Can you explain the process for processing an item for fingerprint analysis?
It depends on the item. There's various processes that can be used. If it's a paper item, there's certain processes that I'll follow. If it's a non-porous item, such as a plastic bag or a cell phone, I will use different processes. There's different processes for like blood impressions. So it just depends on the item.
In this case, what was the item that you were processing for potential fingerprint analysis?
It was the exterior area of a vehicle.
And can you describe generally the process that you used in this case?
On this case, I did a visual exam of the vehicle, and then depending on some of the areas, I used one type of processing for a blood impression on a dark surface and used another blood process on the lighter surfaces.
Starting with the dark surface, could you explain what process you used?
It's called acid yellow 7. It's a dye stain that fluoresces under a certain wavelength, and it's good on dark surfaces.
And what are you looking for in that process?
Any impressions that may be in blood that will fluoresce.
Could you please describe the second process you used for the lighter surface?
Yeah, it's funny.
The
because-
second process,
So with every single one of these witnesses, they actually submit and they all have like a CV or a statement of qualifications or whatever, and they actually have that up there if they need to refer to it, which is I guess you don't see that all the time. Are you familiar? Are you are you like a crime scene technician or something? It's really interesting. I feel like you seem to know a lot about some of this specific stuff, which is cool.
is Amido Black. It's also a
I'm
dye
familiar with
stain
that one.
used for blood impressions. It works better on lighter surfaces because the color is like a blue-black.
So in this case, you processed a car, and that was done at the Wausau Crime Lab, correct?
Yes,
Who asked, and that was at the request of Katie Hoffmeyer?
yes.
Is that the supervisor at the lab?
She is currently,
Okay. Does that contain descriptions and locations of the different areas that you processed for potential fingerprint analysis?
no.
What does that contain?
This contains areas that I swabbed for DNA of possible blood.
What the heck is a tree tech? Tree tech, huh? Oh, I know. I remember thinking. Hold on. I remember thinking that there was something technology related that you were talking about, but the tree part is interesting. But yeah, I've telling you about it, right? The trials are a great hobby for sure. You know, it's like the ultimate, as I always say, it's like the ultimate long form, you know.
Blood.
And can you describe that process that you follow?
On the vehicle, I did the visual exam and then did what's called a phenolphthalein test. It's a presumptive test for the possible presence of blood. I do a positive control and a negative control to ensure that it is working. And then swabbed 6 areas that I tested. I tested 6 areas with the phenolphthalein, and they all were positive for the possible presence of blood. So then I did a wet swab of that blood area.
And what is the purpose of doing a wet swab of that area?
Just
That is incredible. An arborist. I don't really know much about that. That's really interesting. An arborist. Huh. Wow. Very cool.
to be able to pick up any of the possible blood.
And those, so in this case, the vehicle was identified as item B, is that correct?
Yes,
And then there were corresponding numbers that are associated with each of those different areas that you collected a swab from, is that right?
yes,
And is that what's contained on Exhibit 655?
yes.
And that's B30 through 35, is that correct?
B30 through 35 are the laboratory item designations that the swabs were given.
And that's the list from B30 to B35, correct?
Yes,
And is that an accurate list of the different areas that were swabbed,
yes,
including their marker numbers and associated item number, correct?
correct.
Thank you. What areas were processed and processed for potential friction ridge detail?
The area of the vehicle that was processed was the exterior rear driver's side door area and window.
And when you use the term friction ridge detail, I think I used it there, but what does that term mean?
Friction ridge detail is, typically it's considered a fingerprint, but it's the pattern that makes up the fingerprint, and it's actually found on the whole palm surface of the hand as well as the sole of your feet.
How many areas on the vehicle did you process for that analysis?
I believe there were 11 areas that I scaled.
Were you able to compare any of those different areas?
No.
And what was the reason for that?
The areas that I had photographed, I did analysis of the friction ridge detail, and it was determined not to be suitable for any comparisons.
And does that mean that there's just not enough quality or detail?
Correct.
And what would you, if there was enough, what would you be comparing them with potentially?
Any known standards.
And what do you mean by any known standard?
A known standard is a known record of an individual's fingerprints or palm prints. So depending on who was listed on the case, and what standards were available, I could compare those.
the fact that there isn't a standard or a sample suitable for comparison, does that mean that nobody's ever touched that area or that object?
No.
What are some different factors that affect the ability to gather a standard that's suitable for comparison?
There's different factors. Some can be environmental if an item has been left out in rain, snow, sun. Some individuals just don't leave good impressions, friction ridge detail, depending on what residues might be present either on the item or on the individual's hands, or how an item is handled. They could all affect whether or not prints are left or even suitable.
And Exhibit 336, that's the report you created for this case, correct?
Yes,
And that contains the information you've already testified to, that there wasn't any friction ridge detail suitable for comparison, correct?
yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, please.
Is it Wobler?
Wobler.
Ms. Wobler, I have some questions about the swabs that you took, okay? That was on Exhibit 655, which was previously displayed for the jury, right?
Yes,
And that's where you played a role other than the fingerprint analyst, is that right?
correct.
So sometimes your role is also to take swabs of a vehicle or other pieces of evidence, right?
Yes,
And you're looking to see if you're following direction generally from somebody else?
yes.
Do you have any discretion on your own to say, hey, I want to take a swab of this area because I think it would be valuable or relevant or anything along those lines? Or do you-
Yes, it's case dependent.
Okay.
Item dependent.
And it, imagine, depends upon what you know, if anything, about the case, correct?
Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, you can't decide what's relevant or what's not relevant if you don't know some of the background about the case, agreed?
Possibly.
Can you imagine any way in which you'd be able to determine what's relevant, what's not relevant if you don't know anything about the case?
I mean, typically don't need to know about the case, but if there's a request for touch DNA or latent print processing, then I can just do that.
Okay. So, touch DNA, what's touch DNA?
It's just well, I'm not a DNA analyst, number one. So, basically.
Stop you for a second.
Okay.
Do you swab for touch DNA?
I do, yes.
Okay. So tell us about what you know about touch DNA.
Basically, if an item is handled, DNA can also be left as well as any fingerprints. And so if there's a request for DNA and latent prints, then I can swab the item prior to latent print processing.
Okay, so and again, this is broad strokes, but if you're trying to determine if somebody was in a particular spot, or at least their DNA was in a spot, one way you can do it is to swab a reddish brown stain to see if that is, whose DNA that is in the blood, right?
Yes?
Another way is, as you talked about, is to look for ridge detail, what is commonly called fingerprint evidence, right?
Yes.
And another way is to look for this touch DNA that just gets transferred from our skin cells, is that right?
Yes.
So sometimes there doesn't need to be an actual red or brown stain or a fluid. You could just take a swab to see if somebody's skin cells got transferred onto that piece of evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so in this case, you didn't do any touch DNA swabs, did you?
No.
So the front part of the inside of the vehicle, you didn't swab anything on the driver's side window to see if there was touch DNA there, did you?
No.
You didn't swab the driver's side inside door to see if there's any touch DNA there, did you?
No.
You didn't swab the steering wheel of the vehicle where somebody would put their hands if they were operating the motor vehicle for touch DNA, did you?
No.
You didn't swab the keys. This was an old car that had actual keys that you stick in the ignition and turn, do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. You didn't swab any keys?
No.
You didn't swab a key fob?
No.
You didn't swab you know, on seats when you're sitting in a car and you want to move the seat forward and back, there's that seat leveler. Are you familiar with that? Yes?
Yes.
And you didn't swab that area on this driver's side seat to see who, if anybody, may have put touch DNA onto that seat position, did you?
No.
You didn't swab the dash of the vehicle for
No.
touch DNA? You didn't swab the radio?
Judge, I'm going to object. He asked if she swabbed anything, and she said no.
Okay, I'm going to sustain, it's cumulative.
So you didn't swab anything at all in the car for touch DNA? That's my last question on touch.
No.
Okay.
Oh, it took him so long to object for that. Crazy.
And that was because you got no directions about it, correct?
I'm sorry?
Nobody gave you directions to do that, agreed?
Correct. I was just processing a certain area for latent prints.
And you were processing a certain area for latent prints because that's what somebody told you to do, right?
They requested, yes.
There's often in your line of work communication between your lab and the prosecution team, is there not?
No, I agree.
Yes, sometimes.
I
It
agree.
can sometimes come directly from the district attorney or the attorney general's office to say,
Yeah.
Go-
It gets worse, guys. It gets worse.
go and look for this item. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And sometimes it comes from an investigator who's working on the case as part of the prosecution team, right?
Correct.
And that investigator or attorney will give you direction to say, here's an issue in the case, go look to see if you can find touch DNA or fingerprint analysis or some other DNA. Agreed?
Yes.
You had item B was the Ezra McCandless's car, is that right?
It was a vehicle. I don't know whose it was.
Okay, and that was in the custody there at your crime lab for days, if not weeks?
I don't know how long it was there.
Okay. Was there, you'd said you'd scaled 11 areas for friction ridge detail, is that right?
There were 11 areas that I scaled, yes. I don't know that all had friction ridge detail. I believe a couple of them were swipes that looked like there might be a potential.
Okay. And so your scaling of these 11 areas, is that a day's worth of work?
Just scaling those, it depends. I mean, because some scales were added after some processing. So
How long did that take you?
I would have to refer to my notes. I would say at least 2 days.
Okay. And then the 6 swabs that you did do that are marked on Exhibit 655, how long does that take you to process those 6 swabs?
I don't know that I could put a time on it, but it would not take more than a day.
Okay. Was there any limit that was put on you as to how many areas you could scale or swab?
Not a limit. I was just requested for that certain area of the vehicle.
Okay. And what you're here to tell the jury is the work that you did, you were not able to find any suitable area for friction ridge detail, is that right?
Correct.
That's all, thanks.
Any redirect?
Very brief, Judge. The swabs that you did take, B30 through 35, what is that packaged in once you pull them off the item?
They are packaged in a breathable cardboard swab box and then packaged in a sealed envelope
And then where are they stored?
in the main evidence room.
And then eventually, depending on different requests, could they be sent somewhere for analysis?
Yes.
Who has access to the main evidence room?
Any laboratory employee with a key.
But is it a secured area within the lab?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wobler. You may step down.
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Kevin Scott. My last name is spelled S-C-O-T-T.
I'm really not a huge fan of that Mr. Hahn guy. I mean, we don't hear from him as much in terms of the different prosecutors, but I mean, he just totally bombed that redirect. That was kind of pointless, in my opinion. I mean, he could have redirected on a whole lot of other issues that were way more important, right, for that witness. Some of that had potential for redirect. Anyway, I know, right? Exactly. I would have, I mean, assuming there was information, like, I don't know what that witness knows, right? But like, he could have done better on the redirect on that. Like, he should have tried at least, right? Because that was not good. Not good at all. Yeah. I agree. So, but now we're getting into the big guns when it comes to the DNA. He's a very interesting tie choice, right? As well.
And how are you employed,
It matches the court TV logo, doesn't it?
sir?
I am a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
How long have you been employed as a DNA analyst for the State Crime Lab?
I have been there for about 6.5 years.
And were you working at the crime lab in the spring?
That's the other thing I was thinking about with this, because it varies by the state, right? But like Massachusetts does the same thing Wisconsin does, which is they have in-house training for law enforcement officers to do all the crime stuff, like the DNA and shit, right? Versus in other places, like I think North Carolina is like this. South Carolina is like this for sure, because Murdoch, like whenever they're going to do like fingerprints, DNA, anything like that, it's like they send it off to like it's a separate thing. It's third party, like private lab or whatever, to do all that. So in other words, like there's a lot of times where you have the law enforcement's collecting the evidence at the scene, right? But then they're not the ones that are actually testing the DNA and the fingerprints and shit, right? It's a completely neutral, like third party. I guess they're hired, they're paid for their time, but it's not law enforcement. So it's interesting when I guess it's a strategy, or I guess not strategy, but I guess it's a choice maybe in terms of like trying to figure out how you're going to like budget your, for the state, where that would be my guess, is that they feel like if they can train law enforcement officers to do that stuff, maybe that's the reason why. Because I feel like if I were on the jury, it would look better to me when you bring in people that are not law enforcement. So, now, I mean, it doesn't mean that this dude's not good at his job or whatever, but it's like it's all through the state. You know what I mean? So it just feels kind of like, biased, right? If that makes sense. So, but it's interesting. It's a choice that some states make. And I don't know. I don't know if it's the best choice, but
Summer and into the fall and winter of 2018.
Yes, I was.
What is your educational background?
So I received a Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry from UW-Madison.
And when was that?
I graduated in spring of 2011.
Right. And can you describe a little bit of your training and your background as it relates to DNA analysis?
Yes, so when I was hired at the lab, I received approximately 1 year of in-house training at the lab that covers every aspect of DNA analysis that the lab uses.
And I guess I should make a correction, because he's not actually like law enforcement, right? But I guess what I mean is just everything, through the state, right, of Wisconsin, like his training and everything. And still, so in my mind, it's still kind of affiliated, right? It's not a private third party.
In addition, I receive a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education every year.
Right. So DNA, can you give us an idea what DNA is?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the genetic material that is present in all living organisms. It is the blueprint that codes for
You guys think he's ever answered this question before for people?
all structures and functions within our body, and we inherit DNA from our parents. Half of our DNA comes from our mother and half comes from our father.
And is my DNA different from your DNA?
Yes, it is, with the exception of identical twins or identical siblings who will share the same DNA. Any two people's DNA will be different.
All right, even my brother and me would be different?
Yes, that would. Related individuals do have a higher likelihood of sharing more DNA, but there should be differences between siblings.
All right. And is the DNA the same in my body no matter where it comes from? For example, if you take a sample of my head or my feet, is it going to be the same?
Yes, it is. So your DNA will be the same regardless of the source of where that DNA comes from. So the DNA in your blood will be the same as the DNA in your skin and the DNA in your mouth. So this allows us to make comparisons between different sources of DNA regardless of which bodily fluid it may come from.
You mean background on DNA or what?
All right. Once you, if you're trying to find DNA on a sample, does the method of trying to find the DNA from vary depending on the type of material that sample might be on?
Yes, it is. Two common methods that DNA is collected are by swabs or by cuttings. So a swabbing is essentially taking an oversized Q-tip and rubbing it against an item of evidence, attempting to transfer any DNA that might be on the item onto that swab. And then we use that swab for further analysis. In addition, we can, if it's like a fabric type material, we can just take a cutting out of that item and then process that cutting for DNA.
All right. And are you familiar with what are known as buccal swabs or buccal samples?
Yes, a buccal swab is a swab of the inside of somebody's cheek, and we use that as a DNA standard. So we would process this buccal swab in the same way that we would process any other item of evidence and obtain a DNA profile.
So, so you're asking about the qualifications. So first of all, I will say they actually, this trial is very efficient. They ask way fewer questions about people's qualifications than I've heard in like maybe any trial ever. But here's the thing. So you're asking, why does the jury have to go through it? The jury are the finders of fact, right? What's the facts? They're the judge. They judge the evidence. Evidence is witness testimony. How do you evaluate that? It's up to the jury to decide witness credibility. That's why. So all of it comes down to this. The jury can only weigh the credibility of the evidence based on the credibility of the testimony, which is based on the credibility of the witness. So it's for the jury. I mean, it's actually really important because, not to mention, on cross-exam, regardless of which party is presenting their case in chief, on cross-exam, you can then, of course, try to impugn, if you will, a witness's credibility. So you can try to make it seem like they aren't that great, or you could try to impeach it, right? So their background, their training and experience is actually really important when it comes to, for the jury to put any credibility in their testimony. Remember, every jury is always given an instruction by the judge that says you can believe, based on the credibility of the witness, and you can decide that for yourself. You can decide to, give any portion of a witness's testimony any amount of credibility. You can decide to completely ignore all of the testimony of a witness or just some, and so they you guys have heard that before. So it matters for that reason. Hopefully that answers your question. Spencer. Well, what about twins though? So technically they could have, he said twins could have the same DNA. Yeah. Did I miss a part? Did he say something else about twins? Hold on, let me back it up a second.
Are by swabs or by cuttings. So a swabbing is essentially taking an oversized Q-tip and rubbing it against an item of evidence, attempting to transfer any DNA that might be on the item onto that swab. And then we use that swab for further analysis. In addition, we can, if it's like a fabric type material, we can just take a cutting out of that item and then process that cutting for DNA.
All right. And are you familiar with what are known as buccal swabs or buccal samples?
Yes, a buccal swab is a swab of the inside of somebody's cheek, and we use that as a DNA standard. So we would process this buccal swab in the same way that we would process any other item of evidence and obtain a DNA profile from that. We then use that DNA profile as that individual's DNA profile, and we will use that to make comparisons to profiles that we obtain from items of evidence.
So if you have a live individual who you want to obtain a sample of their DNA, is that the most typical method of obtaining a sample is by using a buccal swab?
Yes, it is.
Right. If you have a deceased individual, like we did in this case with Mr. Woodworth, what is the typical method of trying to find a known standard from someone who is deceased?
We often use dried blood standards. So somebody's blood is taken and placed on a card and allowed to dry, and then we use that blood as a standard from that individual.
Right. And we heard a little bit with the last witness about touch DNA. Can you explain a little bit about what touch DNA is?
Yeah, so touch DNA refers to any DNA that might be left behind.
So it's interesting. I almost feel like this is Mr. DeFore trying to clean up that disaster of a redirect, right? Because the touch DNA part came out on cross with Miss Wobler. And again, I thought that redirect was, I think, just a disaster. And he just said, you know, we heard about it a little bit with the last one. I wonder if this is him trying to like kind of clean up after that mess of a redirect and direct. I just don't think that attorney is very good, the other guy.
On an object after that object is handled by an individual. It's thought to be from skin cells that are rubbed off and left behind on that object.
So if someone handles something, are you always going to be able to recover a sample of their DNA from their touching an item?
No, not always. There are a number of factors that can influence how much DNA is transferred, if any at all. So some of these factors might be the length of contact. So I would expect
I honestly just can't get over how much his tie matches the Port TV logo. Like, was that
an object that is regularly handled by an individual to have more of that individual's DNA on it than an object that is just briefly touched once. In addition, environmental factors can affect how much DNA is present on an object when we examine it. For example, if an object is left outside in the elements, it's possible that some DNA may degrade or be washed off if it's a rainy environment. And then finally, there is different individuals do tend to leave different amounts of DNA on objects.
All right. Now, in this case, did you have, actually, let's go, just a couple more quick questions about policies and procedures. What, as of the time that was involved in this case, what was the procedures used for testing for DNA in the state crime lab? I mean, what test did you use?
So the type of DNA analysis that we perform in our lab is called STR DNA analysis. So what we do is if we receive an item of evidence, we would first examine that item of evidence to see if there are any biologic materials on that item, such as blood, semen, or saliva. These biological materials tend to contain a large amount of DNA, or they are good sources of DNA. And then we would attempt to extract DNA from those biological materials or from any other source of DNA, such as skin cells from touched items. Extracting DNA essentially just means attempting to release any DNA that is present in cells that are on that item. At that point, we can quantify how much DNA is present. When we do this, we can quantify how much total human DNA is present in addition to how much male DNA is present, which can help us decide further testing. At this point, we perform a process called PCR, which stands for polymerase chain reaction. And this is a process in which we make many copies of any DNA that might be present. This is because the amount of DNA that's present on an item when we first receive it is relatively low, so our instruments would not be able to detect it. So we use this PCR process to make many, many, many copies for our instruments to be able to detect. And when we make these copies, we actually don't make copies of the entire strand of DNA. We target specific locations that we use for our testing. And these locations are the STRs, which STR stands for short tandem repeat and is essentially just short repeating chunks of DNA at these locations that we test for. So different people can have a different number of repeats. So for example, at one location, I might have 14 repeats, or somebody else might have 18 repeats. And these number of repeats is what we use to determine somebody's DNA profile. So when I refer to a DNA profile, that's essentially a list of numbers that correspond to the number of repeats at each location within your DNA that we test for.
And when you're comparing then your known sample, which may be a buccal swab, it may be the dried blood standard, do you then compare the number of repeats at each one of the sites that you look for with the number of repeats on your unknown sample that you're testing against?
Yes, we do.
All right. And if they are all the same, then that tells you that it's that same individual.
Yep. So when we make a comparison, what we do is we develop a DNA profile from an item of evidence, and we compare that profile to the profile that we develop from somebody's buccal swab standard or from the dried blood standard. If those two profiles match, we can say that this profile is consistent with this particular evidentiary profile. So at that point, that can mean one of two things. It can either mean that it matches because it's that person's DNA, or it could possibly match because it's somebody else's DNA, but they just so happen to share the exact DNA profile of the person that we are comparing against. So in order to help us determine how likely it is that somebody else might have the same DNA profile, we perform a statistical analysis on that evidentiary DNA profile in order to estimate roughly how rare or how common that profile might be in the general population. So when we perform the statistical analysis, if we find that that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion individuals, with 7 trillion being approximately 1,000 times the world's population, if it's more rare than 1 in 7 trillion, we will simply state that this person is the source of that DNA profile.
If it's less than 1 in 7 trillion, what are you able to tell us then?
We will then report out that that profile is consistent, and then we will state what the actual statistic would be.
All right. And those processes that you've discussed, are those generally accepted by people in the scientific community as a means of assessing whether or not a profile is consistent with the individual and if they're the source of that profile?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, in this case, did you receive a number of separate submissions or items to test for DNA?
Yes, I did.
And how many did you receive?
How many submissions?
Yes. How many sets of submissions?
Yep. So I prepared 3 reports in this case.
And so there were 3 sets of items that you received, differing numbers of items that to be tested with each submission?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's start with Exhibit 339. Is that your report dated June 15th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
All right. You tested a number of items as part of that submission. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right. I want to start with, first off, how does the crime lab designate items when they're received in to the crime lab?
Yeah, so when the crime lab first receives a case, we assign that case a crime lab case number. This crime lab case number is W18-603. And then each item of evidence that is submitted under this case will receive an item letter designation. So the first item would be item A, the second item would be item B, and so on.
Okay. And so let's start with this one then. First item that we're going to talk about, and the first item that you have DNA results that you talk about, that I want to talk about, is item B1. Do you see that item on there?
Yes.
And item B1 related to a if I understand it, a swab that was from a marker number 1 on a car, correct?
Yes, item B1 was described as a swab of reddish-brown stain from the exterior rear driver's side door at marker 1.
All right. And by the way, did you have a number of known standards that you tested as well as part of this?
I had received 4 standards from 4 different individuals in this case.
All right. And those 4 individuals were who?
That was Ezra McCandless, Alexander Woodworth,
Interesting.
Joe Shane.
I love how you always type out the numbers. So funny. So there's no such thing as stupid questions. Okay, I see what you're saying. So jury can use whatever evidence has been admitted, but not all evidence has been admitted. Do we see during the trial? Wait, I'm not sure I understand your question, Spencer. I'm not sure I understand your question. Evidence is admitted with each witness, right? Remember, what evidence is comes from the witness stand. So it's testimony, or even if it's exhibits, it has to be entered through a witness, right? So with witness testimony. So maybe that's your question. So in other words, there's no such thing as exhibits that are just entered in without testimony from a witness. So there's no way that jury would have exhibits that we're not aware of. Now, the one thing that will happen is when you've got graphic crime scene photos or autopsy photos, things of that nature, the jury has those exhibits, but they won't show those. Rightfully so, they shouldn't. But we still hear the testimony, again, because it's all about the testimony. We still hear the testimony from the witnesses talking about it, describing it. That's how those pictures are able to come into evidence. So is that what you're asking about? Okay, I see what you're saying. Like would they have say a PCR DNA report? No. They wouldn't. If we don't hear it being described. So again, we may not always be shown the thing. It just depends on what it is. But if we're not shown it, we would hear it being described and referenced to. But if it's not something graphic, typically we're shown it as well. So really the words matter. That's why actually you can kind of get along just fine with trials, even just listening. There's been plenty of trials that I only listened to actually because I was like driving and stuff like that. And then if I knew there was something that was worth, I needed to see, I would, go back and look at that part. But yeah, so because it really is all about the testimony. So, and that's why the other thing too, keep this in mind. That's why even if somebody like gestures, for example, on the witness stand, they have to make them describe what the gesture, no one has to, but the attorneys should and do describe the gesture for the court record, because court record is transcripts. It's all written down from testimony. So when they go back and check the transcripts, and that's what's used for appeals, for example, they don't go back and watch trial footage. They go back and check the transcript. So it's all about the testimony, right? So yeah, so whatever you hear being described, whether we see it or not, that's what the jury gets. And the other thing I will say is that the only things that we have that are extra is, like, for example, when they are outside the presence of the jury, putting things on the record. So for example, when you see it say like housekeeping, like morning housekeeping or mid-afternoon housekeeping or whatever, and you'll hear the judge say, okay, you're outside the presence of the jury. That's what we end up actually having more than the jury when we watch trials, typically. Assuming they put things on the record. Karen Reed was an anomaly because they never put anything on the fucking record, but that was, an anomaly. So, Ezra Alexander? What? I don't know what that means. Are you referring to the sidebars being the, or is that the documents? Because those came out because I covered them. I'm sure. I mean, you were there. You saw. In criminal trials, it's different, and it just depends. So, okay, in this case, the documents are public record, but you have to go to Wisconsin and get them in person, and this varies by the state. So, like, if you look at a lot of the other videos that I've made, like, the other trials, like Brian Koberger, for example, I'm covering, right? And that's a great example. That's a great example. So every time there's a document in that case, it is available for free online for the public. Okay. I shout out to Idaho. They do it right with the documents. I love it. It is, and it's the official court document. They have, that's why it's great to cover those trials that are out of Idaho. Okay. So because court documents are public record, unless there's some reason that they need to be sealed for a certain purpose, again, like an autopsy finding, for example, right? Or whatever the case may be. And so, but with Wisconsin, in the state of Wisconsin, the only way to get court documents is to go in person. So if we have a squirrel in Wisconsin, they can go and they can get the court documents from this trial, or from this case. With civil trials, it's different. Because, and again, like I said, it varies by state for civil and for criminal, but then it also varies between the two. So for civil, the public doesn't have the same rights there, and a lot of times it's like you're talking about personal injury cases and stuff like that. So with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, it was different there. But they did choose to release. I mean, the sidebars were such a big deal for that reason. That was huge. You never get sidebars. It's just, I mean, that's actually the only trial I know of that there are sidebar transcripts for. He's about to name witnesses. No, they're not witnesses. I know who he's going to name. And I have to say that the thing is that I think the best evidence against Ezra is Ezra. I mean, there's a lot of trials that are like this, right? Because we're going to get, like, in my opinion, like, that's some of the work. That's it. Like, that's probably, and I love it when the jury speaks out, and I don't know that this jury ever spoke out, but I feel like, a lot of times when defendants take the stand, right? That's why they say don't take the stand. When the jury's like, when they ask the jury, if the jury speaks out and they're like, so what was really the big factor? They say it was their fucking defendant's testimony if they take the stand, right? But for her, she's got the interviews with law enforcement and then taking the stand. And in one of the interviews, I'll just say, just as a sneak peek, one of the interviews that they do with her is prior to the murder, okay? Because remember, she made that fake sexual assault claim with John Hanson before she ever killed Alex. And she went in and she had to do an interview. And that is, to me, maybe one of the most damning things. Because, boy, I can't wait. I think we're going to get to that on the next episode, actually. Is there information we don't see? That's always possible. That's always possible. Yeah, that's always possible. Yes. I can actually give an example of that in, what was it? It was either Chad Daybell or Brian Koberger. I think it was Chad Daybell. No, it might have been Brian. Well, it could have been both. In one of them, I actually broke down a video and we gave an example of that, where there was something that was temporarily sealed, but it's going to be unsealed. Oh, okay. It was Brian Koberger. It's Brian Koberger because there's exhibits. So they had the most recent document for Brian Koberger is in regards to that motion to change venue. It's like a 365 page document. I covered like the entire thing pretty much. It's like a 4-hour-long video. But there's a part in there where they have some exhibits that are going to be sealed until the hearing. But then when the hearing happens, which is I think at the end of the month, then they're unsealed. So they have these pages that are already built in that are like left blank intentionally or whatever. So that way, when they unseal this exhibit, they can just add it in and it will not fuck everything up. So that's just one example. It's temporary. So like, that's just an example where it's like the exhibits are sealed until the hearing. And so there's an actual date. Like, again, it's like the end of the month, I think. Another example, I can give Chad Daybell. Actually, let's do this. Let's pull this up as an example. Let me get my other things here so I can share my screen. I'll show you guys an example of where there were motions about these, like I guess like the autopsy photos, and then the decision to have it permanently sealed. So that's an example of where it will never be public, and it shouldn't. So let me find this real quick for you guys. And let me show you what I mean by this here. For anyone who hasn't seen this yet, this is what I love about Idaho here. Okay. Yes, some that might be serious. Yes. Yep. Okay. Yep. All right. Let's take a look. All right. Let me show you this. So let me scroll. To Chad Daybell. And I've already covered these documents, so I'm not going to like read through them, but I'll just show you as an example here. All right. So Chad Daybell. So first you have the order temporarily denying access to exhibits, and then the order notice of permanent sealing of certain trial exhibits. So I'll pull this one up. But see, you see why I love, so Idaho, like, just like, dude, look at this though. Like, this is Idaho. Like, all these, like, everything for every case that they have, like, all of it. This is what I'm saying. Every state should have this, I think, in my opinion. I mean, this is the epitome of like the Sixth Amendment right of the Constitution. You know what I mean? Of, public trial and just transparency. And I think it's important. So anyway, so here's the document. Let me share this tab. So anyway, this is just oh my God, just basically just saying these are permanently sealed. These are just autopsy photos and shit, basically. So yeah, so hopefully that answers your question, Spencer. Let me see if I missed anything here. Another thing is when it comes to things that are involving minor children, that's another thing. Or if it's like certain sensitive topics, like you're on the right track with that, certain sensitive topics. But for the most part, now Florida is a state, or I was just talking about this actually, where they, of all the states, have the most, they don't have an organized system for documents the way Idaho does, but Florida does have the most open and transparent system of any state in the country because of the Sunshine Law, which was passed in I think it was 1967, where like literally everything is public all the time. And they also have a really open discovery process for criminal trials and civil trials for that matter. All right, so now, did I miss any questions? Okay, these are not witnesses he's going to name, by the way. So let's get back to the video and then we'll discuss this part.
Carlin and Jason Mengel.
And Joshane Carlin, the defendant Ezra McCandless, and Jason Mengel were buccal swabs.
Yes, that's
So Joshane Carlin is Ezra's dad, and then Jason Mengel is her ex-boyfriend. So why do we think, and we know that they're going to test for Ezra's DNA and Alex's DNA, right? Obviously. So, but the extra two. So why her dad and why her ex-boyfriend? Well, because I think my guess is that it's to show that Ezra, well, the state would be hoping to show that Ezra did not have any help in committing the crime. That would be what I'm thinking about that.
That's correct.
And Alexander Woodworth was a dried blood standard.
That's correct.
Were you able to
Feel free to
extract a
help.
DNA profile from the swabbing from evidence marker 1, which you labeled as B, which was labeled by the crime lab as B1?
Yes, I was.
And
And I will say,
were
also,
you-
Pat Randall, just to your point about proving your case, it's funny because I think about this a lot, right? And I think about how, the prosecution has the burden of proof, certainly. And it's their job. But the thing is that, like we were saying, evidence is testimony from the witness stand, right? So if a defendant chooses to take the stand, or if there's interviews / interrogations of the defendant, right? Again, it's the defendant's own words can and will be used against them. And I just think it's really interesting how in so many cases, that's really that's the tipping point, right? And I guess if you're the prosecution or the state, you kind of get lucky if that's the case. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of trials where for me that is the strongest evidence. And I mean, I would, that's a circumstantial case, but I would say that that's for me, again, we haven't seen this entire trial. No one has. But from, the only thing I had seen prior to covering this was Ezra, was her on the stand and her interrogation. And then I had seen a couple other witnesses. But for me, it was Ezra. That was what, just like with Alex Murdoch, right? Alex is what got himself convicted. So.
Did you do any other testing besides just testing for DNA as it relates to that swabbing?
Yes, I did. I also performed a presumptive test for the possible presence of blood on this item.
And what did the presumptive test tell you about that item?
So I performed what we refer to as a presumptive test that would indicate the possible presence of blood. We refer to this as a presumptive test because there are other substances out there that could induce a positive result even if blood is not present. But if I obtain a positive result, I would state that a presumptive test indicated the possible presence of blood on that item. If I got a negative result, I would conclude that blood is not present or it was not detected.
And what were the results of the presumptive test for blood on that item?
So I had a positive result on item B1.
And were you able to extract DNA from item B1?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to perform a statistical analysis on that DNA sample?
Yes, so I did obtain human DNA from item B1.
It's going to go through all the pictures and with what the DNA results are. We're going to get plenty of pictures so we know what they're talking about.
I proceeded to develop a DNA profile in the manner that I had described previously. I obtained a female DNA profile, and when I compared that profile to the standards that I received in this case,
there's been a lot of witnesses in this trial that look like way younger than they are. It's really funny. And actually, that prosecutor guy, the one who I don't like as much, Mr. Hahn, he's like that. But there's been a number of even Rich Day from earlier tonight, right? He said he'd been working for the sheriff's office with that position for like 18 years or something. Like he barely looks like he's 18 years old. It's really funny. I just wonder if like Wisconsins are just like look young for their age or what,
It was consistent with the profile from Ezra McCandless, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
And again, that means that it is more rare than what?
Yes, so the statistical analysis showed that evidentiary profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion individuals.
Let's move on to item B4. We can turn off the screen for the moment. Which was a
Here's a
coat.
good example. So there you can tell that they were showing the screen to the jury and we didn't see it. And it wasn't, I don't think it was anything sensitive. I mean, it was just, sometimes the cameras just don't get, they just met. Whoever's running the camera forgets to pan it back to the screen or something. You know what I mean? Like that happens because they're trying to guess when is it going to go back and forth. So, but you can tell because he said, let's turn off the screen for a moment. So, yeah.
Were you able to obtain any, can you tell us what you did with that coat first off?
Yep. So this was a coat that was reportedly recovered from the rear driver's side at marker 4. This was a dark colored wool type coat, I believe, and when I examined it, there was a large amount of reddish brown staining consistent in appearance with blood. I attempted to test
Oh, okay.
3 different areas of this.
I don't even know what those documents are. Do you know what are they? Are they motions? This is from like pretrial motions or what? Huh. Yeah, I'm not even familiar with that. Yeah, if you want to let me know if it's like pretrial motions or what, motions in limine.
Staining. One was in the front around the armpit area, I believe. One was in the interior rear collar area, and one was a small faint stain on one of the sleeves. In addition to those stains, I also took a swabbing of the interior cuff area of the coat, attempting to obtain DNA from anybody who may have been wearing the coat.
All right. And what can you tell us about, first off, the 2 or the 3 swabbings of the stains that you observed on the coat?
Yep. So I attempted to obtain a DNA, or I attempted to extract DNA from all 3 of those swabbings. One of the swabbings, the swab from the sleeve of the coat, I did not detect enough DNA to warrant further testing, so I did not attempt to obtain a DNA profile from that swabbing.
All right. How about the swabbing of the stain by the left armpit? What can you tell us about that stain?
So that swabbing, I obtained a male DNA profile. That profile is consistent with the profile that I developed from Alexander Woodworth, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Were you also able to determine, and did you do that presumptive test for blood on that swabbing?
Yes, I did, and that test was positive.
All right. How about the swabbing from the interior collar of the coat, that stain?
Yep, so that swabbing, I also obtained a...
Yeah, Spencer, I'm guessing it's probably the evidence is one thing, right? Like, we heard them discussing a lot of that at sidebar too. So we know there was a lot of evidence. My guess, it's probably motions in limine, because there was a lot of stuff. Again, I know we hear them discussing that at sidebar as well, the motions in limine, and there were a lot of motions in limine. So that's interesting.
Male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And were you also able to do that presumptive test for blood on that swabbing as well?
Yes, and that test was positive.
And that's something I didn't even realize. I didn't even know those were out there. I could cover those if anybody's interested. I guess. I mean, it's some. I don't know. I don't know what's out there, but motions in limine. We could. I love reading court documents, so Oh my God, I didn't mean to do that. I always hitting the stupid thing. Hold on. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can find where we were.
Tell us about, first off, the 2 or the 3 swabbings of the stains that you observed on the coat.
Yep. So I attempted to
Perfect.
I attempted to obtain a DNA, or I attempted to extract DNA from all 3 of those swabbings. One of the swabbings, the swab from the sleeve of the coat, I did not detect enough DNA to warrant further testing, so I did not attempt to obtain a DNA profile from that swabbing.
All right. How about the swabbing of the stain by the left armpit? What can you tell us about that stain?
So that swabbing, I obtained a male DNA profile. That profile is consistent with the profile that I developed from Alexander Woodworth, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Were you also able to determine, and did you do that presumptive test for blood on that swabbing?
Yes, I did, and that test was positive.
All right. How about the swabbing from the interior collar of the coat, that stain?
Yep, so that swabbing, I also obtained
I'm gonna sound like an idiot, but that's fine. You guys know you already know I'm an idiot. So Guten Tag, is that still something they say, or is that just in movies? I don't even know if that's German, right? I don't know. Sorry, that's the extent of it for me for German. Wow, I think that's a compliment. I've never seen that movie, but Brad Pitt. Are you interested, Spencer, in going over those? I mean, I'm happy to do that. Like, we could go through some of those, and even it's just to explain things, or there could be some interesting information in there. I don't know. So, okay, so I wasn't way off with that. Just for me, it's like, my second language is Russian, so Privyet.
Male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And were you also able to do that presumptive test for blood on that swabbing as well?
Yes, and that test was positive.
And you said you also swabbed the interior sleeve cuff of that coat?
Yes, I did. And in that, for that swabbing, I was attempting to obtain any DNA from any individuals who may have been wearing the coat. I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 3 individuals. So in this particular profile, there was DNA present from at least 3 different individuals, and that included at least 1 male contributor. One of these individuals contributed more DNA to the mixture than anybody else, and I was able to determine a major male contributor profile. So when I say a major contributor profile, that is simply the profile from that one individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. I was able to make comparisons between the standards that I received in this case to that major male contributor profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that major contributor DNA.
Were you able to determine anything about the minor contributors to that DNA profile?
No, I did not. The minor component is too low level for an accurate or reliable comparison, so I was unable to make any comparisons to that minor component of the mixture, which is the contribution of DNA from the lesser individuals.
I think the actual term is DNA analyst, but yes, I guess you could say that. Again, this is not a third-party expert, though. This is with Wisconsin, it's through the state, right? Because there's some states that do it that way. And again, like I have thoughts about that. I don't know if that's the best way. So he's, trained up through the state or whatever, right? But this isn't, he's went to school. What did he say he majored in? I don't remember. But this would be part of why the credentials matter, right? Because I know we were talking about that earlier. But he majored in something in college, right? He did all that stuff, and then you go through the program, and then you do all the shit through the state. So, anywho, I mean, I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that based on what I've seen that the DNA analysts are through the state of Wisconsin. I wouldn't say that he's like less qualified. I wouldn't, okay, as an individual, what I mean is I wouldn't say that as an individual, he's like less qualified than somebody who works for like, I don't know, some third party private DNA company wherever, right? I think that if anything, it's just being that it's through the state, it could seem like potential bias if you're the jury. Like for me, it does.
Individuals who contributed a lesser amount of DNA to the mixture.
Next item I want to talk about, or the next swabbing I want to talk about, is the one that is designated as B11. Where did that purportedly come from, according to your reports?
Item B11 was a swab of reddish-brown stain from the interior rear driver's side door at marker 8.
All right, if we can switch the computer, I would like to show Exhibit 107 here.
Okay, now we get to Exhibit.
So we're seeing marker 8 here. What can you tell us about that swabbing?
So item B11, I performed our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile from that item, and I did obtain a mixture of DNA from 2 individuals from this swab. In this particular mixture, I did not call a major contributor, so one individual did not contribute a significantly more amount of DNA than anybody else. So I was able to make a comparison to the entire mixture.
And what can you tell us about that entire mixture as far as the DNA?
So I concluded that Alexander Woodworth and Ezra McCandless are both included as possible contributors to that mixture profile.
So here's
And then similarly to single source profiles with mixture
here's what I'm listening for as we go along here, okay? Because again, we're gonna get to the pictures. What I'm really gonna hone in on is, especially when it gets to the pictures with like where they got the blood, because this whole thing of did Alex get out of the car? That's the thing that has been just really bugging me. And then why was he found the way he was found, right? And so whose DNA, when it comes to the blood, and where it is going to really matter. And it hopefully, it's going to paint a better picture of maybe, right? Again, just like with Murdoch, part of our job here is we have to like separate out and figure out what was the actual crime scene and what was staged by Ezra, right? So
profiles, we also perform a statistical analysis, and my analysis concluded that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual that can be included as one of the possible contributors to that mixture is approximately 1 in 198 trillion.
Let's move on to B22. You can actually leave it up. I'm going to be going through pictures for a number of these now. What was item B22?
Item B22 was a swab of reddish brown stain from the interior rear passenger side door at marker 22.
All right. And I'm going to be displaying here now exhibit number 120, which shows us marker 22. What can you tell us about the swabbing from that particular marker number?
So the swab, I performed our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I attempted to obtain a DNA profile from this item B22, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
I just have to say, I think that thing is happening where there's some messages that are not coming through in the chat, which is interesting because it's hard to know. Like sometimes I don't know if I'm not seeing something or it's not coming through, but it looks like I can tell that something's missing because it looks like DP said something about Gwen, and the reason I'm inferring that is because Kat Randall answered the question, and so like in other words, I can tell you guys are having a conversation, but like the beginning part of the conversation having to do with Gwyneth Paltrow is not showing up on my end, which is interesting. Yes, correct. That says number 22. Yep, that's the evidence label. Correct. Yep.
All right. Let's move on to item B25.
Oh, okay.
What was item B25 related to?
Item B25 was reportedly a swab of a reddish brown stain from the center of the steering wheel at marker 31.
All right. And I'm going to display exhibit 131 now, Counsel.
Oh, I've never seen it.
We see marker 31. What can you tell us about that particular?
So as far as we know so far, there was the presumptive blood was negative for anywhere in the front of the car. So let's just see what he says. But that's what we've heard so far.
DNA profile, or that particular swab.
So item B25, I also performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I obtained a male DNA profile, and I can.
Wait. He says B25, and that says, hold on, let me back this up. Because that says 31. Okay, hold on. I remember, okay. Dude, this is going to blow my mind, though, because I remember. Oh my God, this explains everything. Now it's all making sense. So earlier when they had, a foundational witness, oh my God, now it's all making sense, come in. I even timestamped this, I believe, because I had a specific conversation with one of our squirrel friends about this. Shout out to Random Girl, I believe is who it was. So, okay, because we were there. This was maybe on the first day or second episode, sorry, something like that. But like, basically this whole thing of the presumptive blood, because we heard a little bit about the presumptive blood test, right? And we saw some pictures, and she was saying whoever was the witness, I don't remember her name, was a lady, and she was talking about the presumptive blood was mainly in the back of the car, or only in the back of the car, something like that, right? I remember specifically being annoyed because they were showing these pictures, these same pictures, right? And they showed that steering wheel, and it looks like blood to me, right? And they pointed it out, but then they didn't say the results of the test. And I'm wondering if the reason is because they couldn't, because she's not the witness who could testify to that. But because they didn't say what it was, and then her other comments were about the back, I was like, oh, I guess that's mud. But like they didn't explicitly say. I'm wondering, I'm backing it up because are we now learning that that is blood? Because I have had a theory. Hold on, let me do my thing. I've had a theory for, I don't know, a couple days or maybe a week. I've had a theory. This is my theory, that when the car was stopped weirdly by the dirt road or whatever, blocking traffic and whatnot, I'm wondering if potentially that's when the stab time started happening. And if not there, I think it might have happened potentially like as they're going down the dirt road. Now, it could have been just the first stab, you know? And then it was actually Candace, shout out to Candace, who suggested maybe the way he got in the back seat was he was trying to escape, like get away from her, right? And then then the thought occurred to me that she could have had the child locks turned on or whatever, because you can control it from the driver's seat, to where maybe he tried to open the passenger door, which, boy, I'll tell you what, sucks that they didn't do the swabs there, right? Like we heard on the for the touch DNA or whatever, fingerprints, whatever. Anyway, although we know that would have been there anyway from when he got in the car. But maybe he tried to open the passenger door, it was locked, and then he tried to climb in the back seat to get away from her. And then maybe that's when the car went all wonky, you know, the weird angle, and then she, you know, whatever else happened. But I don't know. Anyway, this is gonna be crazy though if there is blood on this, because I was like, oh, that's interesting, because only blood in the back. I have to kind of figure that out in my head. And so that's when I was thinking maybe he went in the back to get something, and then she went to stab him. Like maybe she was going to try to distract him, like, hey, can you grab this painting from the back seat? And then that's when it, anyway. Yeah, and right, sequence of events, yeah. And I mean, I can elaborate. I just don't know if you guys have already heard me talk about my theories on the sequence of events, but I am happy to elaborate, but I don't want to be like redundant. So, yeah, because we still don't really know, but this is why I'm like, oh, hopefully this DNA evidence will help. So let's see.
Concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that.
I need to go back further because this is really important here.
Item B25, what was item B25 related to?
Item B25 was reportedly a swab of a reddish-brown stain from the center.
No drugs on either of them. Alex Woodworth only had caffeine, and Ezra, I think she would have had caffeine because she went to Reese's. But yeah, no drugs though. No drugs or alcohol.
Of the steering wheel at marker 31.
Okay, so I was okay. Holy fuck, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it says 31 because that's the evidence marker. Okay. Wow.
I'm going to display exhibit 131 now,
What?
Counsel.
Oh
We
my
see
God.
marker 31.
Oh my
What can you
God.
tell us about that
Oh my
particular
This-
DNA profile? Or
This
that
makes a lot more sense because I always had this feeling she started, man.
particular swab?
Yep, so item B25, I also performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive.
Wow.
I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that
This explains it. So they just couldn't talk about this yet, but they showed. Oh my God.
Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Wow.
And
Wow.
let's move on to B28. What was B28?
So B28 was a folding knife that stated Wisconsin National Guard, and that was reportedly recovered from the trunk at marker 36.
All right, now I'm going to display exhibit 135 here, Counsel.
Oh, interesting. because her, Jason, her ex-boyfriend, was in the National Guard, so that must have been his knife.
All right, so we see marker 36 and a folding knife. What can you tell us about, what did you do with that item? This wasn't a swab, you actually received the item itself.
That's correct.
What did you do with that?
So I took a swabbing of the blade of this knife in addition to a swabbing of the handle of the knife.
Right.
I then tested those swabs for blood, and both of those tests were negative.
Yeah.
So there was no blood on
So this is the knife that was not the murder weapon. Okay.
that item.
I reported that blood was not detected on this item.
All right. And were you able to obtain a DNA profile
It
from,
is.
let's start with the blade.
By the way, I'm a big fan of multi-tools. I just have to say, like, I love a good multi-tool. I'm all about that. I've got a very, an array of Swiss Army knives and, shit like that. Like, gotta have a good multi-tool.
Yes, I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals from the swabbing of the blade of the Wisconsin National Guard folding knife.
By the way, Kat Randall, we're going to hear from Ezra's dad on the next episode, but he is says that he works with like tree removal and stuff. I don't know if that's the same thing as an herborist, but part of the thing, right, is the knife that she did use for the murder weapon came from her dad's house.
That included at least 1 low-level male contributor. In this mixture, I was able to determine a major female contributor profile, which is again the DNA profile from that one female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. I then concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA.
Were you able to find out anything about the minor contributor to that knife?
No, I was unable to make any comparisons to the minor component of this knife.
Why not?
The minor component is too low level for us to make an accurate or reliable comparison.
All right, and you said you also swabbed the handle of that knife, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And what can you tell us about the swab of the handle of that knife?
So I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 3 individuals from the swabbing of the handle of the knife. That included at least 1 male contributor. However, I was unable to make any comparisons to this to this mixture profile.
Yeah.
And why is that?
I think that's what I have. I've got a couple, and I've got various sizes as well. I've got a little mini one I keep on my keychain, which is awesome. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yep. Also, I have a mini measuring tape that I keep in my purse, which is really funny. I'm not like one of those people that has like a purse with a lot of stuff in it. There's some people who are like that, and I have been like that before, and then I got annoyed with it. So like literally my purse has like wallet, phone, chapstick, and a mini measuring tape. Like seriously. I don't know why.
There's a limited amount of genetic information available, which is just saying that there wasn't enough information there. The data was too low for me to make any reliable comparisons.
All right. Let's move on to item B29. What was B29 purportedly?
B29 was another knife. I described it as a serrated steak knife, and it was reportedly recovered from the trunk at marker 37.
All right. So we're sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like I know what this is related to, but this is good information to have. Right, a natural reaction. Yeah. But having said that, now I don't know if Spencer, I don't think you've seen the ones where it shows the crime scene. So just I'm not saying you have to. I will just describe the weird positioning he was found in, the victim. The way he was found was, if you imagine the back seat of the car, but you imagine the driver's side door, right? The driver's side door in the back seat. He was found kind of half in, half out of the car, face first. So his face was kind of like in the mud, like he's half out of the car, like, and he was like on, kind of not really on the seat. He was actually more like on the footwell thing, if you want to call it that. And so when they found the crime scene, the door was open, the driver's side but back seat door, right, was open, and he was just half out of the car. So that's how he was found. But that 100%. That's still helpful. That could still be part of what happened. I think it's pretty clear. Well, we're going to get to more of this DNA evidence, but again, I from what we know so far, looking at his clothing, right, his socks, his pants, it doesn't look like he got out of that car because there would have been mud, which means he didn't get out of the car and go to the back seat. That's the key thing, right? And why is that key? Because Ezra's story is that there was a knife fight and because he was, self-defense, right? She's claiming self-defense, that he was going to sexually assault her or whatever. Again, that's jury's still out on that one for what she's even claiming, but that in her story, from what we know so far, from what we heard in opening statements, is that they were out of the car, first of all, trying to get the car out of the mud or something because it was stuck. I think that's all bullshit, just personal opinion, and then eventually he gets back in the car and like there's this like switching of drivers and then in and out of the car, right, for this whole event where he dies, according to her. So the fact that he was found the way he was found and never got out of the car matters. And it also matters because I also have another theory. Where's my thing? Didn't mean to do that twice, but I have my other thought is that what happened was that she, they're in the back seat, he dies. My next thought is that she was attempting to get him out of the car to try to stage the crime scene, right? To make it look like there was an attack and self-defense. My thought is that she opened that passenger door and was trying to get him out of the car and didn't realize that a dead body is a lot heavier than an alive body. And so she was unable to get him fully out of the car and was only able to get him partially out of the car. That's why he was head first. And then, because he was found with his shoes off, right? His shoes were off, but his socks were not muddy, okay? I think she took the shoes off. This is just where I'm at right now. Took the shoes off and then using her hands potentially, took the shoes and tried to go make the footprints outside in the mud to try to then, again, back up her story of all of her story, if that makes sense. So, yeah, so that's, no, we already have the toxicology report. We already have the autopsy for Alex. He only had caffeine in his system. That's it. And for Ezra, we've heard from the doctors, right? The ER doctors and shit that examined her, and they ran all the blood tests, and they even said they tested for drugs because that could have explained. At the time, she was saying she didn't remember anything, right? There were no drugs. They didn't even report finding caffeine. Now, however, having said that, they were testing for a live person and not a dead person. So that would be why, like, you wouldn't do a toxicology report on a live person. You would just run like a blood panel, right? So that would be potentially why, or they just didn't mention it. But they did say there were no drugs. And in fact, she declined painkillers. It was not a heat wave. It was, I'm wondering why you're asking that question though. That's a curious question. So it was it was snow, right? There was snow on the ground. It was March 22nd of 2018. And we know that as far as the temperature is concerned, the snow it got maybe warm enough in the day to where some of it would start melting, like in the ditch line, which is where his phone, Alex's phone, and the murder weapon were found. But that overnight it would be enough to where it's freezing. And on the last episode, we watched like the drone footage, and you can see really well the snow and all that. So the other theory I have about the positioning of the body is that potentially, if she didn't try to get him out of the car, the other reason he could have been found like that is potentially if he was just killed and was like leaning up against the door, kind of, and then she opened the door and then he just kind of toppled over, potentially. But the reason that I have more faith in the first theory, which is that she was trying to get him out of the car, is because of the shoes. Because his shoes are off, right? And so that to me, when I was like this was early on in the trial where I was like, why are the shoes off? And we really thought about it. And I was like, she was trying to stage the crime scene. So when you think of it that way, it only would make sense that the reason she took the shoes off is because she tried to get the body out and couldn't, potentially just thoughts. So.
Showing the item with marker 37, is that the knife that you obtained and had to work with?
It does appear to be so, yes.
All right.
What's that exhibit number?
That, I'm sorry, is Exhibit 134. Thank you, Counsel. What can you tell us about what you did with that knife?
So
This
I,
also is not the murder knife.
again, took a swabbing of the blade and the
Yeah,
handle
right.
of this knife, two separate swabbings of the blade and the handle. I performed a test for blood, and both of those tests were negative, so I reported that blood was not detected on this item, or on this knife.
And were you able to obtain any usable DNA profiles from either of those swabbings?
No, I was not. There was, due to the lack of DNA detected, so I did not detect enough DNA to warrant further testing, so I did not attempt to obtain DNA profiles from these swabbings.
All right. Let's move on to.
It's actually a bag. I think it's a bag. They talk about it earlier on when it was something. It was in Ezra's car. That cactus thing is like a bag, like a purse or something.
What is designated as item D, as in dog. What can you tell us about that item?
Item D was a left boot. It was like a
That's Ezra's
leather type boot that was covered in mud.
And did it have a particular marker number that was associated with it?
It probably did. I don't have that information in front of me though.
All right. Let me show you an image here. Does this appear to be the boot that you were talking about?
Yeah. So far, the two knives that we've seen were not the knives that were used, because the knife that was used, well, we haven't seen. It was ditched right with the phone. So she had 3 knives with her, basically.
It does appear so, yes.
All right. And that is Exhibit 73, Counsel. What can you tell us about that boot and what you did with that boot?
So I examined this boot, looking for any areas of reddish brown staining that might be consistent in appearance with blood. I did observe one area of staining on the side of the boot, and I performed, I took a swabbing of that area of blood, or of possible blood, and I performed a test for blood. Now this particular test is not.
Was this in reference to me, or was this in reference to the witness? And if me, then what?
Not our presumptive test that we were talking about. This is what we refer to as a confirmatory test, which does identify blood, and this test was positive. So I reported that blood was identified on this boot.
All right. And were you able to obtain a DNA?
By the way, BP, I wanted to say thank you so much for your comments on that last video. I love that you did all the specific comments with the timestamps. That was awesome, and I loved seeing your commentary. So I thank you so much for doing that. It was really fun to see your specific thoughts there.
A profile from that
the witness. Okay.
swabbing, or from that boot.
Yes, I was. So the swabbing of the reddish brown staining on the side of the boot, I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And did you do that from a swab, or did you have to actually take a cutting from that boot?
So the reddish brown staining was a swab of the boot.
Okay.
In addition, I did take a swabbing and a cutting of the interior of the boot, attempting to obtain DNA from somebody who may have been wearing it.
I'm sorry?
I took a swabbing and a cutting of the interior of this boot, attempting to obtain DNA from anybody who may have been wearing the boot.
And were you able to make any determinations from the interior of the boot?
Yep, so the first So the swabbing of the interior of the boot, I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 4 individuals. And I was unable to make any comparisons to that mixture. I then took a cutting of the interior of the boot and obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 3 individuals. And in this cutting, I was able to determine a major female contributor profile, which is, again, that DNA profile from that one female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA.
All right, so to summarize, the area where you confirmed blood was Alexander Woodworth, and the interior was the defendant.
The interior major contributor, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you for that correction. Let's go on to item E. What was item E?
Item E was a right boot that appeared similar in appearance to the left boot.
And we're going to move to Exhibit 74 now. Does this appear to be the boot that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Or it does appear to be so.
And what did you do when you received that boot that is shown on Exhibit 74?
So I again examined this boot looking for the presence of any reddish-brown staining. I did observe an area of reddish-brown staining that you can see in the photo there on the heel. That reddish-brown staining appeared to be mostly caked into the vegetation and.
Yeah, Spencer, did you hear? Did you hear my? I did state my theories. Did you hear? Hopefully you heard that. I mean, I'm not going to comment on Ezra's appearances, but we've been seeing her. It's showed her a bunch of times in the gallery. She's, maybe you didn't know that was her.
And mud that's on the boot, but I did take a swabbing of that reddish brown staining. I again performed that confirmatory test for blood, and that test was positive, so I reported that blood was identified on this boot. I then obtained a male DNA profile from that swabbing of the reddish brown staining, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. And did you also do anything to try and determine anything from the interior of that boot?
Yes, I did. I took a swabbing and a cutting of the interior of this boot as well. However, both the swabbing and the cutting, I obtained mixtures of DNA from at least 4 individuals, but I was unable to make any comparisons to these mixtures.
It makes you wonder.
Is that true for both the?
It makes you wonder if everyone's shoe would have lots of, probably, right? I mean, that kind of makes sense, especially like a sandal. Like I'm wearing sandals right now. I bet that there's all kinds of DNA, you know what I mean? Just cause it's just can get there, like wearing it in the store, the grocery store and shit, right? I don't know.
Swabbing and the cutting?
Yes, it is.
All right. Item F. What was item F?
Item F was some vegetation with a reddish brown stain. It was like little leaves and bits of twigs, whatever you would find on the ground.
Okay, this is where piques my interest because I'm still working with this theory that Alex never got out of that car. And so we know that Ezra was cut up and stuff, she did it to herself, ostensibly, and potentially maybe was trying to then make it look like there was blood outside of the vehicle, again, to back up her story. So let's see what they say about this. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Did you hear my answer to your question though about the I did state my my squirrel speculation theories on the body. Hopefully you heard that part. But that was just a few minutes ago. So if you missed it, you can just rewind it a couple minutes. So yeah.
In a wooded area.
All right. And was that from what appears to be evidence marker 9?
I believe it was, yes.
All right. And let's go to this will be Exhibit 77, Counsel. So we have evidence marker 9 here that we were observing. What can you tell us about that situation. What did you actually receive?
So I just received an envelope with some of the vegetation in it that had reddish brown staining on it. I tested a little piece of the reddish brown staining with our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then took a small sample of that reddish brown staining for DNA analysis, and I developed a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And
So I'm going to have to see where that's located in relation to the car. Because again, we know he was hanging half out of the car. If that's if that's like under his head, fine. If that's like further away, then my theory's out the window. I don't know. I'm going to have to rethink it.
next item is item G, which is labeled as a cigarette butt. What can you tell us about
Cigarette
that
butt.
Yep. So this was a cigarette butt. I took a cutting from.
I know one of you guys was asking about this.
And if we just take a second, was that designated as evidence marker 10?
I believe so, yes.
All right. So we have, this is exhibit number 78, Counsel. Does that look like the cigarette butt that you received? I imagine cigarette butts look pretty much the same.
Exactly. It looks like a cigarette butt.
All right. So what can you tell us about that? What were you able to do with that cigarette butt?
So I took a cutting of the filter paper around the end of the cigarette butt that might be in somebody's mouth. I obtained a male DNA profile from this cigarette butt, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. And
Okay.
what about item H? What was item H?
Item H was another cigarette butt. I believe it was marker 11.
All right. And we'll move to exhibit 79 here, Counsel. All right. What can you tell us about that cigarette butt that was found at marker 11?
Yep. So I, again, took a cutting of the end of the cigarette butt that may be in somebody's mouth. I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. I was able to determine a major male contributor, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that major male contributor DNA.
Were you able to determine anything about the minor contributor to that particular sample?
No, I was unable to make any comparisons to the minor contributor.
And was that because of the lack of, there was insufficient DNA to do the testing again?
Yes, there's a limited amount of genetic information available, yes.
All right. What is item I?
So
Item I,
if I recall, when they found the vehicle, windows were partially rolled down, if I recall. I'm shocked that what am I shocked at? I'm shocked that there's Alex's DNA on the cigarette butts. I commented, it was actually in I think it was in the opening statements of the first episode, they showed pictures of the car maybe, or maybe it was the second episode, but I commented on that. I was like, that's interesting that the windows were rolled down because it was cold, right? Like wintry weather. And it made me wonder why the windows were rolled down. So I'm wondering if they were smoking and that's why the windows were rolled down. But what's weird is if there's a cigarette butt found there, which there was with Alex's DNA, he must have been alive long enough to smoke. So in this case, maybe the stab didn't start until they pulled onto the dirt road, and it didn't start before. But then what was happening when it was parked weirdly? When the car was parked weirdly, something was happening. That is such an interesting part of this whole mystery, is the way that car was parked weirdly, blocking traffic. I mean, why would you be like that? I don't know. It's just interesting. So, what else was I going to say? Oh, DP, are you still having a heat wave? I believe, good question. I believe both were. in the episode, the first episode where you discovered us, the live stream, and remember we were seeing the Pharaoh footage. That exact portion of that episode is probably the best pictures that we have. Like that's where that's where you see the windows. I may have commented on, and we may have seen them before then, but like those, of course, that's also when you get graphic pictures in a way, right? Because you do see the dead body, but that's the part where you can really see the situation as it is. So I don't happen to remember. I feel like we might see pictures of that here in this episode as they go through it. If we go through this though, and they don't end up showing those pictures, I'll pull that up and we'll take a look at both, if it was one or both windows. It's a good question though. So we'll definitely get the answer here.
Was some more vegetation.
Either we'll see it here shortly or I'll pull it up.
With a reddish brown stain.
And is that found at evidence marker 12?
I believe so.
Okay. This will be Exhibit 80, Counsel. So here we have a photo of that, evidence marker 12. What did you actually receive there?
So I received an envelope full of, again, like leaves and twigs that had a reddish brown stain on it, or reddish brown staining. I took a small sample of that reddish brown staining and performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then obtained a male DNA profile from that reddish brown staining, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And what is item J?
Item J was a swab of a reddish brown stain from the side of a trailer.
And that would have been at marker 13?
I believe so.
All right. This will be Exhibit 82, Counsel. All right. So we have marker 13 up there now. What were you able to tell us about the swabbing that you received from marker 13?
So I performed our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood on this swab, and that test was positive. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I did obtain a female DNA profile. And I concluded that Ezra.
So this is what I'm expecting. I'm expecting that we're going to see a lot of Ezra's blood outside of the vehicle. And that's why the curious part is that blood that was Alex's blood. But again, that might have been underneath where his head was found. We just don't know. I'm sure they'll show a picture where they back out further from the crime scene, so where you can see those markers in relation to the the vehicle and stuff. But yeah, I don't know what you're referring to with the foundation. The defense is not shy with their objections. What foundation are you? I mean, also, I think you just started joining us. So you've missed. I don't know. I don't know that you've seen all of the episodes, but I feel like they've laid plenty of foundation with this witness, and they've had plenty of prior witnesses as well. So
McCandless is the source of this DNA.
So this is Exhibit 223, which should correspond to your evidence item L. What was evidence item L?
Item L was a shirt that was reportedly recovered from Ezra McCandless. It was a blue and white plaid type button-down shirt.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't show there isn't anything pretrial available. There's no pretrial available. I just don't know that you saw the very first episodes, like starting with like day one with opening statements, but like in the first witnesses were foundational witnesses. I guess you didn't, because you were asking about the toxicology report, and that was one of the first witnesses was the medical examiner. So yeah, so you might have missed some of the foundational stuff. But if you want to go back and rewatch it, as I always say, I have really detailed timestamps, so you can go back and find any of that testimony. But I think they've been really methodical with the witnesses, and honestly really efficient. They've plowed through them. This is day 6, and they've covered a lot of witnesses already. I mean, some of these foundational witnesses too, they would bring them in, and there's like 4 minutes on the stand total, which is, This witness so far to date is the witness that's been on the stand the longest of anybody.
Mr. Scott, does this appear to be the shirt that was item L?
It does appear to be so, yes. Could I see the tag?
Yes.
Yes, that does look like a tag that I placed on the item.
Right. And it says L on it?
Yes, it does with my initials and date.
All right. So with that shirt, what did you do with this shirt to test it?
So I examined that shirt looking for the presence of any reddish-brown staining that may be consistent in appearance with blood. There were numerous areas of reddish-brown staining on this shirt. I chose 4 of these areas to perform DNA analysis on.
Where was the first of those that you swabbed?
So the first was a relatively larger area of reddish-brown staining on the lower front of the shirt.
So that'd be this area here?
I believe the one that's just above it, actually.
So, friend, just to make sure everyone's good. So remember how they had the evidence custodian? They did not have him repackage the evidence on purpose, right? It was planning, smart planning in a way, right? They had him, it's all still out there on the table from the previous witness. So that way it could be accessed by both the prosecution and the defense with this witness.
So right here?
I believe so.
Okay.
I apologize, I can't see
Sure.
that.
That's fine.
Is it marked or are you just indicating with your hands?
With where my hand is, right there.
Thank you.
All right, so with that area, what did you do?
So I took a swabbing of.
Yeah, I can explain that. So because they can't say what it is before they know what it is. So they can't say I was looking for blood stains because like when they're talking about the testing, because they don't know it's blood yet, right? And the other thing is in this case specifically, they have mud and blood. And so some of the stains that they thought were blood, they learned it was mud. Why? Because they do the presumptive test, and they do the presumptive test first before they then go and, and so he's not even the one that does the presumptive testing. That was a previous witness early on in the trial that came in and first talked about all the presumptive blood stains. That was like day 2. So, yeah, they had red, brown. They do. Yes. They had the dried mud and stuff. Like there's a lot of spots in the car, in the front area of the car that looked like blood, but it was mud. But I think even if that weren't the case, they still can't call it blood until they would have already tested it. But you can't, if you're looking for it to test it, you don't have that answer. So the best you can do is describe what you're looking for. And then, yeah, does that make sense? So DP saying, I think Emily Baker once mentioned that criminal cases tend to be short because of all the pretrial work, but civil cases can. It really depends. In civil cases, in civil cases, most cases settle and they don't go to trial, especially if you're dealing with like personal injury, right? Now, if you're dealing with like defamation, that's different, but there's not really all that many defamation cases, right? In the grand scheme of things, the vast majority of civil cases are like medical mal, like med mal or like personal injury stuff, right? And so, and the vast majority of those settle out, so they don't even make it to trial. For ones that are cases that are civil and do make it to trial, it can, I don't know that it morph and sprawl. I wouldn't say that that's the trial. I guess you're saying cases, not trials. So maybe I'm not answering that. Like it's really more pretrial, right? Because it's like you can file, like one person can sue, one party decides to sue another, right? They file a complaint, civil complaint, whatever it may be. And then that party responds, right? And then they can do like a, like in debt be heard, they can file a countersuit. And then where it can actually get more complicated is if you've got a lot of different parties. Let's say that you've got Corporation A, Corporation B, Corporation C, Corporation D, right? And then they all are suing each other and then they're all doing countersuits, right? So it can, if you've got multiple parties, it can be, now with civil, or sorry, not civil, criminal, you're only going to ever have the two parties unless it's more than one defendant, right? But that doesn't happen that often. But I mean, it can happen, but typically, like, I'm wondering if Emily said this, if it was in a specific, in reference to something specific, because again, with criminal trials, if you include the appellate process, they're way longer, honestly. If you include pretrial work and then the appellate process, I mean, like, take a death penalty case. I mean, you can't, when is the case done? When can you call the case done? I guess when they've really exhausted their appeals. Decades, we're talking. Decades. That's after they've been convicted. Decades is that appellate process for death penalty cases. So I don't know if that helps. Gotcha, Spencer. Roger that. I don't know. I mean, I do see the exposed wrist. That's, I don't know that the jury would notice that, but the thing is like, that's something like that the defense could object to, and they actually talk, and he comes and looks at the shirt. He could, that would be on that. I don't even know that would be an appellate issue. See, you only get appellate issues if there's an objection, right? That's how the appeals process works, by the way, guys. So for appeals, for criminal trial, they don't look at the footage. I think I may have already mentioned this. They only read the transcript, and they look for objections. So when you object, part of it is for the record for appeal. So that's why objections matter, for one thing. I mean, they matter for a lot of reasons, but that's just one reason. Oh, right. It's RICO. It's RICO. First of all, that's why. First of all, it's RICO. So there's like a million, I'm exaggerating. There's a lot of defendants, right? And this is like the first batch. The Young Thug trial is a disaster. So the jury selection process was like 9 months just to find a jury. And now it's been already going on ever since they even seated a jury. It's been going on forever. There's just been issue after issue. The list of issues is endless with that trial. I don't even know that it's going to, with every day there's a new issue, and there's been so many motions for a mistrial. And, I wouldn't be surprised if it does end in a mistrial. Honestly, I feel like it should have already a long time ago. That trial is a fucking disaster. I don't even know what's going on there, to be honest. That's a wild. I keep thinking to myself, anytime I watch any part of that, I'm like, I don't know if you guys have seen Catch Me If You Can, the movie, or know what that's about, but I feel like the prosecutors in this Young Thug trial are. I cannot fathom how they ever went to law school. I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, did they have some strings that they pulled to get their bar number? Because I don't think that these people went to law school or have any training. Like, I feel like they're just random people pretending, honestly. And I feel like you could actually find a random person off the street and be like, hey, you want to pretend to be a lawyer? And they would do a better job. Honestly, it's really kind of insane. I mean, great point here. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen one, but you know what? That's why they're interesting too, right? Maybe the cut and dry, they're probably not even really televised, right? It's probably something simple. You come in and you plead, and then you waltz out of the courtroom, and that's it. But who would want to watch that, right? So. But yeah, the RICO stuff is also a whole other thing. Yeah, I'm trying to think. One thing I will say is, do you guys remember the Titan submersible? That whole disaster? That's an example of where there's civil litigation going on, and there might be some settling, but that one will take a long time, and here's why. There's a lot of parties involved, and it's also like in international open waters, so that's a whole other can of worms. That's going to be a complete and utter mess. And then there's like also the issue of like the waivers that they had all the people sign and shit. There's that the litigation for that's going to go on for a long time. but I don't know that there will ever be a trial. You know what I mean? So this is just the litigation. But, and again, that would be, well, it's definitely civil. Could there be criminal charges? Maybe. But no, sorry, I take it back. You couldn't have it because the people who they would charge are dead. So yeah, never mind. So it's only going to be civil. Yeah. I mean, I think there was definitely criminal liability had they survived. The dude, Stockton Rush, I think definitely could have. There was a lot of liability there. That's for fucking sure. Right. Yeah. I know. So, but the litigation's going to be going on for a long time with that one for sure. But I don't know that there will ever be a trial. That's awesome. Dude, I love that. I was too young. I was little when OJ happened, so I didn't know. I mean, I heard of it, but I wasn't watching the trial. I was going to school, elementary school, probably. That's cool, though. Yeah, there's another trial. The Casey Anthony trial is one that now that I know about this court TV archives thing. So, there's trials, right, that I'm like, man, I would love to cover that. But like, this is one of them, right, where I'm like, it's not on YouTube. What do you do? And that's when I finally I did enough searching around and I found this court TV archives thing, which I didn't know existed. But there's probably other trials, and I'm wondering how many other trials are there on these court TV archives, and they're just not on YouTube. And why are they not on YouTube? I have no idea. Why isn't court TV putting them on YouTube? I don't know. But like, anyway, so now this trial's on YouTube, but it's with scroll commentary. So, but yeah, I was just thinking like, it's a good resource to know about for other cases and stuff. Just, yeah, the court TV archives thing. Okay. So let's see what's going on here.
Of that area, attempting to transfer any DNA that is present on the shirt material onto my swab. I performed the presumptive test for blood, and that was positive. I then obtained a DNA profile from that swabbing, and I obtained a female DNA profile and concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
All right. Where was the next swabbing that you took?
So the next swabbing was a reddish-brown stain on the inside portion, just along the, right there.
Right here?
Just along the button
down
down
here. If I'm looking
here.
at it, it looks like the top, just below the top buttonhole on that side.
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that swabbing from the interior of the shirt just above, or just below that top, actually vertical buttonhole? Looks like there's a top one that's horizontal, so just below the last vertical buttonhole.
So with this swabbing, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I obtained a female DNA profile, and I
did the math on that last time, although it might be. Let me see. Last time I did the math on this conversion, but it might have been a different temperature. It was like 86 degrees, I think, Fahrenheit. Let me see. Yeah, that's 96.8 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's 96.8 Fahrenheit there. Yeah, is it still cooling down overnight though? Hopefully. Yeah, it's funny. It's actually got cool. Like last night, DP, it got down to it was 61 Fahrenheit here. We're having like a cold wave, if you will. It got down to 61 Fahrenheit last night. Right now it's 63 Fahrenheit. But ever since we had the big storm, so that changed it. Prior to that, it was really hot, but then we had that big storm, and then ever since then, it feels like it's almost fall. It's pretty crazy. Well, there's something else I was going to say, but I know what I was going to say. So for anyone who hasn't seen all the episodes, one thing that we did that was really cool, I was just going to recommend this. And I think Spencer, I think you especially would really enjoy this for some reason. Let me look and see if I can find what episode it was. But we went through Alex's journal entries, or the ones that we have so far, and we tried to read them. But they're really good, like it's philosophical writing, and it's a really interesting. It was a really interesting portion of the episode. Let me see if I can figure out which one it was. That where you don't, obviously there's nothing it's just the journal. It was sort of like at the start of the live stream. Let me see if I can find which one it was here. Let's see. Okay, so it's on episode 3. It's episode 3, and then it's time stamped. If anyone's interested, it's time stamped where it says Alex's journal. It's like 24 minutes in. So if you go to that, so that's where we go through the journal entries and we talk about how the defense mischaracterized them. And then we go through, we do a little thing about St. Augustine, and it's really interesting for anyone that wants to check that out. I actually really recommend it. It's something really different. He's a very different victim than what we've seen in a lot of trials. He was very unique, and you get also a context where it also is really, let me just say this in a better way. It's really applicable when it comes to this case in terms of the injuries, because he had no defensive wounds. And you really can see that he was anti-violence. And I think that he had not a single defensive wound. So with the way that we know how he died, I think that was on purpose. That's my personal opinion. I think that because he had stated before to a friend that who we're going to hear from, they're going to testify. They haven't yet, but that he didn't believe that in self-defense unless it was to save someone else's life, but it wasn't justifiable to save your own life. So, oh yeah, cool. Yeah, so episode 3, what was it, 24 minutes? And again, it's time stamped. Yeah, that's right. Squirrels got to get straight. I actually just got myself up another fresh sparkle water. I love my sparkle water. Liters. Oh, not another one. I don't know what liters is. Metric system. Crazy. I know we're the crazy ones, but yeah, there were no drugs, man. I don't know if you're a man, but there were no drugs. There were no drugs. There were no drugs. You can go back and listen to the medical examiner with the toxicology report, but there was no drugs, just caffeine.
I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
All right. And what's the next swabbing that you took, or area that you tested on this shirt?
So the next swab was a swabbing of a reddish brown stain on the right sleeve of the shirt, the right side being as you wear it.
So where was that swabbing?
I think it was about midway down the sleeve. That looks like it, yeah.
Okay. Counsel, right here where my finger is. If you want to come up and take a look, it's not that huge. Right there. Okay, what can you tell us about the swabbing from that area on the right sleeve? It looks like maybe about a third of the way up towards the back of that sleeve.
So I performed the test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. And I also obtained a female DNA profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
And for the record, it's right. It looks like it's right next to the seam on that shirt.
Yeah,
okay.
I believe so.
And about a third of the way up. Would you say, is that fair?
Yeah, I thought it was more about midpoint, but a third of the way sounds fair.
All right. And was there a fourth swabbing you took from that shirt?
Yes, on the left sleeve cuff, right around the tears.
So, in this area, is this it?
Yeah,
here?
right there.
All right. Counsel, right there. What can you tell us about that swabbing on that
By
shirt?
the way,
So I also obtained a positive result for the
the I think the attitude between these different attorneys has shifted ever since the previous day where they had that spicy housekeeping. I think you were here for that, DB, because we've not heard them call each other counsel before in this trial. That started as of today, day 6. And that is, as some of you guys may know, is usually almost like derogatory in a way. Like you say that to the other attorney when you're trying to like, how to say it? It's just a slight. It's funny. So it's just funny that we haven't heard that the whole trial. Now he keeps calling them counsel. But I think things went a little bit got a little bit spicy that hearing.
Possible presence of blood,
rather.
and I also obtained a female DNA profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
The next item that I want to talk about would be item M. What was item M?
Item M was a pair of blue jeans that was reportedly recovered from Ezra McCandless.
So I see a tag here that says W-603 with an M and then a KAS and 512 of 18. Would that be your tag?
It would be KRS, which are
KRS,
my
I'm
initials,
sorry,
yes.
can't
But
read.
yes, that is a tag I placed on the item.
And so that's the item that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
All right. What did you do with this item when you received it?
So I again examined this item for the presence of any reddish-brown staining that is consistent with the appearance of blood. There was a large amount of staining on this item, and I chose 3 areas to test for DNA.
Where was the first area?
So the first area was a small reddish-brown stain just below the pocket of the jeans, kind of on the side of the jeans.
Which side? Left or right?
I think it was left.
All right. So just below the pocket.
Maybe not. It'd be near the seam, I think.
What's that?
Where
Near the seam.
the confusion about the seam.
See if they hold it up. Maybe you can.
Spencer, were you doing anything horse related? Because you said ranch. I mean, have we? I don't know. I don't remember if we've talked about horses yet, but curious if you're doing anything horse related. Yeah.
Can you rotate it a little more? Can I approach the item?
You may.
Would I be able to refer to my notes to refresh my
Is
memory?
that okay if he refers to his notes to refresh his memory on this?
Sure. Can you just let us know what you're referring to?
Sure. So these are case notes that I prepared when I was examining the item. That these case notes are how we record the results of our testing and like different locations that we test for. And looks like the stain that I tested for was quite a bit lower than I had remembered. It's about midway or a third of the way down on the left side of the jeans near the seam.
All right. Is this the spot we're talking about?
Yes, that does appear to be so.
Counsel, if you want to. What were you able to tell us? What can you tell us about the swab that you took from that location?
So I performed our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile from this swabbing. I obtained
The word I was looking for, I think, is condescending, and I don't know. All I can say is what's so funny, and this is probably not going to make any sense, but like what's really funny is in terms of like the different spellings of the word counsel. This spelling, I'm just putting it up on the screen here. This spelling, COUNSEL, for whatever reason, this is just going to sound like crazy, but this to me looks more condescending. That's how I remember which one it is, versus like COUNCIL. That looks nice, and this spelling that I have on the screen with the SEL looks like maybe it's just because I know how it's used in law. Maybe that's why. But when I see that reads to me as condescending. Yeah. So.
a mixture of at least 2 individuals from this swabbing. and that mixture included at least one low-level male contributor. I was able to determine a major female contributor profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA.
Were you able to determine anything about the minor contributor to that?
No, I was not.
All right. What's the next area then that you tested on item M?
So the next area was a large area of dark reddish-brown staining on the right thigh, I believe.
All right, so that would be, is that this area here? Where am
I believe so.
Right in this area?
I believe so, yes. It was the darkest, or the area of darkest staining in that general area.
Right, looks like just to the right of a large cut on the pants, or defect on the pants.
That's correct.
Okay.
Did you point to an area? Can you just point to
Right,
an area again?
this
Yeah.
area here.
Thank you.
That's correct.
What can you tell us about that
I have no
area
idea what any of
of
that-
reddish-brown staining?
Indiana,
So I
I don't know what that is.
performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood on the swabbing I took of that reddish-brown staining, and that test was positive. I then obtained a DNA profile from that swab. I detected a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
So the area just to the right of the cut was Alexander Woodward's DNA.
That's correct.
All right. What's the next area then that you tested for or swabbed on there?
It was another area of staining on the right thigh. It was higher up than that first area of staining,
So is that this area here?
somewhere around there, yeah.
What can you tell us about that?
So I, again, obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood from my swabbing. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I did obtain a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. And that mixture included at least one male contributor. And then I was able to make a comparison to the entire mixture, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth and Ezra McCandless are both included as possible contributors to that mixture profile, with the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual that can be included as a possible contributor to that profile. It would be 1 in 63 trillion.
Okay. Was that next item I want to talk about is item O. What was item O?
Item O was a folding knife with EMT on it.
That's the murder.
So when you received item O, what did you do first?
Yep, so when I received item O, I examined the item for the presence of any reddish-brown staining that may be consistent in appearance with blood. There was nothing obvious on this knife when I received it. There was a large amount of like dried mud or dirt on it. And between that and the color of the knife itself, as you can see, it's a black colored knife. Any reddish-brown staining that was on it did not stand out. There were 2 areas of darker colored staining that I thought may have been reddish-brown staining. One would have been up in this area of the knife, and another one was on the other side. So imagine the knife flipped around right near that little, I don't know what you call it, the knob. So what I did when I examined this knife is I took 4 different swabbings. The first one was along the edge of the blade of the knife, so the sharp edge of the blade. The second swabbing was a swabbing of the handle area of the knife. The third swabbing was that area of staining that I observed up along here. And the 4th swabbing was that area of staining right in the joint, but on the blade of the knife.
And let's start with what was the first? I think the first of that swabbing was the edge of the blade.
That's
that
correct.
you talked about. What?
So the hilt is where the blade meets the handle. And when you have deep knife wounds, they can usually tell if okay, I think this is going to come up in the Brian Koberger case when that goes to trial next year, where if you imagine someone's really angry, right? And really trying to stab, deep stab wounds, they're going to stab and they're not going to know how deep it's going until the handle hits the body, right? And that's where you get your hilt mark, if that makes sense.
What can you tell us about the swabbing that you took from the edge of that blade?
So I took a swabbing of the edge of the blade, trying to obtain any DNA that might be present on the edge of the blade. I took a small portion of that swab and performed a test for blood. This is our confirmatory test for blood, and that test was positive. So I concluded that blood was identified on the EMT folding knife. I then took the remainder of that swab on for DNA analysis, and I obtained a male DNA profile from the swabbing of the edge of the blade. I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Good. And did you also do you said you did a swab of that area on the side of the blade that we can see that you believed was a reddish-brown stain. What can you tell us about that?
Yep, so that stain, or that swabbing, I also performed our confirmatory test for blood.
I'm sorry, what, is this swab 1, 2,
Sorry,
3, or 4?
So to clarify, anytime we take a swabbing, we give a separate item designation just to keep track of all the swabbings in our reports and notes. The first swabbing was item 01, which was the swabbing of the edge of the blade. The second swabbing that we're referring to now the third swabbing actually is the swabbing of the staining on the blade, which I designated 03, which is that area.
Though, as again, the foundation was laid by previous witnesses. And so all he can only testify to what he did. And what he did was he tested the DNA, right? So, I mean, it makes, like, he doesn't have to know all the parts of a knife, for example, right? He just has to know where, because someone previous to him, right? He wasn't at the crime scene, right? So the evidence is collected, right? And then they do the presumptive test, and then they send it off to have it tested for DNA, right? So all he knows is like what he tested based on the evidence numbers and and all that. And then what are the test results? So I don't think I don't think it's the end of the world if he doesn't know it's called a hilt, but it's been called a hilt previously by other witnesses. So again, I think the foundation was laid previously.
Of darker colored staining that I observed along the edge or the side of the blade closer to the blunt edge. So that 03 swab, I again performed the confirmatory test for blood, and that test was positive. So I concluded that blood was identified on that swab. I then performed our DNA analysis, and I developed a male DNA profile. And I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that male DNA.
All right, and then let's go to swabbing 04. Which swabbing was 04?
Swabbing 04 was that area of staining closer to the joint of the knife, near the knob. That swabbing, I also had a positive result on our confirmatory blood test, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Right. And finally, swabbing 02, which is that the handle swabbing?
Yes, so swabbing 02 is the swabbing of the handle of the knife. I also performed the confirmatory test for blood on that swab, and that test was positive. So I identified blood from that 02 swabbing. I then performed our DNA analysis on the 02 swabbing, and I obtained a mixture of DNA from 2 individuals, which includes at least 1 male contributor. I was able to determine a major male contributor.
Yeah, I can answer that. So they didn't magically get the name. So previous witnesses, like early on, like law enforcement, took buccal swabs of Jason Mengel, right, of Ezra, of her dad, Ezra's dad, and then and he actually talked about how they got the DNA for Alex because that was at the beginning of his testimony, because when they're deceased they can't do a buccal swab, right? So he talked about how he got the DNA from Alex. So they got the names from law enforcement, right? Because he's from the state crime lab. So the Dunn County Sheriff's Office is who provided them with all the other information. But again, we've already heard testimony from those officers early on. So,
and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that major male contributor DNA. In addition, I was also able to determine a partial minor contributor from this profile, which is the profile from the lesser of the two contributors. And I found that that minor contributor profile is consistent with the profile from Ezra McCandless, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that minor contributor DNA.
And are you able to tell from your testing, or is it even possible to determine if both of those contributions came from blood or just one of them came from blood, and if so, which one?
No, I am unable to make that determination. When we perform our DNA testing, we would test all DNA that's present on that item, whether it be from blood or skin cells or any other source of DNA. So I can say that blood was present on that swab. I did identify blood. However, I can't make a determination as to which portion of that mixture the blood played a role in.
All right. And blood could play a role in both.
It could.
To be fair, it could play a role in just one.
That's true, yes.
And we don't know which one.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Scott, I want to move on then to what should be Exhibit 554. Is that your report of November 14th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
All right. Let's talk about a number of those. The first item I want to discuss then would be item that you the crime lab designation of B2. What was B2?
Item B2 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain, reportedly from the exterior rear driver's side door frame at marker 2.
All right. If we can switch the computer, this will be Exhibit 96, Counsel. All right, so we see marker 2 there. What can you tell us about that swab and what you were able to determine from it?
So the swab, I also performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive, and then attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I did obtain a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. Evidence, crime lab designation B3. What can you tell us about B3?
B3 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain reportedly from the trunk at marker 3.
All right, and this will be Exhibit 97, Counsel. All right, so there we have marker 3 up on the screen. What can you tell us about the swab that came from the area of marker 3?
So item B3, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I did obtain a female DNA profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
All right. And then let's talk about item B10. What can you tell us about item B10?
Item B10 was described as a wad of apparent hairs from the rear driver's side floor at marker 7.
All right, so we have marker 7 up there. Appears to be a wad of hair there. What can you tell us about that?
So I received this wad of hair. Most of the hairs appeared similar in appearance. They're all like a brown color and a few inches long. I chose 6 of them, basically just plucked 6 of them out to observe them under a stereoscope, which is similar to a microscope.
The wad of hair, there's another overlap there with Amber Heard, huh?
And what I was doing was I was looking for the presence of any root material that might be there.
Why are you looking for root material?
So the type of DNA that we test for is present only in the root material of hairs. It's not present in the shaft of hairs. So when we analyze hairs, what we want to do is observe root material. If root material is present, then we can attempt to obtain a DNA profile. If there is no root material present, then attempting a DNA profile would not work. So we would not choose those hairs for further analysis.
All right. And what were you able to tell us about that hair?
So I looked at 6 of those hairs. 4 of them appeared to have root material, 2 did not. So I took those 4 with root material on for DNA analysis. 2 of them did not obtain, I did not detect enough DNA to warrant further testing on 2 of them. 2 of them did have enough DNA to warrant further testing, so I did attempt to obtain a DNA profile from those 2. I obtained a DNA profile from the same female individual from both of those hairs, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of the DNA obtained from the cutting of the root material on those 2 hairs.
And from those, are you able to tell us how long those hairs had been in that location?
No, I'm not.
All right, let's move on to item B12. What can you tell us about item B12?
Item B12 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain, reportedly from the interior rear driver's side door at marker 9.
All right, and this will be Exhibit 107, Counsel. All right, so we see marker 9 there. What can you tell us about the swab from marker 9?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood from the swab, the B12 swab. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I developed a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
We see marker 10 there. What can you tell us about B13?
So B13, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. And what about the next one would be B16?
So B16 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain, reportedly from the back of the driver's seat at marker 13.
All right, so we have Exhibit 112 here. What can it tell us about the stain at marker 13?
So B16, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I then obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And what about then B17?
B17 is a swab of reddish-brown stain on the edge of the seat bottom on the rear driver's side at marker 15.
All right, this will be Exhibit 113, Counsel. What can you tell us about the swabbing from the stain there at marker 15?
Yeah, so I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And the next one will be B18. Where was B18 reportedly from?
B18 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain, reportedly from the upper interior rear driver's side door frame at marker 16.
All right, so we'll go to Exhibit 114, Counsel. We see marker 16. What can you tell us about that swabbing?
So in item B18, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I developed a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And let's go to B24.
Yep, so B24 was a canvas painting that was reportedly recovered from the front passenger seat at marker 25.
All right. And we'll do Exhibit 126, Counsel, showing you, we're now looking at Exhibit 126. Did you actually have the canvas or did you have just a swab?
I had the actual canvas painting
All
itself.
right. And does this appear to be what we see up on the screen, similar to what you saw on the back of that canvas?
It appears to be so.
All right. What did you do with that?
I took a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the edge of the painting,
Spencer, you're welcome. That's okay. You don't have to apologize. There were 2 paintings in the car because Ezra had, before meeting up with Alex, she had met up with another friend to trade paintings. That was right before she met up with Alex. So, yeah.
I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I performed the DNA analysis on that swab, developing a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Let's move to B27. Where was B27 reportedly from?
B27 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain, reportedly from the upper portion of the driver's seat at marker 33.
All right. Exhibit 132 here, counsel. So we're seeing marker 33 here. What can you tell us about the analysis of that swab?
So B27, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right, let's move to B30. Take a drink, that's fine, I know. A lot of talking. So
All right.
B30, where was that purportedly from?
So B30 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B1 on the trim between the front and rear driver's side windows.
And we'll move to exhibit 136 here. We see that area. What can you tell us about that swab?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I also obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. Let's move to B33.
So B33 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B7 below the back window on the driver's side.
All right, this will be exhibit 142, counsel. So we're seeing that area. What can you tell us about that swabbing?
So B33, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Let's move to B34.
B34 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B8.
That's because Alex was found in the rear part of the car, but the driver's side, right? So
On the
that's where it seems like most of the stuff happened.
top above the rear driver's side window.
And here will be exhibit 140, counsel. All right, what can you tell us about that swab?
So B34, I did not obtain enough DNA to warrant further testing, so I did not attempt to obtain a DNA profile.
All right, let's move to B35.
That was B35 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B9 near the rear driver's side tire.
And this will be exhibit 143, counsel. We can see the
Counsel also on
scale there. What can you tell us about that particular swabbing?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I attempted to obtain a DNA profile. I did obtain a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
That moves us to item U.
what was it?
U.
Item U was a swab of a reddish-brown stain on the side of a trailer.
And that would be at marker 14.
I believe so.
All right. This will be exhibit 83, counsel. All right, so we've got, see, marker 14. What can you tell us about that swabbing?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I did obtain a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals and at least 1 male. I was able to determine a major female contributor which is that DNA profile from that one female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA.
What about the minor contributor?
And I was unable to make any comparisons to the minor component of that mixture.
Okay. And then let's talk about item V.
Item V was a piece of vegetation with a reddish-brown stain. I think this one was like a leaf that had a reddish-brown stain on it.
And that would have been from marker 15?
I believe so.
All right. All right. So we see marker 15 here. What can you tell us about that?
So I sampled.
So now we're further from the car. So I think those initial blood stains in the ground were actually were like I was commenting on how I think that might have been just from where his head was out of the car. This is a leaf, and this is further away from the car. So I have a thought about this, depending on what they say. I think they're going to say it's Alex's DNA. Let's just see.
A portion of that reddish-brown stain for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a positive result. Then attempted to obtain a DNA profile from that reddish-brown staining on the leaf, and I developed a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Okay, so here's my thought, because this is just a leaf with blood on it. I have to wonder, again, with Ezra staging the crime scene, that potentially, in order, again, to try and make it seem like there was a fight that happened out there, she was self-defense, right? That's her thing. That's the affirmative defense they're going with. That in order to make it seem like these things happen outside of the car and she was trying to get away and blah, 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 her whole story, which I'm sure we'll hear from her taking stand. I wonder if she got that leaf and touched him with the leaf and touched his, got some of his blood on the leaf and then put the leaf over there again to try to make it seem like any of this happened outside of the car.
We can turn the screen off for a little while. Got a couple other items from that report of November 14th that we're going to talk about. Did you also have what were reported to be left-hand fingernail clippings and swabbings from the defendant, Ezra McCandless?
Yes, I had a number of items that were reportedly recovered from Ezra McCandless. And to clarify, the fingernail evidence from Ezra McCandless was a couple of small swabs that are used to swab around the fingernails.
And did you do anything to test the items that, let's start with the left-hand fingernail evidence from the defendant?
Yes, I did. I performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile from that left-hand fingernail evidence, and I obtained a mixture of DNA from two individuals. One of those individuals contributed the most DNA, and I was able to determine a major female contributor, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that minor male contributor DNA.
And again, similar to, I think it was item 8, where you had that mixture that was presumptive for blood, are you able to determine whose DNA contributed to the blood versus whose contributed otherwise, or even if they were both blood?
Correct. That's not something that I can determine.
All right. So you don't know if they were both blood or just one was blood and the other was some other form of DNA, and you can't tell if that's the case, which is which.
Correct.
All right. All right. What about the right-hand fingernail evidence from the defendant?
So the right-hand fingernail evidence, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I attempted to obtain a DNA profile. I did obtain a mixture of DNA from at least two individuals, and I was able to determine a major female contributor. I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA. And then similarly, I was also able to determine a minor male contributor profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that minor contributor DNA.
And finally, as it relates to that report, the last thing I want to talk about is some fingernail washings that were purportedly from Alexander Woodworth. Did you receive those as well?
So I received fingernail clippings, reportedly from Alexander Woodworth, one set from the left hand and one set from the right hand. I then took those clippings and I performed a washing of those clippings. So when I say a washing, I essentially added the small fingernail fragments to water, attempting to wash any DNA that might be present on the fingernails off, and then I used that washing for our further DNA analysis.
And did you do one for the right and one for the right hand, or one for the left hand? Or did you just do one washing with all of the fingernail clippings?
Yes, I did separate washings, one for the left-hand fingernail clippings and one for the right-hand fingernail clippings.
And were those designated, as I understand it, AE1 and AE2?
That's correct.
All right. And let's talk about AE1. Which hand was that, and what were you able to obtain as far as any results?
So AE1 was the left-hand fingernail clippings. I tested a small portion from that for the.
Why you think that, Kat Randall? About, but there was no alcohol involved. There was no alcohol. There was no drugs.
Possible presence of blood, and I obtained a positive result. I then performed the washing of the clippings, and I attempted to obtain a DNA profile. I did obtain a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And then how about the clippings from AE2?
And AE2 was the right-hand fingernail clippings, reportedly from Alexander Woodworth. I also performed a presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then also attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I developed a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that male DNA.
All right. That will conclude the questions relating to your report from November 14th of 2018. Let's move on to Exhibit 555, which is that your report from December 18th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
All right. Let's start with, excuse me, item B14. What did B14 purport to be?
Item B14 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain reportedly from the interior rear driver's side door frame at marker 11.
All right. Marker 11 we see now. What can you tell us about that swabbing from marker 11?
What's the photo again?
I'm sorry, 111. I think I forgot to say.
So item B14, which was from marker 11, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I then also obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Let's move to item B15.
Item B15 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain, reportedly from the back of the driver's seat at marker 12.
All right, we'll move to Exhibit 112, Counsel. What can you tell us about the swabbing from marker 12?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I also obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And let's move to item B19.
So B19 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain, reportedly from the upper interior rear driver's side door frame at marker 17.
All right, we'll move to Exhibit 114. What can you tell us about that swab?
Crime lab item B19, which is from marker 17, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I also obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. Let's move to item B20.
Item B20 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain from the back of the driver's seat at marker 18.
We'll move to Exhibit 117, Counsel. All right, so we see marker 18 there. What can you tell us about that swab?
So item B20, which is from marker 18, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. and I obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right, how about B21?
Item B21 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain from the passenger side rear seat bottom at marker 21.
All right, and I'm going to show actually two exhibits. Let's start with Exhibit 118. I'm showing this one because it shows context. Marker 21 is located on the seat. And then we'll move closer. This is Exhibit 119 then. What can you tell us about marker 21 and item B21?
So item B21, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I also obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
What about item B23?
Item B23 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain from the interior taped opening of the rear driver's side window at marker 24.
All right. So we're seeing marker 24 here. What can you tell us about the swab found at marker 24, item B23?
So item B23, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I also obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Then let's talk about item B31.
B31 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B5 above the rear driver's side window.
All right. What can you tell us about that swab from B31?
So B31, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and also obtained a partial male profile. And that profile is consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth. This is one of those profiles that does not meet that 1 in 7 trillion statistic that we were talking about earlier. So I found that the probability of randomly selecting the observed profile from a population of unrelated individuals is approximately 1 in 9.7 million.
And what's the difference between this and some of the other ones that we've talked about where you're able to say that it's the source?
Yeah, so for this particular male profile, it was a partial male profile, meaning that I did not, or I was unable to obtain a full complete profile. So some of those locations within our DNA that we test for, some of them I was unable to get any results from. So I obviously can't make any comparisons to those locations. So using the locations that we did get results from, those are consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth.
All right. And what could cause you from this particular swab to not get a full profile? What can cause you to not, for it not to all be there?
There are a couple of different things that could happen. One is that there could just be so little DNA present that there simply isn't enough DNA to obtain a complete profile. Another reason is that the DNA can be degraded. This can happen if DNA is out in the elements or out in the sun. The UV radiation can degrade DNA.
Okay. And then let's move on to item B32. What can you tell us about that one?
Item B32 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B6 above the rear driver's side window.
Now we're going to move to Exhibit 139 here, Counsel. What can you tell us about the swabbing from B6, item B32?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I also developed a partial male profile, and I found that profile is consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth. And then the statistic associated with that is 1 in 195 billion.
And again, this was not a full profile, but just a partial profile?
Correct.
And that's the reason why you can't determine it's the source versus just being consistent with?
That's correct.
All right. Mr. Scott, are all your conclusions, your testing, and your opinions based upon all of your training, your education, your experience, as well as all the facts and information you had as a result of the testing that you did in this case?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for Mr. Scott. Thank you.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, before we do cross-examination, or not we, before we have cross-examination, and I'm just going to back up a little bit. We've told you from the beginning that you can only decide this case based upon the evidence, but I don't think we've actually told you, or that I haven't told you, what evidence is. So first of all, evidence is the sworn testimony of witnesses received at trial. It's also exhibits received by the court at trial. But it also can include stipulations between the parties, and it can include judicially noticed facts. So at this point in time, I'm going to tell you about 2 stipulations and a judicially noticed fact that will be part of the evidentiary record in this case. So I'll read the stipulation reached between the parties, that the parties being the state of Wisconsin and the defendant, Ezra McCandless. It is hereby stipulated by the parties that items W3A, W9A, and W10A, which consist of cervical swabs, external genital swabs, and mons pubis swabs collected from Miss McCandless, were tested by the state crime lab and did not produce scientifically usable evidence in this matter. Okay? So that stipulation you can consider to be evidence. Now, the second stipulation is that Alexander Woodworth was right-handed. Okay? That's number 2. Number 3, the judicially noticed fact the court has taken judicial notice of, and that is that the formula for converting kilograms to pounds is to multiply the kilograms by 2.2. And those are, again, will be evidence in the record. Now, at this point, Mr. Nelson, would you like to go ahead with cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Scott, I want to ask you some questions that the state didn't ask you about. To begin with, in report number 13, that's your report dated November 14, 2008, which is exhibit 554. Is that right?
That's correct, yep.
Okay. On that report, you tested an item documented as W12. Is that right?
That's correct.
And W12 was a swab that had been given to you, or that had been included in a forensic kit that was provided to your lab, correct?
That's correct.
And the swab, according to the forensic kit, was a swab of Ms. McCandless's right upper thigh. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right upper thigh.
And you were then able to take that swab and do DNA testing for that, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were able to determine this, again, the presumptive positive for blood on that swab. Agreed?
That's correct.
And on page 6, you say there is a single source female profile that is Ezra McCandless. Is that right?
Yes, so from the right upper thigh swabs, I developed a female profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that female profile.
So you agree with my question that I asked?
Yes.
And then on page 8, you did additional testing of that swab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you did that under what's called a YSTR profile. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And you found that that was consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth. Is that right?
Yes, so to explain this a little bit more, when we talk about DNA analysis, we actually have 2 different forms of DNA analysis that we can perform. The kind of DNA analysis that we have talked about throughout the entirety of my testimony up till now has been referred to as autosomal STR analysis, which is DNA from anybody, from males and females. In addition, we have a form of DNA analysis that we refer to as YSTR analysis, which only looks at DNA located on the Y chromosome. Females will have 2 X chromosomes, males will have an X and a Y chromosome. So by using this YSTR analysis, we can hopefully produce a YSTR profile, which is a profile developed from only DNA located on the Y chromosome. So this YSTR analysis essentially ignores any female DNA in a sample and will only test any male DNA that might be present. So in samples that have a large amount of female DNA and a relatively small amount of female DNA, if we attempt to obtain an autosomal profile, we might only obtain the DNA profile from that female individual, which was the case in this sample. However, part of our analysis is to test how much male DNA is also in a sample. Since I did detect male DNA in the sample, in addition to that female DNA, I also performed this YSTR testing. Now, YSTRs are a little different than autosomal analysis in the sense that YSTR profiles are not unique. Different males can share the same YSTR profile, and I would expect any paternally related male relatives, so any male relatives that share a father-son relationship, should also share the same Y profile. Now, for these right upper thigh swabs, I did attempt this YSTR analysis, and I did obtain a YSTR profile, and I found that that YSTR profile is consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth. And then similar to any other evidentiary profile that I develop, I perform a statistical analysis on that YSTR profile, and essentially, we would not expect to observe this YSTR profile more frequently than approximately 1 in every 1,773 individuals in the U.S. population.
So you agree with my initial question, it's consistent with Alexander Woodworth, correct?
The male DNA is, yes.
And just like similar to some of the other results that you've indicated, when there's a positive possible presumptive blood, and you have 2 DNA sources, you can't say whether one contributed DNA and another contributed blood DNA and the other one contributed touch DNA. Agreed?
Correct. I don't know what the source of the DNA would be from.
Or you don't know if it's both are contributing blood DNA.
Correct. I don't know that.
And that W12 that we just talked about was the swab from Ms. McCandless's skin on her leg, according to the information that you were provided in this commonly called SANE kit. Is that right?
That's a common term for the kit, yes. The information provided on this sample was that it was collected from the right upper thigh, and that's all I know.
And you've also talked to us about testing that you've done of the genes that were presented to you. Is that right?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And now you took, you did notes for all of these tests to show in particular where you tested. Is that right?
That's correct.
So let's just talk about the genes to begin with, since we're on that. Showing you what's been marked as 656A. That is, these are your notes. Is that right, sir?
Yes, these are notes that I put together. I should note that these are not photographs that I took, though.
Mr. Matson from your office took these photos?
I believe so, yes.
And then you worked with him to mark in particular where you took the samples. Is that right?
Yes, I just got a copy of his photos and I put my own annotations on it.
And we see here in the middle of the page, it says M1 stain. Am I pointing to that correctly?
That's correct.
And that points to an arrow which represents the area on the genes where you took the sample to test. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's on the left side of the genes as the person is wearing it, correct?
That's correct.
Somewhere, if not exactly, on the seam, very near the seam on the side of the pants. Agreed?
Yes, that's correct.
at about hand length down if somebody's wearing that. Agreed?
I don't know how long the individual in question's hands are, but it's about a third to half the way down the jeans.
Sure. About middle of the thigh there, correct? As far as vertical.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
All right. And that result, I believe you previously testified, came back presumptive for blood and identified as Ms. McCandless. Is that right? I believe that was M1, which you'd said was a mixture of at least one low-level contributor with a female major being Ezra, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Ezra McCandless was the source of the major female contributor DNA.
And then you did you turn it over and we look at 656B. Do you see that on the screen?
Yes.
And that is, again, we see what you've indicated is M2 stain. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that points to the area, again, where you tested the M2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that came back presumptive blood for Alex. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then we have M3, which you'd previously identified, and I'm marking that here on the screen. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, that came back presumptive blood, both Alex and Ezra. Is that right?
Yes, that was a mixture of DNA in which Alexander Woodworth and Ezra McCandless are both included as possible contributors to that mixture.
I believe your testimony was multiple areas. You simply chose a representative sampling of the genes in general, correct?
Correct, yes.
It was your choice whether you wanted to test other areas of that gene or whether you didn't. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the fact that there is not a test near any of the frayed defects, and when I say near, I mean like on the actual defect of the genes, that was your choice. Agreed?
Well, Judge, I guess I'm going to object.
I'll rephrase.
Characterizes the testimony, seeing as how the M2 stain is right next to a defect. So
I'll rephrase. You chose to take the samples where you did, correct?
That's correct.
You saw that there were at least 3 defects to the genes, correct?
That's correct.
Which we could call holes, agreed?
That's correct.
And the holes have edges, agreed?
Yes.
And you would have been able to test the actual edge of any of those holes, agreed?
That's possible, yes.
And you chose not to do so, agreed?
Correct. That was not a form of analysis that I performed.
Okay. And on there was some leggings. Did you ever see some leggings in this case?
Don't believe so.
Have you ever seen this article of clothing before?
No, I don't believe I examined that.
Nobody ever gave that to you?
It was not requested for DNA analysis as far as I'm aware.
So you've never seen it, never had the opportunity to test it, agreed?
That's correct.
And that's based upon what the prosecution, you do your testing based upon what the prosecution team provides to you, agreed?
That's correct.
You testified about, well, let me ask you about some other items. Showing you it's been previously marked as Exhibit 639 and admitted into evidence. That appears to be a T-shirt, agreed?
That's correct.
Is that ever presented to you by the prosecution team for your testing?
No, I did not examine the shirt.
So you don't even know if there's any reddish-brown stains on there that would be possible to be tested?
I did not examine the shirt.
Showing you it's been marked.
Yeah, the leggings. No, not well. I mean, not like from the 80s. I mean, I have leggings. I wear leggings when it's in the winter. Leggings. There's lots of it's a common thing. But yeah, jeans over the leggings. Correct. It was cold.
As Exhibit 640. You seen that shirt before?
No, I did not.
You were not presented by the prosecution team with this blue.
I don't know why they didn't provide everything.
Blue button-up shirt with white spots on it.
No, I did not examine that.
So you didn't have the opportunity to test any of the reddish-brown stains anywhere if there are on that shirt, agreed?
Correct, I did not examine the shirt.
So without your examination, it'd be hard to know whether A, that's blood, and B, whose blood it is, right?
Did not examine the shirt, correct.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 619, that appeared to be a gold sweater. at least a sweater, regardless of the color.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of sweater.
It appears to be a defect where it's cut, torn, ripped in half.
That's correct.
Have you ever seen that sweater?
No, I have not.
Did the prosecution team present that to you in any way or talk to you about that in any way?
No, I'm not aware of that sweater. I did not examine it.
Okay, so you don't know if there's any reddish brown stains on that sweater that would even be possible to test?
No, I did not examine that.
Okay. You did examine this blue flannel shirt you talked about, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the shirt that you'd taken 4 different samples of, is that right?
That's correct. This is crime lab item L.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit 660. You see the sticker number on there?
Yes.
And does that appear to be page 15 of 312 of your notes?
Yes, it does.
And this is the same blue flannel that I just had shown up there previously, correct?
Yes.
And on here, you've got your notes where you label exactly where it is that you did the swabbings, is that correct?
That's correct.
On the top portion of it, we see L1 stain, is that right?
That's correct.
And that points to the arrow where you took the L1 stain, agreed?
That's correct.
And then on the, just to take it in order, and then showing you what's been marked as 659, that's page 16 of 312 of your notes, is that right?
That's correct.
That's the same blue shirt, is that right?
That's correct, with the front opened up.
And that has marked on there where you've got the L2 swabbing, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's to indicate that it's on the inside of the flannel shirt, is that right?
That's correct.
Similar to like if I pull my suit coat open, it'd be on the inside of my suit coat, correct?
That's correct.
And that's where you did sample L2?
Yes, that's correct.
And then back to exhibit 660, in the bottom left-hand corner, we see stain L3, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, on the right sleeve.
That's on the outside of the right sleeve, did you say?
Yes, the stain that I targeted when I swabbed was on the right sleeve.
Okay. And then L4 is in the bottom right-hand corner as we're looking at this exhibit 660, is that right?
That's correct, on the cuff of the left sleeve.
That's where stain L4 was, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the results on all L1, 2, 3, and 4 were presumptive for blood, right?
That's correct.
And that they were for Ezra McCandless, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the exact swabbings here that you had, I want to show you exhibit 657, which is, that appear to be a picture of the boots that you tested for item D.
That's correct.
It says up on the top there, item D, you see that?
Yes, this appears to be a photo of the left boot, crime lab item D.
And the part where you swabbed was this, what appears to be this reddish brown discoloration that is in a roughly vertical up and down stain.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's where you swabbed for what's been called D2, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that came back presumptive for blood, being Alex's blood, agreed?
To clarify, that was a confirmed blood, so blood was identified on that swab. And,
Okay.
Yep.
sorry, I confirmed the presence of blood, so blood was identified on that swab. And yes, it was, I did conclude that Alexander Woodworth was the source of that DNA.
And then showing you what's been marked as 658. That's item E, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's the other boot, the right boot?
That's correct.
And that shows here on the top the D2 swabbing that you did as well, correct?
The E2 swabbing, yes.
Yes, thank you for the E2 swabbing. And again, that was confirmed blood, correct?
That's correct.
And confirmed, and that it was Alex Woodworth's.
Correct. I concluded that Alexander Woodworth was the source of that DNA.
You are not able to tell timing of when
the DNA was.
So Kat Randall's asking what the motive was. So that's kind of complicated. You might want to go back and watch some of the earlier episodes. But in summary, Ezra had a boyfriend named Jason Mangle who will testify, and we will hear from him soon. And she did not have a job, and she was, from what we've heard from all of a lot of her friends have already testified. Seems like she was kind of a moocher. Like this whole thing, all these kids, they went to the Racy's coffee shop, right, all the time. Ezra never paid for her coffee. Jason always paid for her coffee. She lived with him or whatever. And so meanwhile, she is sleeping with two of his friends, right? John Hanson and Alex Woodworth. And so at first she starts sleeping with John Hanson. Jason finds out about it, and she's going to break up with him. He's going to break up with her because of it. And so she then claims that it was not consensual, that it was sexual assault, okay? And that's on the next episode, we will see her interrogation or interview, right? From when she's there as a victim, reporting this alleged offense from John Hanson. Okay. And that's again before the murder. And then she's sleeping with Alex, right? And again, we're gonna learn a lot more about this when we hear from Jason. But that's when things really go off the rails, and like he's breaking up with her, and she has to move out, right? And so according to one of her friends, because of this, she was actually like homeless and living in her car, okay? And meanwhile, she really is, whether it's, who knows if she really loves Jason or if she just wants to use him to have a place to live, but she's really determined to convince Jason that she never cheated on him, but that it was all sexual assault. And so she then claims that Alex also sexually assaulted her. And so my thought at this juncture is that she simply and awfully killed Alex for one reason only, to try to make it seem like there was any validity to her claims that she was sexually assaulted, so that Jason would take her back, basically. That's the little summary. And I'm sure it'll come back. Yeah, I think they're going to keep bringing that in, especially the defense, especially, right? So yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
For lack of a better term, placed there or landed there or got there. Agreed?
That's correct. I can only analyze the evidence as I receive it. I have no way of knowing how long the DNA had been present on that item before I received it.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 72. Do you see some evidence markers there?
Yes.
And you had
Okay.
previously testified about item.
So we can't see. This is after they've removed the body. We can't see the windows, but we might end up still seeing another picture where we can see the windows. I think we probably will. So there's evidence marker 9. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Think about it.
F.
Yes, so marker 9 is described as a reddish-brown stain on grass at marker 9 on this sheet.
According to your results, that turned up presumptive positive for blood, and that it was Alex, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then 10 and 11 that we see on this photo, those were each the cigarettes, is that right? If you look at Exhibit 556 to refresh your memory.
Yes, 10 and 11 were the...
Yeah, I mean, right. That's, yeah. I know this is why this case is so fascinating, right? This is a wild one. She's, she's like the way worse version of, like, if you think of like a Jodi Arias or an Amber Heard or whatever, like she takes the cake, honestly, in my opinion. I mean, and what I gave you was oh, I forgot to mention the part about the abortion. Anyway, I've given you the really slimmed down version of just how bad it is. But that's really what I think it boils down to. And that, yeah, she sacrificed a human life just to try to convince Jason that she wasn't lying so he would take her back. Crazy. And she definitely was manipulating all these dudes and lying to all of them. She was lying to all of them and manipulating all of them. So I would say that, yeah, they're not mental illness, but maybe, well, I don't know. She's not been diagnosed with anything, but like I would say that the way she viewed Alex as disposable when they were friends, and like he actually was in love with her, right? He really wanted to be with her, and like I to me it kind of borders on like a bit of psychopathy there, But at the very least, there's some narcissism elements, I think. Yeah. So the abortion, I don't even know. There's no evidence of this. Ezra claims she had one. Honestly, it could have been another ploy to get sympathy. But she's going to bring that up when we get to the interviews. And it sounds like if it happened, if she really did get pregnant, it sounds like it was not from her boyfriend. I think it might have been from John Hanson. But it seems like she also lied and told Jason it was his kid. And then got an abortion and tried to gain sympathy from it. We're going to learn a lot when we watch those interviews of her again. That'll be on the next episode. Yeah. And the abortion was like, maybe 6 months or so before the murder, if it happened at all.
The cigarette butts.
And the cigarette butts were not presumptive for blood, agreed?
Correct. I did not test those for the possible presence of blood.
You tested the ends of those cigarettes, correct?
That's correct.
And they came back to be Alex Woodworth's DNA at 10 and 11. Agreed?
Yes, one was a single source sample, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth was the source of that DNA. The other was a mixture in which I concluded that Alexander Woodworth was the source of the major contributor DNA.
And then in this photo, can you see Exhibit 12 up there, or excuse me, marker 12 where I'm pointing?
Yes, I see a marker 12.
And you can also see it in Exhibit 83. You see marker 12?
Yes.
That's the same marker 12 that I'm pointing to here with my pointer. Is that right?
It would appear to be so.
And according to Exhibit 556, marker 12 is item 5. Is that right?
I was commenting earlier on this blood. So marker number 9. So that, I believe, is one of the ones I was saying. I was like, oh, maybe that's where, closer to where he was found from the car. But I believe marker number 9 they said was his. I think that was one of the first ones. I'm going to back up and double check just to make sure, and then I'll come back to where we were. So let me see where this is here. Okay. So let me find where they go over marker number 9, just to make sure, because that's a large puddle of blood. And if that's Alex's blood, that's really interesting. So it was before this. Let's see. After the car, boot, knife. I think it was before the, wait, let me find it. Okay, no, it was after those ones. I'm just looking for it, guys. Sorry. What was that's marker number 12. Okay, marker number 12. That one, I remember, they said that was his blood, and I was like, whoa. Okay. So now we can go back to where we were. So marker number 12 think we were about here.
Exhibit 83, you see marker 12?
Ah,
Yes.
That's the same marker 12 that I'm pointing to here with my pointer, is that right?
It would appear to be so.
And according to Exhibit 556,
so that's hard to see. Marker 12 is all the way back by the green army truck. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna have to think about this.
marker 12 is item I, is that right?
Yes, that looks to be so.
And that, again, was a presumptive positive for blood, correct?
That's correct.
And that it was Alex Woodworth's blood, is that correct?
I obtained, or I concluded that Alexander Woodworth was the source of the DNA that I detected from that.
You see marker 15 there?
Yes, I do.
And that appears to be in a position near the front tire, agreed?
That appears to be so. I should clarify that I was never at the scene and probably haven't seen these photographs before either.
And marker, or item V in your report was...
That's what I'm wondering, because here's the thing. Remember, he didn't have shoes on, and his socks had no mud on them. They were not wet, even though this was muddy and snowy. And his pants, remember, they were too long for him, and they had those rips in them, like as if he'd been stepping on them because they were too long, and there was no mud, and they were not wet, which is why I keep thinking, did he ever get out of that car? And so I'm wondering, that's the thing, right? Also, let's imagine, let's walk through if he'd gotten out of the car and any of this happened outside of the car, and then he decided to get back inside the car for some reason, wouldn't he have gone in head first? And if he had been stabbed or died in that position and half in, half out of the car, his feet would have been on the outside of the car, right? Not his head. Like if he was getting back in the car, right? So to me, it looks like he never, but especially with looking at the socks and the pants. So I wonder if there was a way that she was able to collect some of the blood. That's the question, right? If she had a way, if there was some way she was able to place it there. That's what I'm wondering for sure. Don't get McDonald's, yuck. I don't know what Royal Farms chicken means. IHOP, I have no opinion on IHOP. Never been to an IHOP. I'm also vegan, so I mean, that's a good, again, that's a really good idea, DP. It's just the problem is like there's the no mud and not being wet on the socks and the pants is an issue.
A reddish brown stain on a leaf at marker 15, is that right?
Yes, that appeers to be so.
And again, that was tested positive, presumptive for blood, correct?
That's correct.
And that was Alexander Woodworth's, was the source of that DNA, agreed?
That's correct.
So according to your results, the source of the DNA at 9, 10, 11, 12, and 15 were all Alexander Woodworth, agreed?
I believe so, yes.
And then you asked many questions about the inside of the vehicle, is that right?
About swabs I had received from the inside, yes.
Correct. And including B11, which was at marker 8 on the inside rear door of the vehicle.
Which exhibit are we at here, Counsel?
Sure, I apologize. Exhibit 107.
7, thank you. And that's fine.
I don't think you can see it because of the glare.
Do you want it here, Counsel?
Thank you.
See it better.
That's marker number 8 shown you in exhibit 107, agreed?
That's correct.
And marker number 8 was, again, is that B11?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was tested presumptive for blood, correct?
That's correct.
And that was Ezra McCandless is the source of that blood, correct?
No, for item B11, we had a mixture of DNA And Alexander Woodworth and Ezra McCandless are both included as possible contributors to that mixture.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you pictures, just, we have item 9 we can see in there, correct?
That's correct.
And then if you look at this photo, we can see
Cool.
maybe
Is that
Exhibit number.
GA? Is that Georgia? Yeah, vegan. So no animal, so plant-based diet. Yeah, no animal products. And I actually don't eat mushrooms, but yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, I have these, I have in my freezer right now, I have these, plant-based, obviously it's like Korean barbecue, what is it called? Like bulgogi, I think, but it's, oh my God, they're so good. I love salad. I don't feel human if I don't eat salad every day. So I actually cook them and put them on a salad. It's so good. That's what yeah, that's cool though. Cantina. Interesting. Cantina. Is that like a restaurant, I guess? I mean, when I think of cantina, I think like Hispanic or like Spanish, but I don't know how you would, if that has a different context in Germany. Oh, cool. Yeah. So these are obviously the vegan versions. But we're going with Kat to get some I guess GA Georgia maybe, but fried chicken. Yeah, I mean I live in North Carolina, so that's a staple for most people here.
Sure, Exhibit 106. I'm going to show it to you here. You can see marker 12, 13, 18, and 15 in that photo. Is that right?
I believe so. It's a little hard to pick the numbers out.
Now that you saw it, I want to post it on here, Exhibit 106.
Oh, okay.
Again, markers 12, 13, 18, and 15. Those are the 4 markers I asked you about, correct?
Like a restaurant though?
I believe so.
And those 4 markers again showed the presumptive presence of blood, and your testing indicated that the source of that DNA was Alexander Woodworth, correct?
Well, we're going to have to take those one by one.
Sure. So I asked you about marker 12, that's B15.
That's correct.
And that was Alexander Woodworth is the source of that?
That's correct.
And I asked you about marker 13, that's B16 from report 13. And that's Alexander Woodworth is the source of that?
Sorry, what was the marker again?
Marker 13, item B16 from report 13, exhibit 554.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh,
And then,
that isn't okay. Hold on, a company restaurant. So this is a place that feeds just the workers. That isn't. If that's what that is, that is a completely unique concept to me. That is really. I've never heard of that. A company restaurant workers. Wow, like it's just for the company, huh? Wow. That is
marker
great.
18 on report number 14, item B20. That was Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then marker 15 on report number 13, exhibit 554, item B17. That was Alexander Woodworth, correct?
That's correct.
So just again, we went a little quickly, but I want to, 12 is where on the back of the seat, 13's on the back of the seat, 18's on the back of the seat, and 15's on the rear passenger seat. That's what we just went through. Agreed?
I believe so. It's
Okay.
a little hard to keep the markers and the crime lab item numbers straight.
And then there's some other markers throughout the back seat of the vehicle that we can just see here along the back seat as well as on the other door. Is that right?
That looks to be so. Yes.
Okay. B21 is marker 21. Is that from the middle of the seat according to your notes?
I had the passenger side rear seat bottom.
Okay. Where my marker is pointing to now, in that vicinity.
I was not present when they collected the swabs.
But that's
Wow.
consistent with what
That
you
is-
have written in your report, correct? in this area.
Yes, the passenger side rear seat bottom.
And again, that's, the source of that DNA was Alexander Woodworth.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And then you testified about a bunch of testing around the entryway to that rear driver's seat, kind of the frame around on the top of it as well as on the inside. Is that right?
I believe so.
And on those, so again, I can pull out some other pictures, but as you see here, the frame of this area, both on the bottom, on the side, and then if we extend it over across the top, correct?
I wouldn't know. I was not present when the samples were collected.
Okay. But those, the source of those, the DNA at those places was again Alexander Woodworth?
I mean, we would have to take it one by one again.
Okay. Marker 16, item B18, the upper interior rear side driver door, the source of that is Alexander Woodworth?
Yes, that's correct.
And then we have scale B1, B7, B8, and B9, which are swabs in that same area for items B30, 33, 34, and 35. I know I'm chunking these if that's okay. Those are all along, again, that door frame, top to bottom and side, agreed? In that vicinity?
I believe so.
And those all come back as a source of that DNA is Alexander Woodworth, correct?
Well, B34 did not have enough DNA to warrant further testing. 30, 33, and 35, I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of those three.
So based upon your testing, we know that Alexander Woodworth's DNA is outside the vehicle as at the markers previously indicated in Exhibit 72, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 15. Is that right?
See what he's doing?
We just went through.
Focusing on how much of Alex's blood or DNA, right, from blood, is outside the vehicle, which is because for exactly the reason that we were just discussing.
Through that.
I believe so, yes.
And that Alexander Woodworth is the source of much of the DNA
Trying
at
to set it
the
up so that people believe that's where it's going.
around the frame going into the vehicle, correct?
I believe so.
And that Alexander Woodworth is the source of the DNA inside in the back seat of the vehicle as well, correct?
Out of many of the samples I tested, yes.
In fact, I believe of the samples that you tested regarding the car, there was marker 1, which was on the outside rear of the vehicle. Item B1, that's the outside of the rear driver's side door. And that tested presumptive positive for blood, and that was Ezra McCandless, correct?
That's correct.
And then item inside the car, item 8, which we had previously saw the picture of, that was the source of that DNA was both Ezra McCandless and Alexander Woodworth, correct?
Yes, they're both included as possible contributors to that mixture.
And then you had, and I don't think I have a picture of it up here, but you had item 3, which was on, sorry, marker 3, which is item B3, the swab of the brown stain on the trunk. That came back to be a presumptive blood, the source of that DNA being Ezra McCandless, correct?
That's correct.
So aside from those 3 that I just mentioned, the items that you tested inside or on the vehicle came back to be Alexander Woodworth as the source of the DNA when you were able to determine a source, correct?
For the swabs that I received, I believe so.
Okay. You talked a little bit about DNA trace evidence. You know what that is, correct? You know what DNA trace evidence is?
Yep, so, well,
Do you know what it is, sir?
to clarify, we do have a trace unit within the lab, and this trace unit deals with non-DNA related things. So could you clarify what you mean by trace?
I believe I asked you before, you can determine the source of DNA from fluids from a person, correct?
That's correct.
From touch DNA, which would be skin cells that are transferred,
That's
correct?
with touch DNA.
Correct.
We really want to talk
Okay.
about that.
And in
That's all.
this case, were you provided any swabs taken, that were asking you to search for touch DNA?
I don't recall if I received any swabs looking for touch DNA. I did receive a number of items in which I swabbed for touch DNA.
Which
Yeah.
items did you swab for touch DNA?
I would too.
The knives I swabbed. And then
Yeah, so I'm thinking, okay, so
the
like,
item-
so there's the drone footage. I'm trying to think if they had any of the drone pictures from overhead with the evidence markers. I don't know if they did. I don't know if I don't think they had the evidence markers out because they did collect and start testing it, right? So yeah, because with the evidence markers, yeah. I was thinking there's a way, like I could make a diagram like that, but I couldn't do it from the overhead unless they have a drone picture with the evidence markers, right? But that, like, I could take one of those shots from that they have, that like what we've been seeing, right, with like the evidence markers from like this side angle, you know, and like I could go through and like include the matches on there with text. Cat Randall is reminding us that he or she not a DNA expert. That's okay. We'll forgive you.
B4 jacket or the coat that was recovered from the vehicle. So of the interior cuff area looking for touch DNA.
Were you provided any swabs regarding touch DNA in the front of the vehicle, on the steering wheel, dash, center console, anything in the front area of the vehicle?
He's asking the same question. Remember on the last witness when he was asking over and over again, one item by item in the front of the car, when she said that she didn't do any of that. She didn't swab any of that, remember? And then finally the defense attorney, the young guy, objected, and I was like, what took him so long? That took him forever. And then the judge was like, yeah, it's cumulative. And I was like, oh my God, he sucks right now. But like, she didn't do it, right? And now he's asking this same question to this guy. Did you test any of that? It's like, this attorney already knows that this DNA analyst did not receive swabs there because he knows the swabs were not done there. But he's asking the same question again. I wonder if he's going to get objected to. We'll see.
Regarding touch DNA?
Regarding touch, I don't believe so. There were swabs of reddish-brown staining from that area, if I remember correctly.
Right,
Okay,
right,
and there
right.
was the
Yeah, right, because the other lady was checking for fingerprints.
swab of the reddish-brown staining from the front of the steering wheel, correct?
That's correct.
And then from the, if someone were sitting in that position behind the right shoulder in the driver's front seat, correct?
Could you clarify which item
I believe it's item 33 or marker 33, B27, the upper portion of the driver's seat at marker 33.
Yes, item B27 was a swab from the upper portion of the driver's seat at marker 33.
Those are the items, and then you had the painting, which I believe was from marker 25, B24, that was in the front seat as well, correct?
That's correct.
That was the limit of the things that the items that you tested, whether they be swabs or actual material from the front seat, agreed?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And just to follow up on the touch DNA, I believe your testimony was touch DNA is DNA left behind on an object from skin cells after handled by a subject, agreed?
That's what we commonly refer to touch DNA as, correct?
And sometimes you're able to obtain a swab that collects that touch DNA and sometimes you're not, correct?
Could you clarify?
Sure. Like if I touch this microphone, and you came and swabbed it, it may or it may not come back with my DNA, correct?
Correct.
It depends on different factors, agreed?
That's correct.
And I believe you said the 3 factors would be the length of the contact, agreed?
There's probably more than 3 factors, but yes, the 3 that I referred to.
You referred to 3, correct?
That's correct.
And the 3 that you referred to was 1, the length of the contact, correct?
Correct.
Environmental conditions, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, if something is on the inside where they're not in contact with rain, snow, or weather, that's probably less of a concern, agreed?
I would agree.
And then it depends upon the person who's doing the touching or the leaving of the DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Some people just leave more DNA than others, agreed?
That's true.
Right. And on this case, you were able to obtain DNA from the markers 10 and 11, which were the cigarettes that were found at the scene, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was not tested for blood, agreed?
Correct.
So you don't know whether that DNA was from touch DNA or from some other source, agreed?
Correct. It didn't look like reddish-brown staining that would be consistent with blood, so it wasn't an item that I tested for blood. But I agree that I don't know what the source of the DNA is on those items.
But it was Alexander Woodward's DNA, correct?
Correct.
And it would certainly be consistent with somebody who has a cigarette and smokes that cigarette and puts their fingers and hands on that cigarette, correct?
Correct.
Could also, obviously, if they put that cigarette in their mouth, come from fluids from their mouth.
That's correct.
Could be either of those, correct?
Yeah, it could be from any source of DNA. That's correct.
All right. The tests that you talked about here in your reports, you had Exhibit 339, which is Report 9. That's from June 15th of 2018, is that right?
That's correct.
And then you had Exhibit 555, which was report number 4. Excuse me, I'm going to go before that. Exhibit 554, which is report number 13, dated November 14th of 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then you have the third report is Exhibit 555, report 14 from December of 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Those are the 3 reports that you did, correct?
That's correct.
Based upon the 3 submissions that were given to you, correct?
That's correct.
All in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
No additional submissions have been given to your lab that you're aware of in 2019 at all, correct?
Not for DNA analysis. There might have been another submission for a different unit, but that's correct for DNA
If
analysis.
there were going to be some requests for more DNA submissions, it would go through you, right?
I would hope so.
You're the one that's been working on it already, correct?
That's correct.
That would certainly be the policy of your office is, hey, Mr. Scott's already working on it, let's push these through to him, correct?
That's typically what we do, yes.
All right. You used the term consistent with in some of your reports, is that right?
That's correct.
There's different terms that sometimes you use in your work. It's sometimes you use the term consistent with, agreed?
That's correct.
Sometimes you can exclude somebody, correct?
That's correct.
And sometimes you can match, I think, is that the term that you would use? Is there something more positive than consistent with?
Well, we would generally refer to like a complete match, like you phrased it as we would refer to it as a source statement. So when I've been saying that so-and-so is the source of any in particular DNA profile, I guess that would be the like the match that you termed.
Okay, and so source statement match mean the same thing, at least for today, between the two of us, you would agree?
Yes, that's correct.
And those are the 3 standards as far as opinions that you give, agreed?
Occasionally we can give an inconclusive opinion, but yes, those are the 3 typical ones that we run into.
Okay. And there's a reason that sometimes you don't do the match, then you just say something is consistent with, correct?
That's correct.
Because it is, as the phrase speaks for itself, consistent with could mean lots of things might be consistent with it, agreed? We'll get into the math for yours, but just in general, the phrase consistent with means more than one might be consistent with it.
I guess I'm going to object, Your Honor. It calls for speculation and, whether it means the same thing for him as it means for somebody else is pure speculation.
I didn't say it. I'm asking him questions. I'm not asking him to apply to anybody
Well,
else.
if he wants to know what consistent with means for him, that's fine, but not to generalize it to other people, what they mean by consistent with.
All right, why don't you just rephrase the question?
Sure. You use the term consistent with in your profession, agreed?
I do, yes.
And you consider yourself a scientist, agreed?
I am.
And it's the term that you use when you use the term consistent with is what you hope is within that scientific community, correct?
I guess I'm going to object. I'd ask that it be more clarified. Is he talking about DNA scientists or is he talking about scientists in general? And if this witness even knows what scientists in general means, I'd like it to be more clarified.
All right, well, also stating that, I guess you have to, it's what this witness, what he believes consistent means.
You use the term consistent with, correct?
That's correct.
What do you use it? Why do you use it? What does it mean?
So anytime I make a comparison between a standard profile from a known individual and an item of evidence, if we find that we have a single source comparison and that the evidentiary profile, I guess as you would say, matches the standard that we're comparing to, if the standard and the evidence matches, we would that means that each of the locations that we're testing for have the same numbers, essentially the same number of repeats that we're testing for in our DNA analysis. So if each of those are the same, we would say that these two profiles don't. And then to go a step further, if we perform that statistical analysis and it's more rare than 1 in 7 trillion, we would just say that that person is the source of that profile. Whereas if we don't have that particular level of strength, or if it doesn't meet 1 in 7 trillion, instead of saying that they're the source, we'll say that this profile is consistent with the standard.
So when you lack the, for lack of a better term, the confidence to say something is a match, you use the term consistent with. Is that fair? And I know it's not just confidence in it, you're just winging it. I just meant when you lack the scientific confidence to match something, then you use the term consistent with in your practice. Agreed?
I would say that's fair, yes.
Okay. But there's also times when you, on the other side of it, you can exclude certain options. Agreed?
That's correct.
All right. You also did some swabbings of the knife in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
You'd previously testified about your taking different swabbings of item O, the knife, agreed?
That's correct.
I believe you said you took 4 swabbings, is that right?
That's correct.
And you'd labeled those 4 swabbings where they were in particular here on Exhibit 661, is that right?
The 03 and 04 swabbings are labeled on this, yes.
And the 03 swabbing is written in this area here that I'm highlighting, agreed?
That's correct.
And that's on the left picture of the knife, on the upper portion of the knife, on the, I don't know, on the thicker side rather than the blade or the edge side, agreed?
That's correct.
And so on the 03 swabbing on the side of the knife, that came back as Alex Woodworth is the source of that DNA, agreed?
That's correct.
And then this photo also shows 04, you said, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is this area that I'm pointing to here, is that correct?
In that general area, yes. There was some staining right around that little knob.
The knob.
And that is, again, was the source of that DNA was Alexander Woodworth, correct?
That's correct.
And then you'd taken a sample on the edge of the blade, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take a photo like you did of this one? I wasn't able to find it. Is there a photo of where you took the swabbing of 01?
No, I don't believe I made a label for that one. That was just along the sharp edge of the blade.
Can you just
show us where that is here with the pointer? What
Very
you mean by the
interesting.
sharp edge of the blade?
Can't see.
I think it's the red dot there.
Yeah, so the sharp edge of the blade, like all along here,
Okay, so on the,
both sides probably.
sure. On the left picture, you took a swabbing of the farthest to the left of
Gnarly looking
that,
knife.
and on the
isn't it?
right picture to the farthest to the right of the edge of the blade is what you're saying, correct?
That's correct.
From tip down to the handle.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And on that, on 01, the edge of the blade, the source of that is Alexander Woodworth, correct?
That's correct.
And then you also took a sample of the handle, agreed?
That's correct.
And do you know, was it just in general on the handle? Was there any place in particular that you recall?
Yeah, so when I swab smooth surfaces like that handle of like the handle of this knife, I typically want to try and preserve that item for any future fingerprint analysis. So in the event that somebody would want this knife analyzed for fingerprints, I avoided swabbing any smooth surfaces. So when I took the swabbing, it was mostly along the edge.
Right, that makes
Can you-
sense.
Why don't you show us again?
Sure, so it's mostly along like the edge of the knife.
Prior to
It's like along here, and then probably like the edge of this clip thing, and any place that fingerprints would not show up on.
Okay, do you know if there was, let me back up for a second, do you know if there was a fingerprint analysis of that done?
I'm not aware of one, if there was.
Okay. And the swabbing of the handle came back with two different sources, is that correct?
Correct, I had a mixture of DNA from two individuals.
And the mixture of those two individuals was from Alexander Woodworth and Ezra McCandless, is that right?
That's correct.
And I think as you previously stated, because it came back presumptive for blood, is that right?
This one was a confirmed blood.
Confirmed blood. But the fact that there's two sources of that DNA, you're not able to say whether Alexander Woodworth was the source of the blood, or Ezra McCandless was the source of the blood, or both of them were the source of the blood. Agreed?
Correct, that's not something that I can determine.
So that finding would be consistent with Ezra McCandless's being the source of the blood and Alexander Woodworth's DNA being from touch DNA. Agreed?
That is not something that I can determine.
Okay, that's consistent with that based upon your findings, right? One, you can't determine it, but it's consistent with that. Agreed? Because
I mean, it could be any situation. One could be blood, one could be skin, both could be blood. It's not something that I could make any sort of statement on.
And so what you're saying is it's consistent with one of
Your
the
Honor,
people.
I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered. He said he can't answer it, and
Didn't say that.
he's given his best answer that he can give. It's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Based upon the tests that you've done, you can't rule out that Alexander Woodworth handled that knife. Agreed?
That isn't something I can make a statement on.
Those are the only questions I have.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I want to start out talking about item W12, which is in Exhibit 554, your November report. So I understand it correctly, you did both autosomal DNA analysis on that and YSTR analysis. Is that right?
To clarify, you said W12?
Yes, W12.
Yes, that's correct. I
right.
performed both forms of analysis.
All right. And the autosomal DNA, in other words, the full DNA profile, was the defendant, correct?
Yes, I concluded that Ezra McCandless was the source of that DNA.
All right. And then there was some YSTR that you were able to separate out, correct?
That's correct. I did develop a YSTR profile.
All right. And if I understand it correctly, YSTR is just the DNA that's found on the Y chromosome, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just so that it's clear and so we understand each other, W12 was the swab of the right thigh of the defendant, correct?
That's correct. It was the right upper thigh from Ezra McCandless.
All right. And with YSTR, for example, you would expect that I would have the exact same YSTR as my two brothers, my father, my paternal grandfather, and on up the line, correct?
Barring some sort of mutational event, yes, I would expect that.
All right. And if I had had a son, it would be the same as a son of mine would have, again, barring any mutational changes.
That's correct.
All right. And you, similar to the analysis of the autosomal DNA, you come up with a statistical calculation for YSTR, correct?
That's correct.
All right. What is the statistical calculation for YSTR with the profile that you developed for males in the United States?
We would not expect to observe this profile more frequently than approximately 1 in every 1,773 individuals in the U.S. population.
All right. And that compares to, I think, the lowest of the autosomal DNA ones that you had was 1 in 9 point some million.
It was somewhere around there. Yeah.
All right. And as far as Caucasian males, what would be the statistical calculation for that YSTR profile for Caucasian males?
Yep. So to clarify this a little bit, when we perform this statistical analysis on the YSTR profile, we break it down into different racial groups. And these statistics are heavily dependent on how many profiles are in this database that we're using to calculate this. So essentially, what we're doing is we take this evidentiary YSTR profile that we have and search it against 5,305 profiles that are in this database. And we found that this profile occurred 0 times. So we did not observe this particular profile in the database that we use. So using the U.S. population, we would not expect to observe this profile more frequently than 1 in every 1,773. Since there are fewer Caucasians in the database, this number is going to be lower. We would not expect to observe this profile more frequently than 1 in every 499 individuals in the Caucasian population.
For DNA results, those are not very conclusive results, are they?
Objection as to the form of it.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Can you tell us how I guess, discriminating those results are compared to your typical DNA results?
Objection, form of the question, vague as to the use of the word discriminatory.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, I couldn't hear the full.
Objection as to form, also vague as to the use of the word discriminatory.
I'm going to overrule. You can answer. If you can.
Yes, so typically the goal is to develop an autosomal profile, because autosomal profiles, which are the DNA profiles from both males or females, are much more discriminating in the sense that most people have a unique profile with the exception of identical twins.
I think the race part is just because, the DNA profile, if you're working with numbers, right? There's however many billions of people in the world, right? And then you can narrow it down, male or female, and then from there you marry, because the DNA profiles are going to look different for different, with different races, just like they're different for different genders. Since they can't, if they're not naming a specific person, right? It's about exclusion. So
with YSTR profiles, these are not as discriminating because different unrelated male individuals can share the same Y profile. And as we discussed, paternally related male individuals should share the same Y profile as well.
And Mr. Scott, are you aware if, does the crime lab only test items that are submitted by law enforcement or prosecutors?
That is typically the most common form of evidence submission. However, there is a like a defense by court order type situation in which a court can order the lab to test items, and that does occur every so often.
And those would be items submitted by the defense.
Objection.
Oh my God.
Objection is sustained.
All right. You were asked some questions about cigarette butts. And which part of the cigarette butt do you typically test when you receive a
Right.
cigarette butt for testing?
Right.
Yeah, so typically when we receive a cigarette butt, the question is who was smoking it. We test the area around the very end of the cigarette butt, the filter paper that covers that area, or the area that would most likely be
I
in
get
somebody's
it.
mouth.
I get it, but you don't have to be worked. I don't think that's what's happening here.
And I think you talked about buccal swabs. Essentially, a buccal swab is taking, what is it taking? What are you getting with a buccal swab?
We're intending to get like cells from the inside of your cheek.
All right, and is that typically from something like saliva?
Objection beyond the scope of my cross.
I don't believe it is, Your Honor.
Overruled. Good answer, if you can.
Yes, I would expect there to be saliva in a buccal swab.
And is that the same type of thing you would expect to see on a cigarette butt?
I'd imagine anything in your mouth could have saliva on it.
I do not have any other questions for Mr. Scott.
Right, any recross?
Mr. Scott, I want to follow up on some questions you were asked about the item W12. Do you remember that?
Yes, the right upper thigh swabs.
That's the right upper thigh swabs from the same kid exam, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's where you talked about a YSTR profile, agreed?
That's correct.
And a YSTR profile is a valid DNA profile, correct?
Yes, it is.
You rely upon those profiles in your work all the time, correct?
That's correct.
It's just like all of your other opinions, it's scientifically reliable, and that's why you offered it, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, that profile on the W12 was consistent with Alexander Woodward, correct?
That's correct.
You were provided with 3 male standard samples, correct?
That's correct.
And the other 2 male standards you excluded, correct?
That's correct.
But Alexander Woodworth was not excluded, was he?
That's correct.
His profile was a profile consistent with Alex Woodward, correct?
Yes, the YSTR profile from the right upper swabs was consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodward.
Now, the questions that the state asked you about this YSTR, that was all regarding W12, correct?
That's correct.
The source of the DNA on the knife handle at 03, that wasn't YSTR, was it?
No.
I didn't ask about that. So I did not ask about the knife in my redirect. However, if court wants to allow him to go beyond the scope, as long as I have the ability to do some additional redirect afterwards, I don't have an objection. Otherwise, I would have an objection.
All right, I'll tell you what, hold on, just hang on. Sure. All right, I'm going to let you go with this, Mr. Nelson, and then I'm going to give Mr. Dufour an additional second redirect on that issue, because it is beyond the scope of redirect.
That's fine, then I'll just leave it as is. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Okay, it's, well, I guess first of all, Mr. Scott, I think you're free to go. I'm assuming you're free to go. So have a safe trip back to Madison. You can step down and have a good day. Okay, do we, by the way, did we ever locate the missing exhibits? Okay, and what are those numbers?
I think the clerk has them. I don't know them off the top of my head, but I will continue to look.
All right, well, just a housekeeping matter. We need to either replace those exhibits, and again, Mr. Nelson, if you could please put your microphone on. I just want to go back to this. I think there was just this one sidebar that I can recall during Mr. Scott's testimony. Well, actually, there are a couple that we have to address, but the first that I would like to address is the one that took place here at about 2:56 p.m. and redirect. Mr. Dufour was asking about the opportunity for defense counsel to request that certain things be tested, which there's an objection made. Certainly that may be the case, but the objection, the sidebar, was Mr. Nelson essentially arguing that that crosses the line on burden shifting, and that the defendant has no burden of proof in this case, and the burden of proof is entirely upon the state. Mr. Nelson asked for an instruction to the jury. I didn't give that instruction to the jury at this point in time. It's been made, I think, abundantly clear to them during voir dire and opening statements that the state has the burden of proving every element of the offense, including, if self-defense is put in issue, that it was not in self-defense. And the jury certainly will be instructed at the close of the case. It's one of those borderline issues, but the court sustained the objection just, frankly, to be on the safe side with respect to that issue, because the defendant does not have the burden of proof, even though the defense certainly can offer evidence. It doesn't mean they have to. So anything, either party, I guess the counsel handling that witness, Mr. Dufour or Mr. Nelson, would like to put on the record with respect to that argument.
Nothing else, Your Honor, no.
Okay, Mr. Nelson.
No, that accurately reflects what we did on the sidebar.
All right, now we, as I understand it, we may have to go through some issues related to Ms. McCandless' journals or her writings before we have the testimony of Investigator Stalker, is it? Does the state anticipate calling Investigator Stalker yet today?
I'm not, excuse me, I'm not sure if we will actually get to him today. The defense did provide the redactions on the journals. I believe the state agrees. So I don't know if there's any issue on that.
I didn't know that they agreed, but we did provide them with our proposed redactions, so.
All right, so
So if we do get to Stalker, though, I do think that there's a few items regarding confidentiality that we might want to take a short recess before introducing those. But I anticipate that he won't go till tomorrow.
all right. Who do you anticipate as your next witness?
So Aaron Matson regarding the photographs of the clothing, and then Joshane Carlin. I would like to ask the court if Mr. Carlin could come into the courtroom shortly before him testifying. My office has not had the ability to meet with him. I know the defense has, but
Ezra's dad.
I understand there's some concerns regarding confidentiality in court TV that he has, and I would like those to be addressed before he testifies.
And we have no objection. I know that Your Honor had.
Yeah, I agree. He's very even keeled. So is this about to go to closing? I'm not sure what you mean. Closing arguments? Closing. What? No. If that's what you mean, we're long ways to go. This is only day 6.
Issued some rulings limiting what he could say, and so since he's not on our witness list, we haven't informed him I think we've told him of what Your Honor's rulings were, but it'd probably be good to go over those beforehand here in court just to make sure it's clear, since he's the state's witness, that he knows what has been, just knows to follow the court's rulings.
Is there more than his lay opinion that the court had?
Don't have the provisional ruling.
Well, let me ask you this, so I can look at the actual motion, but it related to the defense motion, eliminate as it relates to lay opinions?
That, as well as some information relating to her car and driving. And then he has some confidentiality concerns.
All right. And I just, again, give counsel a heads up. My understanding is I was incorrect. It's not a 20-minute delay, it's a 2-minute delay. So if you anticipate certain items, phone numbers, addresses, personal identifying information, we frankly need to give them a heads up so that that can be anticipated.
Mr. Carlin is,
A paw full of chicken. Hope your chicken is good. Oh, jury instructions. No. Yeah, no, we're a long ways off from that. The lady in the yellow jacket is one of the prosecutors. That's Miss Nodoff. She did the opening statements for the prosecution team, actually. She's the DA for the county or whatever, and then Mr. Dufour and then Mr. Hahn are like assistant attorneys general for the state.
an employee and, all right, can we, it's something, he has concerns about based on his job.
By the way, like Mr. Nelson always stands. Everyone else stays seated. Mr. Nelson always stands. It's just what happens when they talk to the judge. They can do it either way.
Being identified and shown. So we're asking that he be blurred out.
All right. Is there?
The only, I wasn't aware that. I need some time to think before I can respond on that, Judge.
Yeah, you don't have to stand. I mean, I suppose a certain court could have a rule. Like that's not, there's no legal rule for that, right? Like I suppose some judges might say, I prefer you to stand or whatever. But that's not like there's no hard, fast rule. I mean, clearly he doesn't, it's not even discussed, right? It's just Mr. Nelson always stands. I think it's because he's just always wants to be emphatic looking. You know what I mean? Like I'm super passionate about this point. The other defense attorney stays seated when she argues. Everybody else is seated. It's just Mr. Nelson stands.
I think as an officer of court, I should tell Your Honor that he informed me this afternoon over the lunch break that he had watched. He's not our witness, so we didn't instruct him one way or the other, but he had informed me that he had watched, I think what he told me is 5 minutes of court TV. And while he was in the process of watching court TV, he received a call from the district attorney's office indicating that he shouldn't be doing that, and then he turned it off. But
yeah,
I'm just passing that on.
I think in this case it is more relaxed, and it's like this is not a formal hearing, right? This is not in front of the jury, right? This is not a formal hearing. This is just putting things on the record. I think it's whatever the attorneys are comfortable with. And if you look also, you'll notice like the prosecutor, well, Miss Nodoff anyway, she's using her computer right now too, and Mr. Nelson's not, so I mean it's just, but Mr. Nelson also has this habit of not using the microphone, and I think part of that's because he's always standing. If you look at the microphones, that's right now it's pointed at his waist. So technically it's better for a public trial and for the court feed if they, in this case, if they are seated because at least then the microphone is pointed at their mouth. But I think it's whatever the attorneys prefer at this juncture for this, because the judge, he's awesome. He's very even keel. I love it. He's laid back.
All right. Well, any suggestions on how to handle those issues?
Judge, I guess my concern is I think the jury has a right to know some background information on him. So if, the first, 5 to 10 questions of mine, I think Mr. Carlin would not like to be out in the public, but I would like to still ask so the jury hears that information. And then as far as blurring out his face, I'll defer to the court.
Well, it is
a
public trial.
Wow.
And even though there's
That's a lot to ask.
more than one media
That's a lot
representative, this very well could be on local television. So unless, again, if I look at section 906.11, subsection 1C, if there are concerns about harassment or undue embarrassment,
wow.
maybe we can address that. But, otherwise, again, it is a public trial. I certainly don't think that everything has to be stated while he's on the stand necessarily as it relates to personal information. I don't know what, again, counsel anticipates asking him, but I don't believe that you need to have any phone numbers or addresses or where he works for that matter. Is that something that counsel believes is important?
To be honest, the defense might bring it up if the state doesn't, so.
All right, well, let's take a recess, and would you anticipate him to be soon?
Yes, after Mr. Matson.
Okay.
Counsel, I think we should just approach the bench for a minute. I think we should approach the bench.
Okay, well, I tell you what, one counsel from each side, I guess, to address the issue, we'll do a sidebar.
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Aaron Matson, Aaron Matson.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the Wisconsin Department of Justice, the State Crime Lab.
And in what capacity? What do you do at the State Crime Lab?
I work in the Forensic Imaging Unit. I've been there for about 18 years. My duties include forensic video and image analysis, as well as documenting evidence that comes into the lab for outside requests, as well as working with the internal disciplines.
Working with what?
The internal disciplines, the other units.
And what is your educational background as it relates to imaging?
I received my associate's degree in photography from MATC. And then after that, it's been on-the-job training through the state, as well as external entities such as the FBI.
And have you received training in the area of crime scene photography and imaging of items for evidence preservation?
Yes, I have.
All right. Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 340 at this point in time.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 340 will be received.
And in this case, were you asked to create images of some of the evidence in this that was involved in this matter?
Yes, I was.
All right. And specifically, were you provided with a knife that was purported to have been used in this matter?
I'm unaware of the background, but I was asked to image a knife for this case, yes.
That's good. He just needs
All
to
right.
bathroom.
So
Got it?
looking at what you see on the screen, is that the same as what you're seeing, what you have in front of you as Exhibit 147?
Yes, it is.
All right. What are we seeing here?
This appears to be an electronic version of the image of the knife, item O.
And it appears to be, do you know if that knife was one that was a folding blade or was it a fixed blade knife?
I'm not aware of the mechanism on it. I mean, it appears to be a folding blade knife, but I photographed it in the position it was received.
Okay. And it appears that there is a straight edge and then a serrated edge on that knife.
Appears that way, yes.
All right. Thank you. Let's move to Exhibit 148. Again, what are we seeing here?
I'd have to refer to my notes and my photo log. I'm not 100% sure if this is the top or the bottom, but this is the top or the bottom of the knife.
All right. And again, would make it appear that this is how it appeared to you when you received it in the crime lab?
It's outside of the packaging I received it in, but yes, it is in the condition and position I received it in.
All right, thank you. Now, did you also receive a number of clothing items that were purportedly worn by the defendant and asked to take some photographs of those?
I was.
And were you specifically asked to document any potential defects that there may have been in those clothing, in that clothing?
I was.
Can you explain how you did this?
We have some pretty high resolution camera systems, and we utilize those in these larger items. Pretty much allows you to zoom in and see almost detail down to the fiber level. So it was pretty much well lit, high resolution images with the items laid out so you could see anything that was or was not on it.
And then did you, as part of your imaging, take photos and then document those photos in some way to indicate defects that you were able to observe?
Yes.
All right. And how did you document the defects in those clothing items?
I took the images, brought them into a program, and then basically created a layer on top of that and created like basically circles. It did not affect the image itself. It could be turned on or off.
Okay. And then did you create from that transparencies that we can put onto the projector here, the Elmo, and then we can see how those various defects line up?
I did.
All right. So this would, I can put these on and we start with 665, which is the T-shirt. And then if I overlay another one, I would be able to basically tell how things line up from there. Is that the...
Cool.
So what we're able to see is we're
fun.
actually able to see
love it.
through the items as you line them up. Is that, Mr. Matson, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Love the Elmo. Whoa.
So this allows us to see through and kind of see how things line up. Correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
No.
And then with 666 and 667, we'd be able to do essentially the same thing, correct?
Correct.
All right,
It is.
thank you. All right, I'm going to start with Exhibit 671. This was the yellow shirt, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then if we go from there to 670, which would be the long sleeve button-up shirt, and place that over the top. Now, are we able to then see the markup from the yellow shirt through to the, in relation to where the markups are on the blue shirt?
I am able to see it.
Okay. And can you, I can have the laser pointer. Is that still-
I see one over here.
That would be it. There we go. Can you show us that on there?
From the yellow shirt,
Yes.
see a smaller circle in the center here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, if we go next, let's just, let's do it. I'm going to do it a couple ways. Let's start with, let's put the gold or brown sweater, I think it's been referred to as both, over the top.
Gold, brown, yellow,
What do we see now?
purple.
What exhibit number is that?
This would be 668, thank you.
A little hard to see from where I'm sitting, but there is a larger circle here over this bigger opening here, and then as well on the sleeve.
Gets the lights a little bit different. That helped a little. And then if we take the last one over the top, which was 669.
From where I'm sitting, I can see the two on the sleeve here. It's getting a
Okay.
little muddy in the middle.
We're
All
going
right.
to see how the splash.
Now what if we,
is.
let's switch around
I think they're going
668 and 669. So if we put, let's put 668 first here.
Ezra slashed. These
over
are
the
Ezra's
top of
clothes. Remember, she
the
flashed through her
other two. What can you see here?
I can see I guess all the layers of the markups.
And if we add 668 over the top,
Again, I can see the center being circled as well as on the sleeve area, the left sleeve.
okay.
So these are Ezra's clothes. The goal is, I think we're going to see how the slashes line up because she slashed through her clothes.
Thank you. And now let's take a look at the markups on, it'd be 673 first. This would be the leggings.
Correct.
All right. And you've marked up the areas that you observed defects.
Yes.
All right. And if we put the blue jeans over those leggings, what are we seeing now?
I see the 3 additional areas I had circled.
Okay, great. I don't have any other questions for Mr. Matson. Thank you.
All right, any cross-examination?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Matson, you
She was found when she arrived at the farmer's house, and they called 911 and they came and took her to the hospital, and she started with her whole story, allegedly. That's what she was wearing, and her boots were there at the crime scene. She was not wearing any shoes.
prepared
I will say, as a female, and I'm small, in the winter, I wear a lot of layers. Like I would have at least that many layers up top, probably. I'd probably have all those layers and a coat.
March 19th of 2019, did you not?
Without referring to my notes, I'm not 100% sure, but
Give me a second.
I'll have a look at it and agree.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 674. Does this appear to be your report from March 19th,
Yes, it is.
2019?
Yes.
And your agency has it report number 16, is that right?
Yes.
And then that's your title and signature on it, correct?
Correct.
And that, you're familiar with this report?
I am.
Do you have your own copy? You want to follow along?
Am I allowed to refer to my notes?
Well, to refresh your recollection, but if Mr. Nelson, you have no objection, the state has no objection, you may.
No, I don't.
Okay, then you can do that.
Thank you.
That's the March 19th, 2019 report, Counsel. Just again, so that I'm
Sir, number 16.
Yep. Okay, yeah, that's what I had. Just wanted to be sure.
Do you have that in front of you, sir?
I do.
Again, you prepared this report back in March of this year, right?
Correct.
In that report, you'd done some similar work to what we just seen here, in which you were labeling the 6 items of clothing that you just discussed: the t-shirt, blue button-up, flannel, sweater, jeans, and leggings, right?
Correct.
And you were in that assignment asked to again put these circles on them and put them in a certain order. Is that right?
That is correct.
And initially, in deciding that order, you had consulted with, as you put in here, District Attorney Richard DeFore. Is that right? On page 7 of 11 of your report,
Correct. Yes.
you'd made some reference to, in preparing these exhibits of the layering of clothing, you were to send to Mr. DeFore for feedback and information on the preferred layered order of the clothing. Is that right?
That is correct.
And when you prepared that back in March, the information that you were provided, you put the layers down, correct?
Correct.
The transparencies that you brought today, those are new, those are fresh, right?
Fresh. Shit. They're new. Yes.
Just did those in the past week?
Correct.
Prior to preparing these, so it was after the trial started where you did these transparencies, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, you had it in a particular order in a PDF format, is that right?
That is correct.
And in that particular order, you had the first layer being the t-shirt, is that right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna use some of these other exhibits rather than transparencies, but the first order that you'd had showing you exhibit 639 was this t-shirt, is that right?
That's correct.
And then the second layer that you had prepared was exhibit 640, this blue button-up shirt, correct?
Yes.
And then the third layer that you had back in March of 2019, you had as the item, was it L, the blue, what I'm calling the blue and white plaid flannel shirt?
Yes.
And then you had, back in your report, the order that you'd put down was the sweater as the outer layer. Is that right?
That is correct.
And now, since that report, you've prepared these transparencies, right?
The transparencies are, yes, the material themselves were freshly printed, the files and all that are nothing new. It's these exact same images printed out in a tangible form.
Correct. You didn't prepare them in a transparency manner prior to that, correct?
That is correct.
Prior to preparing these, the order that you always had them in was the order that I just presented them in, correct?
Correct.
And now it's just recently where you prepared it so that they could be presented in multiple different orders, correct?
Correct.
And that was after the trial had started, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Any redirect?
None, Your Honor.
All right, then, Mr. Matson, you may step down, and I trust you're free to leave and head back to
Yes.
Matson. Okay, thank you,
No,
sir.
but
Have a good day.
And that's it for this one, guys. I know, right? Right. I know. I think that's what it is, and it's interesting, right? I wonder if we'll hear more about that. But yeah, that's definitely interesting. But yeah, so we will start the next episode with Ezra's dad, and that is it for this one, guys. Yeah, I know. There's been whispers of this in this it's been referenced a couple times about this new information coming in. Because the defense has asked a number of witnesses, would your opinion have changed if you had different information or whatever, stuff like that, but they haven't said what the information is. So I have a feeling we'll hear more about it, especially since they've always put things on the record, which is awesome. Love that. So y'all are awesome. Thank you so much for being here and for being an awesome squirrel. And yep, we will, I think again, I think next time we'll get to see Ezra's interviews. So buckle up for that, man. Buckle up for that. Yes. Hugs to everybody. You guys are the best. Shout out to the squirrel crew. And I will get working on the timestamps as well. And y'all are the best. See you guys on the next video.